Yeah, so the warmest of welcomes to our talk titled Building Inclusive Agile Teams, Ending the Pain of Periods. We are really hopeful that in the next 45 minutes, we're going to be able to shed some light on the working world and our Agile teams in the way that potentially hasn't been done before. But just to kick us off and to reiterate, I'm Maddie.
I'm Marion, and we're both part of the Agile team at Control Plane. And yeah, thank you so much for coming along today. We really wanted to do this talk because we both recognise the impacts that periods had on our own working lives. And we, despite working together for quite a few months, had never even mentioned it to each other. And since doing so, it's really brought us a lot of benefits. So we wanted to take this topic a bit further and spread it wider with more people. But yeah, we recognise that it's still quite a stigmatised topic, particularly in the workplace and within the tech industry. So wanted to do a quick check-in with people in the room, how people feel at the minute about the topic of menstruation and menopause. So we have, how awkward do you feel right now? We have some GIFs to represent some feelings. So in a show of hands, who resonates most with Kevin dropping the ice cream? Kind of maybe wish you weren't here, maybe come to the wrong talk. Okay, that's great. Shrek feeling a little bit pensive on the topic. Awesome. Cool. And someone from Shaun the Sheep who's feeling great and ready to go.
Oh, amazing.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, however you're feeling, yeah, it's really, really nice that we have, both people who are super supportive and feel really comfortable. And yeah, thank you so much for coming. If you're here to learn a little bit more about it and don't feel totally comfortable right now, that's what this is all about. There is no judgment at all. And just to show you are very much not alone, from a survey that we sent out, we found that 65% of people feel uncomfortable mentioning periods at work. And to give an idea of how normal it is, 10.8 million of the UK workforce menstruate every single month. And also from our survey, we found that 98% of those who menstruate say that periods have some impact on their work life.
And given that today we're at Agile on the beach, and we're all potentially part of the Agile space or maybe kind of adjacent to it, we were particularly interested in the experiences of people in our industry. So when we sent out our survey, we kind of explored what really our industry looked like. And one thing really surprised us, which was when we asked people about their comfort level mentioning periods at work, if someone was part of an Agile team or company, their comfort level actually decreased relative to non-Agile teams. So more specifically, on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is not at all comfortable and 10 is totally comfortable, as normal as mentioning a headache, those in non-Agile teams reported an average comfort level of 5 out of 10. So neither particularly uncomfortable, but neither particularly comfortable either. Whereas those people in Agile teams and companies actually reported an average level of 3.5 out of 10, erring much towards the kind of level of discomfort. And for us, this really validated the problem that it's valuable talking about these kind of topics in the Agile space. But not only that, we're super hopeful that not only our Agile teams can kind of get parity with other industries, but actually we can eventually become workplace leading in this kind of intersection of inclusivity and great teamwork. And the reason that we are so hopeful is that we already have the kind of permission and the foundations to do better. So we're already in a space that kind of has this intentionality of moving away from traditional management structures and towards more sustainable, human-centric ways of working. And one of the key principles that kind of drives this is the principle of continuous improvement. And one way that we can continuously improve is to remove impediments. And sometimes we think of impediments as potentially kind of maybe technical, whether it's tech debt or maybe kind of quality considerations, or maybe it's more kind of process related and things are impeding the team there. But sometimes the impediments are actually ourselves, whether it's kind of lack of knowledge, awareness, or exposure to a given topic. But the good thing in that case is that when the impediments are kind of more to do with us, we actually have way more ability to kind of control and then remove and influence these kind of impediments. And then finally, the Scrum values, 2 of those really stuck out to us, namely courage and respect. These are exactly the things that we're going to need to have in order to have difficult but constructive conversations. So really our goal today is to remove some of these impediments, whether it's kind of stigma, awkwardness, barriers, when it comes to talking about and accommodating for menstrual health in our teams and companies. And just a little bit of a caveat before we get started, really our intention today is to normalize the topic. So what we mean by that is that we want people to genuinely feel that when they're in the working world and periods are impacting them in that space, they feel like they have the option of bringing that to their colleagues, managers, and team. And on the other hand, people feel kind of comfortable and well-educated enough to respond in a way that's appropriate. But what we're not trying to do is force people to disclose kind of personal information, whether either today or at work, that they do not want to. And we just wanted to kind of make that distinction before we kick in. So today we're going to go on a journey towards normalizing this type of conversation, and we're going to have to take a couple of steps in order to do so. So first, we're going to have to actually go back before we can go forward and look at the kind of scientific education that we should have been taught in school in order for us to all kind of have a foundational knowledge set to build on and kind of drive us forward. Then we're going to talk about our research. So what does the working world look like today, and what do people's experiences look like in non-Agile teams and Agile teams? And then kind of moving towards solutions, what do inclusive teams and companies really look like? What does individual advocacy mean? And then really as individuals, what are your takeaways that you're going to enact in your working worlds? So we're going to kick off.
Thank you. Yes, we're going to dip into what we should have been taught at school, because we think a lot of the stigma that we see today in the workplace stems from quite a poor education around menstruation and menopause at school. So my school offered one painfully awkward lesson on periods. I actually managed to find a clip from it. I thought it might be kind of easy to find on YouTube. I'm actually going to play 20 seconds from it now.
Jensen, what about dancing? Can you when you're menstruating?
Yes, you can, with moderation. In fact, you can do most of the things you usually do. You can bathe or shower as long as you use warm water. And you can wash your hair if you're sure to dry it quickly. And you can swim if you wait until after 2 or 3 days after the beginning of your period. And you can go to dances and picnics.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else was wondering whether they could wash their hair. Yeah, no, it's total madness. I mean, I didn't go to school in 1958, which is where that video was actually from. That was played to me in 2009, and our science teacher said, oh, you know, it's a bit dated, but the science in there is still correct. So we kind of left with this view of, oh, it's a, you know, classroom of girls, only stuff girls should know about, no mention of any symptoms people experience, no mention of menopause, kind of a very, very limited and completely unrelatable set of education advice to today. And yeah, I'm also interested in the room, the kind of understanding you think you have of the science at the minute, because I've definitely went into my adult life a lot like this woman here. Does anyone else feel like they maybe resonate with this woman thinking about the science behind menstruation? Yeah, a few people. And anyone feel like the cat who has it all sorted?
One person.
Nice. Cool. I feel a little bit more like that now after doing a lot of my own education on it. So yeah, I wanted to dip into the science, and I think it's really important when you're trying to remove stigma is to understand a lot of the facts behind it, so it's less of a mythical thing that people kind of just hear about, but we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. So I'm going to start with some of the key players, and I'm keeping it relatively high level, and I've chosen to stick to the things that I think affect people's working lives the most. So first key player is prostaglandins, and this is a hormone-like chemical that causes muscles in the uterus to contract, and that causes the womb lining to shed, so basically causes period cramps, and the more prostaglandins someone has, the more severe cramps they will experience. And then next up we have estrogen, which is a little bit better known, I think, and this has a big influence on people's mood. So it influences serotonin in the body, the happiness hormone. So when you have more estrogen, when it rises, you're likely to feel a lot better, a lot more energy, a lot more confidence, and when it's lower, you will feel the opposite. And then finally, progesterone. This has an anti-anxiety effect. So when progesterone is high, you'll feel less anxious, and when it's low, you will feel more anxious. And then with that in mind, here is a graph of the phases. I'll very quickly go through them. So the period phase, the most well-known one due to its symptoms of bleeding and also experiencing period cramps. And interestingly, this phase has the least to do with hormones. As you can see, the hormone graph is actually fairly stable at this point. So I think quite a big misconception on people's mood during their periods is usually mostly due to the physical symptoms someone experiences. Then the follicular phase is the very best phase when estrogen rises, makes you feel a lot more energy, a lot more confident, a lot more happy. And then ovulation, where estrogen peaks and then drops. A lot of people report feeling quite a short-lived day of feeling a little bit emotional because of that quick drop in estrogen. Hopefully that is short-lived. And then progesterone takes over as the dominant hormone. And some people report feeling calmer in this phase. And the idea is, from the scientific point of view, is estrogen is low, so you feel slightly less energy, but you have high progesterone, so it's kind of protecting you from feeling any anxiety. And then finally into the premenstrual phase, where both estrogen and progesterone drop off a cliff. So that both can bring people's mood down and increase anxiety, and that's where you get mood swings, and PMS, premenstrual syndrome, happens in this phase, and also sometimes PMDD, which is premenstrual dysphoric disorder, and this is a much more severe version of PMS, where people can feel really, really serious depression, even to the point of feeling suicidal. So it can have really big impacts on someone's life and working life. And then just want to show how this might look in reality. Ooh, the clicker is not clicking. There you go. Cool. All right, month in the life. So this is based on myself. So here's me having a good time, going along, and then PMS will hit, and I become this version of Kermit the Frog. Find it a lot harder to speak out in meetings, I think. To just have to try a little bit harder to think when I want to maybe interrupt or bring something up. And this is me when I get an email asking me to do something. I can really react badly. If on that week, if I get at Marion, please can you look at this? I think, how dare you? And by being aware of that phase, I don't respond in that way. But that is how I feel. And then this is me with brain fog, just not having a clue, or just not being able to follow sometimes things that are going on. And then finally, a few days of feeling really emotional. The PMS hits me quite hard, actually. And then I do go back to feeling pretty happy again and high energy. So for me, it's actually all in that PMS phase, and I'm really lucky to not get very bad physical symptoms actually from my period. But that's just an example of how it can play out, and it's very, very different for lots of people. Oh yeah, and then that was just to basically highlight where these feelings come in. And then I do also want to go into menopause a little bit. So I actually hadn't heard of menopause until my adult life. It really wasn't mentioned at school at all. And then this is a quote that we got from the survey we sent out that I really resonated with. So I'm not going through menopause, but a previous team member struggled with symptoms. I realized as a woman I knew nothing about it. Really, really resonated here. And my last company did a menopause awareness week, which is really great. But yeah, it's kind of really crazy that we're not taught about it when, all female or people who identify, those who menstruate will go through this. And this is a graph of how the hormones change throughout perimenopause and menopause. So as you can see, there's really big fluctuations in estrogen and progesterone, causing a really severe form of PMS. And some of the symptoms people experience in this are fatigue, brain fog, hot flushes and night sweats, and low mood. It can have a really, really big impact on people's lives. A podcast that I listened to recently actually said it's really similar symptoms people get to actually being pregnant, but obviously there's no support around it, or very little support around it in the same way there would be. I just want to highlight also that there's a lot of research going into this at the minute, and there's a lot more podcasts and books and things coming out on it. And also from a podcast, on average, after going through menopause, people had reported feeling happier. So it's not kind of a total downwards spiral. There are good things. But yeah, also wanted to go into that, and I hope there'll be more talks in future and things around menopause, because I think that's a really under-researched area.
Yeah, and then just kind of building on the science, we also wanted to share some of the key menstrual-related conditions that can impact those who menstruate, so that maybe if a colleague or friend raises this, you have some level of awareness of what they're talking about. So the 4 conditions that we're going to go through are endometriosis, adenomyosis, PCOS, and fibroids. So endometriosis and adenomyosis both refer to conditions whereby the lining of the womb ends up kind of growing in other areas. So endometriosis can actually refer to this kind of tissue growing anywhere, such as the ovaries or the fallopian tubes, but adenomyosis specifically refers to a condition whereby that tissue ends up going into like the surrounding wall of the womb. And then PCOS stands for polycystic ovarian syndrome. This is actually a hormonal condition. So in this case, androgens, which are a certain hormone, end up getting produced in an excess amount, which results in irregular ovulation and also potentially cysts in the ovaries. And then fibroids refers to a condition where there are benign lumps in or around the womb, and these can vary in kind of location and size, and therefore end up kind of impacting people via symptoms in different ways. So in terms of kind of the amount of the menstruating population that are impacted by these conditions, the first 3 impact are about 10%. But I would take these figures with a pinch of salt, because the World Health Organization says that with PCOS, for example, up to 70% of people worldwide with the condition are still kind of undiagnosed. And then fibroids is the most common. This 50% figure actually reflects kind of people around the age of 50, because as estrogen increases, you become more likely to get this condition, and therefore, the older you are, the increase in percentage of people who might have this. And then in terms of symptoms, a lot of them are kind of correlated with severe pain. So this can be back pain, stomach pain, as well as severe bleeding. PCOS has the kind of most unique conditions, given that it's a hormonal condition. So it can be kind of correlated with acne, hair growth, and excess weight. And that kind of brings us to the end of the science.
Yeah, so that was a lot of the research we did externally with a number of resources to pull together our science part of this. But we also, as I mentioned before, we sent out a survey to do our own research into people who had experience of menstruation in the workplace, because we wanted to gather some of our own data on it. So this is just a quick rundown of the participants we got. So we managed to get over 200 participants from sending out as widely as we could within our networks on LinkedIn and social media. So that was really nice to get over 200. So 94% of our participants were Europe-based, 57% UK-based, 46% work in tech. Some of the other industries covered were education, healthcare, hospitality, charities. And 44% worked in Agile teams, and 13% faced additional societal challenges, such as being non-binary, a trans man, having ADHD, or some kind of disability.
Nice. So now we're going to dive into what exactly we found from our research. So one of the first things that we asked people was about the symptoms, i.e. kind of how does menstruation manifest for you and impact you? So the top 3 symptoms were pain, fatigue, and mood fluctuations. And then we also asked people which of these is the most severe, and 40% of people said pain. So kind of the takeaway here is that pain is both the most common and also the most severe when it comes to menstruation-related symptoms. So much so that 60% of people that we surveyed said that they'd had to take at least one day off in their career due to kind of period-related symptoms. And we just really wanted to kind of illustrate this in some of the participants' own words. So people spoke to us about being paralyzed with pain, debilitating pain, passing out from pain, and not being able to leave the house. In terms of the impact on them, other people spoke about having second-degree burns from trying to kind of manage symptoms, being in the office for multiple hours, on the toilet, trying to kind of breathe and kind of go through these symptoms in order to participate in meetings in the working world. Someone else, their lips would turn blue and be on the brink of fainting. And to be honest, we got tens on tens of these responses. And for me personally, this was really kind of difficult to read through, not only because it resonated so much. I personally also have adenomyosis and experience really severe pain, but also kind of knowing that for the most part, these are yet to be kind of open conversations. And as a result, a lot of people kind of experience these in silence, because ultimately this is something that's still hidden and still slightly taboo, and we're yet to kind of have accommodations and a working world where people can really bring these to their colleagues. And as a result, over 70% of people that we spoke to said that they would actually consider making up an excuse rather than mentioning periods at work. And then when we asked people what they'd prefer to say instead of kind of menstruation, they would mention anything from an upset, dodgy stomach to food poisoning, which kind of insinuates you'd probably prefer to suggest to your colleagues that you have diarrhea than you are menstruating. Bladder pain, I personally don't know what this is, but apparently it's probably a more feasible excuse. Flu, fever, headaches, cold, and insomnia. So this suggests that we're way more comfortable kind of masking these symptoms at the moment than explicitly mentioning periods at work. And ultimately, this creates a vicious cycle whereby we kind of have limited education and therefore stigma around menstruation, which, as we've seen, results in people making up excuses rather than mentioning periods. This compounds limited awareness of this issue and results in people feeling unseen and unheard, especially when you have more severe symptoms. And the final kind of piece of this circle here is that it's actually correlated with poor mental health. So one piece of research by a group called the Circle Health Group showed that those with PCOS, adenomyosis, and endometriosis, on average, 70% of those people also had a diagnosis of depression, showing a really strong correlation between severe menstrual-related symptoms and poor mental health. So when we look at kind of solving this issue, we need to not only think about it as kind of a physical manifestation and a physical issue, but also a mental health related issue too, and thinking about kind of fixing it holistically. But don't worry, it wasn't all doom and gloom when we looked at periods in the world of work. We also asked people what was working well, especially in Agile teams. So over 50% of those in Agile teams in companies reported that they had location flexibility, time flexibility, and access to free period products, which ultimately helped them with menstruation. And when we compared this to non-Agile teams, this was actually quite a significant increase across the board. However, on the other hand, when we asked people about whether they felt they had a supportive manager, only 1 in 5 people in Agile teams or companies said that they did, which was actually a decrease relative to non-Agile teams. So this suggests to us when we're looking at solving the problem, relatively speaking, in the Agile space, this is less a problem of kind of procedures and policies and more a people and cultural issue. And so we just wanted to quickly revisit the stat that we mentioned at the beginning, that people in Agile teams feel less comfortable mentioning periods, and kind of wanted to explore why that might be the case. So we looked a little bit deeper into our data, and we found that 82% of those who reported to work in Agile roles also worked in tech, which probably doesn't come as a surprise to many of us. And then what we know about the tech industry from anecdotal experience and also the data is that women are very much in the minority in that space. So specifically 22% of the tech workforce across Europe are women. And from that, we can infer that those who menstruate are very much in the minority. And when it comes to kind of forming cultures, it's often the case that if we aren't intentional, cultures are formed by the majority. So the norms, the experiences, and the things that they value are kind of often the things that the whole ends up kind of being exposed to, and those are the things that are normalized. So when we're trying to, I guess, create space whereby the experience of the minority is heard, we've got to be intentional about kind of creating rooms such as these, policies and cultures whereby people understand this experience and also know how to accommodate for it. So with that being said, we wanted to kind of now turn to the part of this where we look at actually what we can do. What does inclusive teams and companies look like? And we're going to go through that in 3 sections. So what does inclusive companies look like? What do inclusive teams look like? And individual advocacy.
Yes, we're going to start at a company level, and this is probably most relevant if you're in an exec or leadership and management role. So things that can be implemented at a company level. And we asked on our survey what was working well, but also what you'd like to see more of in companies. And the most voted for one was policies around menstrual leave communicated by leadership and management. Then that was followed by having training on menstrual awareness and allyship. If there's already, I guess, HR training on mental health, this is probably an area that could also be included in that, and also having varied sitting options in the office, beanbags and things like that can help with people experiencing bad cramps who would be more comfortable in other positions. And these are some of the options that organizations have for support. So some of them are free. So there's period positive, which has a set of standards for what it really means to be period positive and the way these can be implemented in your organizations. Then an example of a company that offers training and accreditations for menstrual and menopause awareness, and also free lunch and learn materials that can be just used by anyone within your organizations.
Nice. So now we're going to look at the team level, which is potentially where most of us might have the most influence. So the umbrella principle here is that to ensure continuous improvement extends to people. And for some of us, this might be a given. We might be really good at this. But actually, in our survey, we found that this isn't always the case. So one person said, "I don't think working in an Agile team has a positive impact or any impact on my experience of menstruation. The culture remains that things need to be done quickly, and I don't think the flexibility Agile offers really extends to much more flexibility for workers." So this suggests to us that maybe in this team in particular, and potentially other teams, the kind of feedback loop, the empirical kind of process control has kind of extended maybe to the product realm, the delivery realm, the users, the stakeholders, but hasn't yet come to the team level, whereby people really feel like the continuous improvement actually creates a working environment that's good for them. So we wanted to get a little bit more practical and talk about what it exactly might look like to start to create more inclusive Agile teams. So when we asked people in our survey what's maybe the one thing that an Agile team could do, a lot of people came back and spoke about velocity and capacity. So they spoke about the fact that it needs to kind of be able to fluctuate like a cycle, that people would appreciate the ability to reduce their capacity, to have less story points, and be more flexible in work amount. So our first suggestion is to really bake in a shared acknowledgement that energy levels aren't always linear. Because from these pieces of feedback, it very much suggests that Agile teams, or at least some Agile teams, are kind of inferring that expected energy levels are pretty linear. Whereas what we know from the science and probably our own personal experience is that energy levels are much more cyclical. And therefore, moving from practices that are premised on consistent velocity and towards practices such as probabilistic forecasting that allow for variability will probably be a really, really helpful move. Not only can this have like great impacts in the product space and for our stakeholders, but it also kind of allows, I think, a sense of greater humanity in our teams as well. And then our second suggestion is to normalize health-related conversations and practices in our teams. So what this might look like is that you might have a team kickoff, or maybe you have a new iteration of our team, and you might be kind of intentionally thinking about ways of working. And then we have some suggested questions here that maybe you could incorporate into that. So the first one is, how do we communicate with each other where people are feeling under the weather? What does it look like? Where do we speak about that? And how do we kind of ensure that that conversation is open? And then as a result, on the kind of flip side of that, how do we support each other as a team when that happens? How do we ensure cross-functionality, that we're still kind of progressing towards goals, but at the same time accommodating for people that might not be feeling their best selves? And then finally, how do we ensure that the way that we work also supports general health day to day? And example practices might be simple things such as status indications. So for me, as I mentioned, I get really bad pain, and as a result, I feel kind of very low in energy. And so I think that the best emoji that represents this is a low battery. So you'll sometimes find me with the status indication. You might want to choose something else depending on your kind of range of emojis available and what you decide as a team, whether that's kind of a hot water bottle or something else. But this can be a really good, very simple indication that someone is experiencing menstrual-related symptoms. And then also simple things such as gaps between meeting. This, I think, is often like a thing that is often talked about, but maybe overlooked. In our calendars, they get super busy. But ultimately, this allows people to have access to period products, to self-care, and allows them to have a sense of kind of self-care and well-being whilst kind of in the workplace. And then also, there are certain norms around like good teamwork. So often we say that kind of collaboration and cameras on and face-to-face communication is really where we're kind of trying to aim to. And whilst we totally agree with that, we would also like to ask, or at least suggest, that potentially there are situations where there might be exceptions for this. So people spoke to us about kind of wanting to maybe do a bit more focus work and individual work, and also not feeling well enough to have their cameras on. And if we allow for these exceptions in some circumstances, maybe in our team agreements, then it allows people to show up in the working world when they're not feeling 100%.
Thank you. Cool. And then, yeah, finally on to the individual level. So whether you're someone who menstruates or not, ways you can support yourself and other people. The first one is quite simply asking for support and being supportive. So yeah, I guess what I want to do is encourage people to speak up about it. I actually have had really overwhelmingly positive experiences mentioning having bad PMS symptoms and things like that in quite male-dominated meetings. I've kind of always found people are very kind of warm and supportive, and similarly delivered a similar talk to this to Control Plane, which is mainly male developers, and they responded really kindly, and everyone had a friend, a partner who experienced similar things, and actually people are very aware of it and are open to supporting, which is really good to hear. And also, if you do want to speak up, I would also encourage you to use actual terminology. So say periods, menstruation, menopause, PMS. I think saying the words really helps bring down the stigma. The more people are used to hearing the words, the less it brings that like ugh feeling. So yeah, that's a really, really good thing to do. And in being supportive, that's just listening to people's experiences. People experience things very differently, and being able to ask people what would support be to you, whether that's some people it might be rescheduling a meeting or taking over leading a meeting for someone. Just ask what support would be to someone. Then going a step further, so some people in our survey had said they'd started support groups within their companies. So on Slack, having a channel for people to chat about period or menopause symptoms, and also suggest ways that the company could improve support. So yeah, having a support group and then suggestions from there, actually raising them to leadership and management to try and get them implemented. And then onto cycle tracking. So from our survey, 67% of people said they used some kind of tracking app. I think it's a really, really great thing to do, and it's something that's really changed my life and allowed me to manage bad mood fluctuations a lot better. So yeah, the first benefit of it is allowing for mental preparation. So being able to set your own expectations on your productivity and energy levels allows you to be a lot kinder to yourself, so you're not expecting to hit exactly the same amount of workload as you might when you're feeling really good. And there was another cool thing I wanted to say on this point. I might have to come back to it. But yeah, anyway, allowing yourself, I know what it was. Allowing feelings to come and go without action. So as I said, when I'm feeling like an angry dinosaur, allowing myself to just feel that and recognize that I will not feel like that next week, and allowing that feeling to go without taking any action or damaging any relationships, because I actually do think before tracking for me, I probably could react quite badly in some situations where I would now completely leave it and come back to it. So yeah, I think it's a really, really good benefit to be able to be super aware of your emotions and the symptoms you experience. And also just allows for general calendar planning. So Maddie's already touched on planning your calendar. You might in advance want to book out deep work sections in your calendar, or breaks and things like that. And also just planning maybe when you want to be in the office and not, if you have the freedom to choose. Some of the drawbacks reported were the time and financial costs. I use the Garmin tracker app, which is also a sports app, but that one's free if you're interested. Having irregular cycles means the tracking apps don't work very well, and having security and data privacy concerns, that was quite a big one. And some research was done and did find most of the tracking apps did actually share data with third parties for marketing, developer experience, and research reasons. I think research reasons is actually good, but obviously would like names and things decoupled from that. But yeah, those are concerns that are out there, but don't panic, there are some good ones. Flow, one of the tracking apps, they released an anonymous mode, and this allowed people to decouple their name, email address, IP address from any data that they put within the app. Clue is Orca approved. So Orca is an organization that reviews healthcare apps. They actually review apps for the NHS, so anything that they have approved is also NHS approved, so will have accurate medical information within it. And another Orca approved one, which is specifically for menopause, is Balance. And this one has very good reviews, and I think one of the first apps out there that's specifically for menopause. So yeah, definitely some good ones out there, and really big advocate of tracking and understanding your cycle. And then finally is just continuing your education on the topic. I put Janice up here. This is Jessica Ennis's website. She also has an app. She's an ex-Olympian, if you didn't know her. And she is really into kind of tapping into her cycle to train in the best way possible. And what I like about the research on her website is for each of the phases, it kind of gives examples of activities that are likely to suit you in those phases, whether that's high intensity or low intensity endurance, or kind of short, sharp bursts with lots of breaks. I find anything that's recommended actually from a sports perspective can really be applied to actually activities you do at work. So yeah, and I use a lot of her stuff for the science section. And here's just some other resources that we've enjoyed listening to or reading or been recommended. So some good stuff there. And then just wanted to finish with continuing allyship. There's lots of campaigns and charities out there. And Bloody Good Period, which is a charity, they found that actually 24% of the UK menstruating population struggle to afford period products every month. So that there's, even within this country, there's a lot of work to be done. And #JustAPeriod is a government call to action led by Wellbeing of Women, and this really supports getting better education into schools. A lot of the stuff that we're kind of trying to advocate for today, and I think through that will also bring down the stigma in the workplace. And here's some of the other ones. And also, more globally, there's a lot of period poverty charities here. So in areas of the world where there's little or no access to period products, up to 20% of a school year is missed, which is obviously a huge impact on someone's education. So Days for Girls in particular, they work in these areas to improve education and also provide sustainable period products. And WaterAid does a lot of helping to build clean toilets so that those who menstruate can attend school all year round. So lots of good work going on out there. And then lots of stuff.
Yeah, so I appreciate we've gone through a lot, both from a science perspective, data perspective, and also recommendations. So we wanted to give a bit of an opportunity to digest this information. So the next thing we're going to do is to think about a takeaway. So our ask of you is to have a brief conversation with the person or people next to you and think about what is one thing that you might be doing differently in your workplace as a result of this talk. And don't worry, we're not kind of expecting you to have remembered everything we went through. So we've got a summary slide here of the different suggestions from a company, team, and individual level. And our ask here is really just to think about what is most applicable to your workspace, because all of us will be different, our experiences will be different, and there might be kind of one thing that resonates a little bit more than others. So please do take a couple of minutes, and then we will come back to close out. So just to check out, we wanted to see how everyone is feeling now. So raise of hands of anyone who's still feeling a little bit shocked, not sure why they came, and ready to leave. Okay, wow. Who's still kind of feeling a little bit kind of unsure, but like happy to be on the journey? Cool, nice, a couple of hands. And then anyone feeling good, raring to go? Amazing. Oh, what amazing feedback. I hope you're not lying, because I'm going to take that as a feel good success. So we just really, to wrap up, wanted to... Oh, this is not working anymore.
Oh,
cool. Extend our thanks to Agile on the Beach. So as we said at the beginning, this is ultimately quite a stigmatized topic. So when we put forward, this is a proposal, we don't always get the most positive feedback. So we're really grateful that we've been able to kind of have a platform here today to talk about something that we think is a really pertinent issue. And then we're both from a company called Control Plane. And as Marion said, they supported us in taking this topic from a lightning talk to a full conference session. And so we're really grateful for that. And then we've got a feedback form. We'd really, 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 really love to hear your thoughts, especially as this is something that is not often talked about on a conference agenda. We'd really love to hear what you thought about it. And then finally, if you just click next, thank you. We'd love to connect with you, talk more on LinkedIn, and continue the conversation. So if you'd like to connect with us, these are our QR codes. And yeah, we'd just like to extend our thanks again for coming today.
All right. I don't know why I do that. I actually do. I'm putting 3 passions at the same space and time. Music, sharing back with the community, and new ways of working. Why not? Just merging them. And because it's a nice icebreaker and I get so nervous that whatever comes next, I'm going to be okay. So thanks for those singing along. My name is Arthur. You can say Arthur, 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 Arturo, Arturito, Atwa, Ata. It's okay. Whatever way you say, I'm going to look. Don't worry about that. I come from Brazil. I live in Belgium for the last 10 years. I have a beautiful daughter that just became 2 years old in the same day that I became 35. She stole my birthday, but I don't care because it's already the best gift I could ever ask for, so I don't care. I love learning new languages, new musical instruments, and traveling the whole world. And when it comes to career, I started cleaning printer machines, then I went to help desk, then I went to Java developer, and then project manager, and then Scrum Master and Agile coach, and that's what I'm doing for the last 10 years. And in these 10 years, the journey was, how can I say that? Interesting, let's put it that way. I've been in different places, different products, different services, and how? As a Scrum Master, there is only one department that I can work with, right? It's IT. Actually, in the last 5 years, I worked everywhere but not IT. Payroll, HR, procurement, portfolio level, request for feasibility study. I strongly believe that whenever you have people working together towards the same goal, we might consider some of those values and principles. But this journey was not really flowers and a cake and on the beach and a walk on the park, you know these expressions. I had really rough moments, moments that I just look at my toolbox and I'm like, uh-oh, theory, practice, experience, I got nothing. I really cannot go over this situation. So I had to really adapt the tools that I had, the practices that I had, or create brand new ones. And that's what I want to share with you today. They helped me on my journey, and hopefully they help also you in your journey as a Scrum Master, Agile coach, and leader. Want to see them? Yay! All right. Woof. Woo-hoo. Ta-da! Yes, I came from Belgium. I took 2 trains, 2 hours, and then 5 hours train. And I carry all these because of you. So I really appreciate you being here. That was not easy bringing. It was just for this 5 seconds dramatic effect. Toolbox, wow. So I'm going to open this, and I'm going to explain the 10 tools and practices that I have here. And I really trust your memory to choose which ones you want to see first, because you are going to create the agenda of this talk together. After doing a 20-second speech or so for each of those exercises, those practices, those tools, you are going to vote, and I'm going to start by the ones with the most votes. Make sense? Whew. Challenge. Let's take a look at it. Ta-da! Post-it, because I'm agile. I see the room is pretty big, so don't worry. Can you read here? No? No problem, I got you. So I'm gonna do a quick pitch. I hope it's gonna stand. Little bit. 20 seconds each. See which ones you wanna see first, and then we're gonna vote, and I start by the ones with the most vote. First one, the gold nuggets. A team that just doesn't have time at all. How can you keep introducing new concepts and new ideas for that team? How can you keep bridging the gap with the teams that they depend on, but the other teams don't work on the same way? So how can you keep introducing new ways, new concepts to keep the ball moving forward in a very nice and chilled way? Same, Training Express. This 2 days training, can you do in 1 hour during lunchtime? Well, I went through a situation that actually that's really the case. So how can you introduce new ways of working one step at a time, slowly, and with Training Express with teams that really don't have time? Weekly challenge. How can you keep introducing new challenges to the team in a very provoking but nice way that you also keep the ball moving forward, one at a week, one at a time. So visual, challenging, and pretty cool way. So you see 3 that really don't have time. But now the meeting killer. We don't have time, we just have too many meetings. Have you ever heard that? Arthur, that applies to myself. That is a very visual way to see the meetings that the team has, to score, see the frequency, and start taking decisions on how to improve those sessions, and maybe even annihilate some of those meetings. My own backlog. We talk about, hey, dear PO, you should visualize your backlog, make it very clear, make it transparent, keep it up to date. What about our own backlogs when it comes to Scrum Master, Agile Coach, and leaders? How do you make visual what you are bringing to the team? How am I doing? Feedback culture. You have to learn how to give and receive feedback. Oh, yeah, 360 feedback. Oh, impact feedback. Have you heard the nonviolent communication? What about you? How often do you ask for feedback? So this is a very nice and clear and express way to get feedback from your team and lead by example. The process visualization, from the moment that there is a request, a need, a pain, to the moment it's delivered. What are the steps in between? How to visualize that in a way that is very clear, that you can generate insights with the team, with the stakeholders, with the sponsors, and you start shrinking that mess. Are you getting? Are you following? Yeah, we good? Value and effort. Bunch of user stories to refine. We don't have time enough to refine. Things are happening. We are walking with the lantern, the flashlight on our feet, refining only for the next sprint. How can you visualize that in a very powerful way and have this refinement happening with the whole team? Mini retro for meetings. How do you boost your meetings? A little bit at a time, at the end of each meeting, instead of trying to change everything at once. And client alliance. You are maybe a consultant, freelancer, or internal. How do you manage the expectations from your client, from your boss, when instead of like, Arthur, can you go there and scrum the heck out of that team? Can you squeeze agility out of them? Yes. How can you create an alliance with your boss or client from the beginning so you don't pay the price later and you don't have frictions and unnecessary troubles later? Okay, 20 seconds speech on each. Are you ready to vote? So here comes a way to vote. Try to decide, now I'm going to give you 5 seconds, decide which are the 3 ones that you want to see. Because very often we say with the dot voting revolution, it's like, hey, 3 dots, you have 3 dots and go. And then the first person goes there, puts 3 dots on one, and everybody's like, I wasn't going to vote on that, but now feels really attractive. And the last person where everybody just voted comes like, wow, wow, wow. I still have my 3 dots. Those items I wanted to vote, but they are already chosen, so I'm not going to spend them there. I'm going to use there, and you change completely the thing. So one way to do that is just ask everybody to make a semicircle, choose where you're going to vote, 3, 2, 1, go, and then everybody votes at the same time. Close parentheses. Now, I invite you to scan the QR code or go to menti.com, and there you're going to have all the tools and practices that I shared. and you are going to be able to vote. We're just getting started. That's just creating the agenda, and soon we're going to be like sharing one tool after the other. You waiting for a presenter? That's good. It's intentional. And what about now? Can you vote? Yes. Yay! I'm going to give you 38 seconds. All right. But now I'm going to open exception. I'm going to show you the results as they go, because it's nice to see the bars going up and down. All right, let's see who's in the lead. All right, my own backlog, value and effort, fighting for the lead, meeting killer right before, and gold nuggets. Also, there nuggets, it's a stone, a little piece of gold. It's not the chicken nuggets, just 32, my own backlog, 32 effort, value and effort. And I'm going to give you 5 more seconds. I'm going to take a picture, and whatever is that picture is the result of this agenda. And I'm going to start by that. 3, 2, 1, call the ambulance. Ugh. All right, we have some winner. My own backlog. Now I take it off. Ta-da. Okay, my own backlog first, and we see by what you chose first. And I click there, and it comes back to the tool. And there I automated in a way that if I click, it goes directly to the section of the slides about that. Wow. Thanks for joining the session. It's the only thing I can share with you. It's my biggest expertise. How do we make our own work visible? I often, in 10 years, in the beginning, I'm asking them to make their work transparent, visible, the backlog and everything, but what about my work? So I started trying to lead by example by putting my own tasks on the expedite lane on top, kind of a fast lane. If I was going to organize a workshop, if I was going to have a one-on-one, if I was going to introduce a new concept, facilitate, whatever is there, I was putting it. I just felt that it was polluting a little bit their board. So I tried to create something different that looks a little bit like this. Before pandemic, yes, it was still on a wall. Here I have the backlog of all the things that I wanted to do, aligned with my client, aligned with the teams, because for me, my backlog as a change agent has 3 main entries. What business and my client is asking for, the whole company has goals, the person paying for me says, hey, we need to do that. Okay, input. The things that the team is feeling, their pains, because we often oversee that, but they are feeling pains, they have issues, so how can we also put that in? And the other one, things that I observe and I feel like it's going to be valuable for them on a daily basis with my expertise. So I try to see those 3 inputs and prioritize my backlog. And there, I just made visual everything. Here, to do, work in progress, and done. Fast lane with whatever fast tasks that I had to do. And here, kind of each user story is one item that I was bringing to the team. If I'm introducing psychological safety, if you are starting test-driven development, I have to introduce that. Or maybe we are starting the 3 Amigos meeting, or simply facilitating a feedback session. Whatever I'm doing to bring value to the team, it was visible. Here, it's all the things that I delivered, and I was making sprints of 1 week. So you see here, sprint 20, 21st of January to 25th. And every Friday, I'll just gather the team and the sponsor, and we have like a kind of a 1-hour call. The team didn't want to join that much, and I understand, but it was visible for them. But my client wanted to join. And that was a kind of a review and planning. I was just showing, say, hey, that's what happened this week. That's what I'm planning for the next one. What do you think? I think it makes sense, and somebody from the team would join, and it was always very transparent. But these conversations were happening. So every week, I was planning my own work, not polluting their board, but trying to make sure that they see and they were aligned with what I was bringing to them. And that's it. Here, parking. Yeah, it was there for a long time. Park. So I was also trying to show by example like how to split into chunks that are deliverable. I was trying to eat my own dog food, my own cookie, and show like, yeah, sometimes things are stinking on the backlog. Just park them, put on a sandbox or delete them, and have this constant feedback. And that's it. Any questions? That's simple. Yes?
How do you deal with everything's important?
Well, then I have to also eat my own cookie, right? And start saying, yes, but if you do that, and then I would bring some data, say, like, to organize this, probably I'll take that amount of days to prepare, or they have this pain, what is more important? Sometimes I'll bring the PO and some team member and have this conversation together, because it's, instead of me being the man in the middle, I'll also just bring, so hey, we have this, and my capacity is a bucket full of water. If you want to push something in, put a brick in, water will go down. So what are we putting out? So I was trying to eat my own cookie the same way that I coach the POs. I was trying to bring it there as well. And if there was something really pushy, then we would need harder conversations. We would need maybe more data. Why do you want to do that? What is the value on this? What is the problem that you're trying to solve? Did you understand his question? It's like, how do you deal with everything is important? I forgot to repeat, sir.
I'm following, if you don't mind. How do you deal with somebody exploiting that to micromanage you?
How would I deal if somebody is using that to micromanage me? How they could exploit me? Are you doing that, or is it enough? What do you mean?
Well, if they essentially come and say, oh, look, here's some 5 more post-its that you need, and you need to put them there. And
That was open in a whole floor. Huh? It was a huge floor. It was not a closed room. I knew my own handwriting, so I knew that somebody's I'm like, maybe not. But I didn't have this issue. People came, people talk, but one thing I was sure, I was leading by example. My work was transparent. There was no like, so Scrum Master, what do you do? You know this question, what do you do in your free time? It was there, it was very open, what was achieved, what is the... and by the way, here was a little bit of the acceptance criteria. How do we know that that thing is done? Like, are we set up the Three Amigos meeting, or are we now starting this new way of working? For how long? Who is working on that or not? That was a little bit of a acceptance criteria. Thanks, thank you for the question. Any other question? One more question before we go, because I want to share more stuff with you. Yeah?
Did you have an electronic version?
Yeah, I started on Miro. I didn't take a screenshot, but I'm surely going to add to the slides before sharing. But I make visual things I even upgraded. I said things that I want to propose during a retro, things that I want to propose during refinement, things that I want to propose during planning, and things that I'm going to propose in a new ad hoc session. So I had color-coded, and I did a little bit of forecast per sprint. Just, these are the things, and we keep on talking, keep on merging. We really wanted to do value stream mapping right now, but that's really can't happen. Something came up. Move it, shift priority. Another one that moved was also user story mapping, because there is a lot of preparation. People came on holiday, and we couldn't prepare up front, so then just shift a little. I'm going to add the picture. Did you hear his question? It's about version online. All right, I want to share more with you. Let's go. I'm going to have some back pain by the end of this. The next one, who remembers what was the next one? Value and effort or meeting killer. Let's go for meeting killer. Is right there. Meeting killer. We don't have time. We have too many meetings. I was tired of hearing that again and again and not being able to do anything. And I think, I don't know what the heck happened with meetings. I think they reproduce during the night. They and then the next day you're there and they are like, more meetings. What happened? What are you doing during the night? Or like a gremlin being thrown on the water. Let me see your age. Okay. They reproduce. And they just come again and again, and they just are taking over the whole agenda. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to try something. Because one of the consequences of that is if you are doing Scrum, for instance, the team perceives the Scrum sessions as on top of their work. It's on top. Well, but that's not the purpose. The purpose of putting that structure is that you kill the other unnecessary meetings. And you keep that constant pace, and you keep sharing it. People, instead of meeting with meeting, we forgot Michael, and then let's have another meeting with Michael, but did you put on? But there is an email. I didn't understand your email. Let's catch up. let's have that structure, that backbone. So, in order to make sure that it was visible, and also one team member loves that meeting, the other one doesn't, but that team member speaks louder, and it's influencing the rest, I created something that is really like rocket science, NASA stuff. Ta-da! Value and frequency. Okay, it was a bit better than that. Looks like this. At the beginning, it's just empty. And I created one board for each team member. So here you have like Scrum-related stuff, team-related, out of the team, and ad hoc. But you know the ad hoc that is always there? So it's always there. At the beginning, it was all empty. I prepared some of the post-its. I gave them some time to add other meetings. And each team member had one specific board for them, empty. Separated in silence, they just scored their own meetings. And afterwards in Miro, you have a very nice feature that is Control F. If you do Control F and you... If you do Control F, I'm going to leave it. If you do Control F and you type, for instance, retrospective, it's going to highlight all the post-its with retrospective. So you can see across all the team, where is retrospective actually? It's like, oh, it's pretty high. Where is the review? It's pretty low. What is the meeting to escalate issues with a doc hitting FTT3? Ah, it's somewhere very low there, but it's very frequent. So I generated a few insights with the team, and as a facilitator, last chance to take a picture, man. 3, 2, 1. I just generated some insights. So what is the highest value you see, and why? Which meetings are overlapping? What can be merged? What are the frequency that can be reduced? What about the ones that you want to increase the value? It's not that good, but you want to increase. Or what are the ones that we can annihilate? As a facilitator, I was taking notes. I let them choose which ones they want to discuss first. So for instance, you have the daily scrum. I was asking them what they like about it, the green ones. What they don't really like about it, the pinky ones. And then I would ask them an experiment. What do you want to experiment next? An experiment word is key. Many times when you want to introduce something or you want to start, people feel like, oh, it's going to be signed with blood until 2028. No, let's experiment something. So I was asking them, what do you want to try? What do you want to experiment? And somebody said, for instance, turn on cameras. And as a Scrum Master, I was like, uh-huh. Not even as a Scrum Master, as a human, because I see your face now, I see your face, I see your face. Why not during calls? And I'm like, yes, I agree with, and what do you think? And then I swallowed that, and I'm like, all right, we have a proposal. What do you think? And then some people are like, I think so, yeah, let's do that. And one person was like, yeah, maybe not every day, because, sometimes I can't. All right. And I think it's something we can do a lot as leaders and Scrum Masters, not taking over the ownership. Because if I would agree to that, I'll take part of the ownership of that idea. And then they would be looking at me and the person's like, let me see if I agree. No, just let them. Refinement, for instance, they come up with the conversation that it was too separated. Business analysts and developers, it was too separated. We refine, we give to the developers try, and then they test, and then it comes back, business analyst, we didn't understand, what do we do? And then there is back and forth. So they propose, can we refine more together? Single-tiered. And then outside, I'm like, what do you think about it? So take notes, facilitate, make sure that it's their ideas, shift the ownership, and it's on there, of course, you can help with. And that's it. That is the meeting killer. Very visual, 1 hour and a half retrospect. I got my day right now. I'm so happy. Thank you so much. 1 hour and a half is not enough, but it's enough to start the conversation. And what I like the most about this is that each person had his or her or their own voice. Instead of one person saying, retrospective always sucks, retrospective is bad, I don't like this, and then the others are like, because it's the team leader, and the others are like, yeah, I agree. So now everybody had a voice, right? And you could score, and sometimes one person is really low. It's like, why is there? Yeah, because you speak too fast, too many acronyms, and I don't get them. So it helps. One question before we move to the next one. Ding. Yes, sir.
What would you do about meetings where you say as a Scrum Master don't have a mandate to even tell the people who are organizing change? Because in our case, example, the QAs have like 3 or 4 recurring weekly meetings, which take up so much of their time that I think they're like net productive time they
you were ready, huh? He was rehearsing in front of the mirror. I was like, no, I need to ask that. There, man. Woo. So basically, how do you do when we don't own the meeting? I often talk about the circles of influence. In the middle, we can change. The time of our own meetings, the way we use our chair, the other, we can influence. We can talk to escalate, we can talk to the boss, we can come up with scrum of scrums or whatever. And the other, Belgium weather. I think I can use this weather as well. Cornwall weather. You can change, take an umbrella, and that's it. So I often talk about that, so we focus on what we can change, and when it's really important like that one, then it's a bigger conversation. It's not gonna happen right here. But maybe one experiment can be, hey, what if we facilitate the next one? What if we try it differently? What if we talk to the other boss or the other owners that we share together a way to try something different? What if we do half? Instead of 3 hours, we do 1 hour and a half every week? I don't know. Does it answer your question? And if no, we are gonna have a coffee together. Yeah, let's do that. Thanks for the question. Let's have a coffee together. All right. The other one was the value and effort, right? It was one of the ones with 33. Value and effort, long ago I learned about the value and effort chart. You just put your chunks of work there. Call it user stories, call it features, call it backlog items, whatever. And you visualize it. Arthur, I hate story points. We are gonna have a whole other session just to talk about it. I think story points is just a tool. Like a hammer, you can build beautiful things, or you can kill somebody with that, right? I use story points to trigger discussions and share knowledge and try to compare the items, what is a pebble and what is an iceberg, and that's it. But let's have a coffee all together later. Coffee. So I learned this value and effort chart that's pretty much like this. And there is a technique called silent sorting. So at the beginning of this workshop, the product owner already prepared the top user stories, the backlog items that he or she wants to prepare, that she wants to discuss. Let's say 30, let's say 40, let's say 50. And in the silent sorting, one person picks up one item and drags and drop where he or she or they believe it should be. Just at the beginning of the session, we have a kind of overview of all the items, and we go slightly deeper on the ones that they have no idea. I say, what are the ones that you have no idea at all what it means? Okay, let's talk a little bit about that. Oh, so it's about this and that. Oh, okay, it's good enough to go? Can we progress? Yeah, okay. Any other item that you need to know? Okay, no? Good. So we have this overview just to get an idea of what it means. And afterwards, each person at a time, imagine that it's physical, right? I take a Post-it, all the Post-its are on the left, I take it and I drag and I put there. Next person, I take it, I drag, and I put there. So they all sort it in silence, and at the end, you have the whole chunk, like the 40 items on the wall. Here comes the second stage. You can use your turn to change a position that you don't agree with. Nah, that one 21, nah, that one 5, really 5? Nah, that's way lower. And me as a facilitator, I'm tracking. I'm saying, I'm putting on the Post-it where it was before. And then they keep doing it. Any other moves? No, we good? Sometimes you have the same Post-it coming back and forth, right? Two people's like, no, I don't agree. It's the time to cut. Otherwise, you can order beers and pizzas and be there with two people, I don't agree, I don't know. You just cut as a facilitator and say, all right, now let's start by the ones that you disagree the most. Some items were pretty disagreeable. So that is what it is. Here, all the Post-its were there before, they moved, there is a color coding, bug, support, what is a user story. We had some guidelines, but that is whatever is applicable to you. So that can be the downtime, how many users are impacted, how much is gonna cost if that is not fixed. You choose your scale from 1 to 5. And then at the end, you have a very clear view on what are the items that were really discussed again and again, like back and forth, and you open for discussions. Is it only the PO and the BAs, right? Now, bring the testers, bring the developers, put everybody in the room. So it's a shift left, instead of analyze, develop, test, oops, and then comes back, you bring this to the beginning, shift left and have these conversations up front. So they were discussing way earlier Oh, so that we still have to integrate with that old application? Oh, yeah. So I agree, it's 21. It's a big stuff. It's very complex, very, very chunky. Oh, that one, it's really impactful. It's higher value. So we have these discussions. In this last time that I've done with this screenshot, we discussed like 36 items and went very deep in about 10 items. That's really shared knowledge. And you see that they are clickable. Let me zoom in. They are clickable. So whenever you click, it opens the real user story in Jira. Azure DevOps, Wall, whatever you use there, right? So then when we open the user story, we're taking notes. Because very often you have refinements that people are not taking freaking notes. Requirements falling from the roof, alignment, share knowledge, and then we leave the room. And then we have to do that stuff like 2 weeks later, 1 month later. What is it again? And then you have the same discussions again. Just write it down. So I was really taking notes, and afterwards I asked somebody to take notes, but sharing knowledge, aligning, and they refined. You can call also refinement on steroids if you feel like. I was thinking about that, but maybe that name is not that good. And that's it. So in 2 hours, they shared a lot of knowledge, they aligned a lot, and they managed to prioritize a lot of items and break the wall between developers and analysts, and they were together in the room. Any question before we move forward? You know what? I'm going to share another one, and if you have any question, interrupt me during my lunch, during my coffee. Just come to me at any moment during the party and everywhere and ask a question, okay? Feel very free. I want to share more with you. Remember what was the other one? Which one? The gold nuggets. So the gold nuggets. We don't have time. How do we introduce new concepts to a team that really doesn't have time? Pandemic hit, I was coaching 3 payroll teams. And when you come to really saying we don't have time, that's the closest it gets. People are paying the salary of 2,000 people. And if I come and say, hey, do you have a time to hear the word of Agile? The witness of Agile is here. Can you stop paying people salary? Bow, they'll throw a chair on me. So I really had to find ways to work with them and introduce things slowly. Pandemic hit, everybody remotely, so I'm like, how do I keep introducing new things to them? On top of that, they had other teams that they really depend on, and they couldn't go to an Agile training, Lean, nothing. They didn't have time at all, and they didn't want whatever the purpose, whatever the reason. So I started, and he chose 2-in-1. This golden nuggets, I'm going to give you 2-in-1. Ding, 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 bonus. First one, curiosity time. Every Monday, they had 1 hour call. That was 100 people in the same call. 3 teams that I was working with, and a bunch of other people that had to give them who was fired, who was hired, salary increase, and they had to process all this data. And they were like just sharing impediments and sharing knowledge. It was a kind of okay call. And I had the guts to ask for 5 minutes. Can I have 1 slide on that monstrous master slide? After some fight, I managed to get 1 slide. I just need 3 minutes, okay? 3 minutes, okay, let's do that. So, curiosity time was in the middle of this huge call. I'm like, hey, everybody. Curiosity time. You hear often about backlog. What the heck is backlog? Well, backlog is this thing that you have to do, things you have to do before or you must do now. Or, from Investopedia, a backlog is a build-up of work that needs to be completed. And it looks like a pile of things that we have to do, prioritize very well, and you have this deep mnemonic that is detailed appropriately, estimated, emergent, and the factors that we can prioritize the backlog. And here's a screenshot of our backlog. It's using Azure, and here's the link to that. You can use the link because you're going to receive afterwards, and it's fully open. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your call. Cling gong. Really 2 minutes, 3 minutes, huh? Bing. All right. Next week. All right, everybody, curiosity time. And I would play 1 chord of my ukulele. I don't know why. User story. We talked about, maybe we mentioned user story in the back. Oh, it's in the backlog. They are inside this backlog. It's the way we visualize the work, and we have the 3 C's and investment mnemonic is that investment. And it's to avoid. That's bad, very bad. That's very bad. And that's what it looks like. Thank you again for curiosity time and enjoy the rest of your call. Ding dong. I did it twice, and then I gave it to the team. Said, I need a volunteer to prepare the next one. I do that with you. So we prepared together. This person presented. I took one step back. Next week, all right, who can create and present? And then at some point, I was there just checking if there was any anti-pattern. All right, let's talk about the Scrum Master, Artur. Scrum Master is the person that delegates the task to everyone in the team and makes sure that they deliver on time and scope and resource. No. So I was there just to check how they were, but they took full ownership because they liked it. They wanted to share with their colleagues. They wanted to teach with the people that they were really working closely. And that's it. So recommendation, make sure that it's really short and simple, one page, that the ownership is shifted. Maybe you do twice and then it's up to them. You give feedback, just like, and they had also a calendar. Which week, who is gonna do that, and what is the topic? They had it weeks ahead. Now as I said, this is 2 and 1. The other one is called the tea time. What time do you have your tea here? A cup of tea. With a bottle of water. No. What time is it, like 4 o'clock? Well, huh? 4? Every half hour? Every time is tea time, sir. In Belgium, they have what is called 4 uurtje. Vier is 4, uur, hour, itje is the diminutive. So it's the little 4 o'clock, where they sit together, they eat some cake, and they talk about things. I created this because pandemic again, no time, how can I keep introducing new things to the team? And every Friday at 4 o'clock, I would send them a link to a video, a cartoon, a word, or whatever that is introducing something to the team. For instance, the first one, I first explained, what the heck is 4 uurtje? And then I would go like, okay, here's the link to Daniel Pink, this video is pretty cool, check it out. I changed the whole company culture, right? No, I mean, it was enough to get some people replying, and I was happy with that. For instance, the other one is about innovation. I sent a cartoon. About psychological safety, I sent another cartoon. And I did that for 30 weeks straight. At some point, I was also creating with other Scrum Masters. We were rotating who would do that. But that was a very nice way to keep the ball moving forward. Very often, I would get one person, sometimes 10, sometimes 5, just sending an email saying, like, I like that. Thanks for that. Shit, I'm going to use that even outside work. All right, can we try that next time? So it really helped to keep the ball moving forward. And that's it. The gold nuggets, little things that you bling, drop to the team. Bling, keep the ball moving forward, introducing new concepts to them. Curiosity time to bridge the gap, and tea time. Time for one more? Yeah. Yes! Let's do that. My God, I think I broke something. All right, let's do that. What was the other one? Somebody remembers? Dun, dun, dun. So, meeting killer, my own backlog, value and effort. Then we had gold nuggets. And I think it was process mapping, mini retros. I think we can do both. All right. It's until 5 minutes, right? It's until 15 past 12. Everybody's hungry? I was working in a big bank, one of the biggest in Europe. 2-3 years in IT, working with many, many different teams, different places. Then I was honored to be the first Scrum Master to work with somebody outside IT. I went to business on the corporate side, where their clients were like small clients like Coca-Cola, this little. And when I just champed this, I'm like, wow, there is a lot going on in business before IT picks it up. So I just asked my boss, the stakeholders, can we visualize on the wall from the moment that there is a request to the moment there is a delivery? Can we just visualize on the wall? It's just simple, 5 minutes. 1 hour later, they were still discussing about this. We just visualized. And then you have to create one epic, and then there is one I don't know what, and then there is one pager and steering committee. And then you create another stuff, and what is the team that will do that, and you refine, signature. And then you do, signature of 5 people. Oh, this one was a holiday, let's postpone. And then we do that, and then we do this, and then we keep going. Caveat, what you see there, it's only from business side. So all these steps, until here IT picks it up. So the first thing they saw was already like, ouch. We are trying to squeeze the crap out of IT to be agile and to be fast, but there is a lot of refinement going on here. And that's all I'm talking about 6 months, 1 year to refine one feature. So that was the first like, oh, yeah. And one of the things that I do that I love to do in my job is to visualize. So stop talking about slides or words in the air, visualize, as you could see in the other tools. And the second one, I'm a bit sadistic. I like to increase the pain, because sometimes it's not painful enough. And how do I do that? By visualizing. So I just said like, okay, so here are the features you are refining right now with your 4 people group. This is what you did, it is what is done, but it's all of that. And I prepared overnight, so when they come in the room again, they're like, oh my God, what is that? It's like, that's in progress. That's what you are refining today. This one is 6 months, that one is 9, that one is 10. They're like, okay, because they were not talking to each other. They didn't know how much plate they had on, how much food they had on their plate. Next steps, you can visualize how long each step is taking, the average, how long is the waiting time in between, and then you can go deeper on there. But just visualizing like this, it's already extremely powerful to generate insights. I'm like, ow, let's work on that. Where is hurting the most? Where can we really go deeper? And then you go. And that's it, just visualize. I really believe that is every cycle, every lead time is like accordion that is super stretched most of the time. Playing a very bad note. Sorry for that, sorry for theirs. And my job is to help them to visualize that, to feel the pain. Is like, how can we shorten this? And like, and try to reduce the waste in all this. All right, once again, ask anything, anywhere, any point. And I think, one more. It goes fast? It goes fast meaning? It's officially over.
But it depends.
Oh.
It depends. It's up to you. It's your conference. Do you want one more? Yeah! Hey!
So let's do the following. Thanks for the energy. Don't feel as a hostage here. If you have to give a call, if you need to eat, please do so. I'm not going to take personal if you stand up and go. I'm not going to be like, I got it. We are passing a little bit, so feel very comfortable. And I can share one more with you. Da-da-da-da. Shit, I cannot find back the picture, but there is one pretty awesome here that is very visual. Client Alliance. I see some people, yes! I started with a team. 3 teams, actually. And this big boss that hired me said, Arthur, whatever you do in 6 months, can you do in 1 month? I was a young dreamer, and I really wanted the job. So I didn't say yes or no. I was like, yeah. And the person like, okay, and left the room. I'm like, So that person left the room with the sure, like super certain that I was going to do that in 1 month. And 1 month later, she came back. Arthur, what are the results? It's been a month. And then she said one sentence that I would never forget. She said, if the results are not there, I'm going to have to pull the plug. And I'm like, took me 3 seconds to understand, pull the plug? Me? Fire? Beep! It's like literally like, I'm like, ouch. So I really had to fight for my job to show the low-hanging fruits that we achieved and what we was going to do still later. But I don't want to hear that ever again. And that's why I created the Client Alliance. And I would never, first of all, say, I was going to say like, no. For fundamental structural changes, we might need months or years. Now, if you talk about low-hanging fruits, yes, we can do that. I would never leave the person leaving the room like that. So here's my draft of the first time I did that. I call her again and say, hey, maybe we need to talk. Let's align a bit on the expectations. So what is your goal, your main goals and wish for the payroll teams? For my coaching to be successful, how should we collaborate, me and you, and how do you want me to collaborate with them? And here, what is a big no-go for you? Something that you say, Arthur, please never do that. Or I pull the plug. That was very sketchy, very weird. So I created something better. And I also understood that I have to give my expectations to the person. It's not just the boss and the client saying, I expect this and this and you. I said, like, I also have expectations about you. So I created something about hard skills, soft skills or human skills, and big no-goes. So I already started telling my client what I really don't want to see. If you want to give a feedback to the team, if you want to give let's talk first, or like if you want to give me don't do that, this racism, sexism, whatever, like that for me is a big no-go. Even gossiping, even like hidden agendas, never do that with me. It's once and then I'm out. So it was already both ways. So yeah, also me with the person. And then I said, like, I think I need to step up my game. And I created this cute, fluffy, but very visual way of having this working alliance. Soft skills, like, is it great listener, patient, humorous? Is it like hard skills? What do you expect from me as an Agile coach, as a Scrum Master? What is the success criteria? How do you know, how are we gonna know together that I can go somewhere else? That I achieved my goal, because that's my goal as a Scrum Master and Agile coach, is to make myself useless as fast as possible. We plant the seeds together, it goes, it sprouts, and then let's go somewhere else. And there is a little bit of the 80-20%. 80%, with just 20% of the effort, we get 80% of the value. But at some point, we are like doing so much work. It's just like 80% of effort, but just 20% of value. Maybe we can jump out before. And also big no-goes. Please avoid that at all. That has been helping me so much. Is avoiding so much unnecessary friction. We are aligned from the beginning, and sometimes it's triggering lots of deep discussions just from that. And then you're, so maybe we have to talk deeper about that. And that is the client alliance. And ta-da! So talking about feedback, I really eat feedback for breakfast. I really appreciate if you can give me I think this one takes 15 seconds to give feedback. So I really appreciate if you can give me this one. You can scan. And this one is cool. Not all conferences ask for feedback at the end, but can be even deeper. So I ask you to give me feedback on this one. And you can scan another one. So you fill this one, please. But there is another one that is even more complete. How was this session for you? What do you think you liked about it? What do you think I could do better? So you're going to scan this QR code, and there is like just an input. It's called tools. You just type tools, and that is deeper feedback. I really want to know, because for me, I want to grow, step up my game every single time. And I know that you really feel hungry right now. For now, I really appreciate your time here. I really appreciate if you can finish that during lunch or afterward at some point. Let me count how many people are here and how many feedback I'm going to receive later. Thanks a lot for your time. Appreciate your inputs. And once again, interrupt me, just join me at any moment to ask any questions. I wish you a great continuation of the conference. It's one of the best conferences I've been to, and I've been to 150 conferences in the last 10 years in 25 different countries, and this one is pretty much one of the best. So enjoy, and wish you a great day. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming. I need to turn on my clicker. I always do this. Okay. I'm Sophie. I'm from Bonn in Germany. My pronouns are she and her. You can find me on social media. I will share the links later again. I'm most of the time a tester, but I do a lot of different stuff too. So it's kind of hard to define my role. So let's go with tester ++ or something. I should mention that I work for a company called Con, otherwise my boss will be sad, which I don't want him to be. We have offices in Bonn, in Hamburg, both in Germany, and in Białystok in Poland. And I also have hobbies, but hey, that's enough about me. I have been asked to ask you to rate the session, so here's the link. It's the same for all sessions, so anyway. But one thing that's very important to me is that I would like to start with a super quick content note. I'm going as you may have guessed from the abstract, to talk about mental health and mental illness, including but not limited to depression, anxiety, and eating disorder. Also, I will mention self-harm and intrusive suicidal ideation. There will be mention of verbal harassment, physical illness, in particular cancer. Still, the COVID-19 pandemic, I'm so ready to get rid of that disclaimer. But I'm also going to talk about war, which obviously I don't want to either. But that's enough. Oh, if any of these topics is too much for you today, I won't be offended if you leave, and that's still true during the talk. Don't be scared to disrupt or anything. If it's too much, look after yourself. I won't be offended. But I'm going to start now. And I'd like to talk about how I got here first. So, I'm a hypocrite. This time of year, last year, at this exact same conference, I talked about imposter syndrome. And I urged you all to make friends with your inner critic, to tame your inner monsters, to not hide behind a wall of perfectionism, and to chill, basically. At the same time, I was already spiraling. One of my earliest tells of going into crisis is that I desperately tried to be better, like a new and improved version of myself. I tried to take on more work while also reading more, but only the smart books, no trash, only smart things. I try to bike to work in every weather, have a super sophisticated 7 gazillion step skincare routine. And most importantly, I eat as little as possible, and I exercise like a mad person so I can finally achieve my life goal of having minus 7% body fat. So, excellent job on taming monsters. I feel like control of my life is slipping from my fingers, so instead I control my body, and I try to thrive on self-deprivation. Tried that? Didn't work. Gonna try again, probably at some point, because... Anyway, at the beginning of October last year, I gave this talk, or rather a talk with this title and abstract, as a conference in Berlin. And I did my whole thing of be kind to yourself, be mindful of symptoms, talk to others about your problems, get help if you need it. And I did absolutely nothing of that. At the end of October last year, I had the mother of all breakdowns, accidentally ran a half marathon just to make my effing brain shut up for once, sobbed until the sobbing made me throw up, and then finally allowed my family to take me to the emergency room of a mental hospital. I half expected them to give me a handful of chill pills and send me home after a stern lecture about sleeping and eating better. And instead, the doc told me he'd rather keep me there, and all told, I stayed for 11.5 weeks. Turns out I wasn't normal amounts of sad. I was, this shit has an ICD-10 code, and you'd better not handle knives for a while, amounts of sad. That's no joke, I wasn't allowed knives in the hospital. If you did the math, you may have noticed that the end of the CFP for Agile on the beach fell right into the time of my loony bin sojourn. I really wanted to submit, and I wanted to come back here, but I had neither the spoons nor the access to my computer to do so. But then Steve texted me, Steve Smith, and he encouraged me. And I told him, yeah, I would love to, but I can't at the moment. So he said, just submit anything you have. And as you can see, because I'm standing here, this one was selected. I got the acceptance mail while still in hospital doing therapeutic pottery, of all things. So yeah, that felt a bit ironic. Or maybe hypocritical. Or both. I needed a bit of really good, really hard thinking. Am I kidding myself? Am I deceiving others? do I still believe the message of this talk? And do I even still want to give it, considering that one of the reasons for my meltdown was that people, one I had trusted, one I had never seen before in my life, had used what I share publicly about my health to mess with my head. As you can see, the answers are, respectively, no, I don't think I'm kidding myself. No, I really don't think I'm deceiving others, at least not knowingly or willingly. Yes, I still believe the message of this talk, and yes, and those two people can go to hell. So today you get, you don't talk about that at work. Part 2, Return of the Brain Weasels. And that's a very long title to fit into a tiny box. So, as in the first version, let's begin with a bit of backstory. I had my first diagnosed depressive episode at, I think it was 21 or 22, paired with eating disorder and a generous helping of anxiety. But I had symptoms way earlier than that. I remember obsessing about my weight as early as primary school. But at uni, it got really, really bad. So my studies suffered along with me, which resulted in a way too long time for my diploma and a crap CV. That in turn caused me trouble to find a job, because how do you write in a cover letter, yeah, I couldn't really focus on math because my inner demons were eating my brains for snacks, but don't you worry, yes, I can hit the ground running, and I absolutely have what it takes to thrive in a fast-paced environment. Not easy, huh? When I finally landed a job, it was with a bit of gambling. When my not quite then, but now boss kept asking what went wrong at university, I told him about the eating disorder, but nothing else, because I thought that he might understand how that would take time to recover from, but he wouldn't think it would affect my work life now. And I got the job on a limited contract at first, so I kept my mouth firmly shut about the brain weasels. I thought you just don't talk about that at work, especially not on a limited contract. Not a good idea. Until one day I didn't not talk anymore. I had been at a conference and I was super surprised. I was astonished to see that people there talked about mental health in public, in a professional environment and everything. But it made sense to me. We are Agile. We're supposed to value respect and courage and openness, so we should be able to be courageously open and still be respected, right? So after the conference, back home at the office, back home and back at the office, I told my boss and everybody who would listen the whole entire story of my messed up brain. And I still got the permanent position. So at one point, I decided to do this conference talk, and I've been hopping conferences with it for a while now. So everybody with basic Googling skills can find out big chunks of my medical history, which can lead to problems, but more on that later. In the earlier versions of this talk, I shared 10 lessons I had learned from being entirely open about this topic. So today, I would like to revisit these 10 lessons. Lesson 7 will surprise you. No, it's not like that, I promise. It's no clickbaiting here. Let's revisit these lessons then and see what has changed and what has stayed the same after my latest flirt with a big crazy. Okay, nothing at all has changed with lesson 1. No, you're not the only one, and no, you can't be. Just look at the statistics, and then look around you. And I know that you haven't opted out of the EU, but I think the numbers will look pretty similar to this. So if you look at the statistics and you look at this room, how plausible is it that the mathematically speaking 7.3 mentally absolutely stable people that must exist somewhere in Europe are all in this room and all at your office and wherever you go? Doesn't make sense, right? Everywhere you go, there must be someone else whose life has been affected by psychological ill health, in themselves or in people near and dear to them. That you learn super fast when you start speaking openly about the topic. There's always, yeah, I know what you're talking about. But most people feel entirely alone until they find their siblings in arms. So we might as well start speaking. Second lesson, openness inspires openness. And yep, still true. Once I had started speaking openly about this topic with my colleagues, they shared their secrets with me. One even shared something that he said he had never shared with anybody at work, and he was really nervous to do so, but he said because I was so open, he felt safe to confide his story in me, and his trust meant and still means the world to me. He later told the rest of the bunch this story, and you can tell it's a weight off his shoulders. Secrets are like that. They're little tokens of intimacy. You always worry that you burden people with your secrets, but in truth, by sharing them, you also give a gift. You signalize safety and understanding, so the other person can share their secrets with you if they want to. And by sharing the burden of a secret and carrying half of both secrets each, the sum feels a bit lighter for both of you. Take that, physics. Now here it becomes a bit more complicated. Openness is a habit, not a character trait. The point I originally tried to make here was that I used to be super shy and anxious, so voicing my opinions in work discussions was super hard for me, especially when I needed to contradict people. And I thought that was just the way I was as a person. Born like that, always will be, nothing to change about that. But once I had shared something so personal, like my medical history, voicing my opinions about backlog item 8273 wasn't so daunting anymore. And the more I exercised openness, the easier it became. Exercise makes things easier. Neat trick, huh? So much for the original point. But it got to a point where I became a total oversharer. I had no filter. A thought would form in my head and come tumbling out of my mouth. And one kind person once told me that no, it wasn't that I was entirely filterless. He couldn't imagine me voicing an unkind thought. And that's true, I try to do that. When I catch myself thinking unkind things, I try to course correct before my lips start moving. But I did get a bit reckless. I had to learn the hard way that sometimes you have to translate your thoughts into corporate speak. It's actually not, stop effing patronizing me, I know what I'm doing. You absolute... It's corporate speak for that thought is, thank you so much for your input, and it is duly noted. You will find, however, that I do have the necessary expertise to make informed decisions on the subject. That's what you say. I learned that now. So the lesson stays true, but it comes with a caveat. Oops, wrong direction. Openness is a habit, not a character trait. But don't let it turn into a bad habit, into an addiction. That's not a good idea. Lesson 4, showing vulnerability shows strength, comes with a big ouchie. I've mentioned in the beginning that my public openness about vulnerable topics has been used against me. The entire story is long and complicated, and I don't think I can tell it yet without losing my cool. Just know that it involves lying, manipulating, and gaslighting. Not a fun experience. But let's get back to the original lesson first. It went along the lines of the following. I have always been a sensitive person, plus I have depression and anxiety, and I take things way too personally. All grievances, always. And when I was a kid, I was mercilessly bullied for it. And when I cried about the bullying, I was bullied for crying about the bullying. So as a consequence, I had a horrible conflict aversion, and I didn't want to face any conflicts. And sometimes that meant that I let people walk all over me. But guess what? Sometimes you have to face the conflict to resolve the conflict, even if that means you have to admit that you are hurt. I have been called brave or strong a few times over the last few years because I've been through shit times and I talk about them. And it feels nice. And it's true, I have braved storms. I've been through depression, cancer, horrible people, gaslighting, trauma. I've braved these storms, but that doesn't make me invincible. Showing my vulnerabilities and having them exploited was painful, horribly so. And it got me close to giving up and only blaming myself for my silliness of thinking, I can help someone by speaking. And I only had myself to blame. I came close to that, but not entirely there. It's on them for being horrible people and treating me horribly, not on me. They can go to hell again. So I will continue to accept and be open about my vulnerability. And I choose to still be open towards people and assume and trust in the fact that people aren't generally horrible. But I've learned a bonus lesson. Some people are just horrible. Beware of them. And oh boy, does this one stay true. Wow. Some people don't get it. They have never experienced depression or anxiety, and they have no idea what it feels like. So they will tell you to suck it up, buttercup, or they will tell you it's all in your head, which I have to admit is technically true, because my head is where my brain is, and my brain is where all the neurons fire all the unhealthy thoughts, like shitty confetti cannons. But that's not what they mean when they say it's all in your head, so not true at all. You know, I was released from the hospital after 11.5 weeks of intense work on myself, of going through my heart and my mind and my soul with a fine comb, of trying to unlearn patterns that I had learned in a lifetime of being me. I had lost like 5 kilograms because the food was so utterly disgusting. And I was exhausted because it was intense. I was so tired of everything. But there were people who seemed to think and under the radar voiced the idea that after almost 3 months off work, I must now feel well rested and energized. Like I had been on a Caribbean cruise instead of in a hospital for the perpetually overwhelmed. I've now been in a hospital for treatment of cancer and for treatment of a severe depressive episode. So I consider myself kind of an expert on the fact that the sentence, "be grateful it isn't cancer," doesn't make sense. It's rubbish. Both illnesses suck. Both treatments are draining. And both illnesses are potentially fatal. Don't make light of that. Some people still won't get that. So they give super unhelpful advice. I've been told to look on the bright side, to count my blessings, to just stay positive, more times than I can count. And I'm going to go ahead here and assume that people who say that also go to people with asthma and say, have you tried breathing? I hear it's really good for getting enough air. Because that's what those things sound like to me. It's not how it works. You can't just stop being sick and be awesome instead. But I also know that there really are people out there who genuinely don't understand, but are willing to understand. They have no idea what it feels like. Lucky them. And so to keep open communication going, I will assume blissful oblivion instead of a pig-headed refusal to believe, and still explain. So if you're wondering, genuinely wondering what depression feels like, I have to admit I can't really tell you because it's different for everybody. There's a list of official symptoms like a low mood, loss of interest, hopelessness, social withdrawal. And if you tick a certain number of boxes for a certain period of time, congrats, you're officially depressed. But there's more feelings and different feelings. And the lines between depression and anxiety and borderline disorder and everything, they blur. And sometimes it's just not feeling anything at all for quite some time, which is quite scary. And it makes even the concept of feelings sound weird to you. It's a whole cloudy mess of your brain going, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, all the time. Like a constant voice in your head telling you, nope, 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 I don't want this. And you can't even define what this is. And it's a creeping poison. It rots everything. Fun activities become exhausting. Chores become insurmountable tasks. Friends become scary. They become scary. A sense of irony becomes cynicism. And even my ability to laugh about myself turns into bitter self-deprecation. So no, not just sad. And even worse than the plain and simple not understanding is the understanding and then exploiting. I've mentioned the gaslighters enough now, but the exploitation of my vulnerabilities has happened before. Like I said, I have a tendency to overshare and to gush. And when a topic is important to me, I get all wide-eyed and animated. And apparently that makes me look like an easy target. Because more than once, men have chosen these moments to try to cross lines. One dude I talked to once about this talk, actually, about being open and living an authentic life, even with the dark sides of your life and your soul. And at one point, this dude said, you know, Sophie, I really like your openness. And I'd like to be very open now, too, and tell you about all my kinks and that I've been thinking about doing them to you the entire time you were talking. Gross, dude. Not as kinks in themselves. You do you, bro. But the way he just shoved them at me. Like he was a verbal exhibitionist jumping out of a bush and opening his raincoat and going, look at me, babe. Absolutely creepy. And it made me really uncomfortable. So sadly, still true, some people will try to exploit perceived weaknesses. Beware of horrible people. But enough about the horrible people, right? Let's go back to the nice people. If you feel overwhelmed by the darkness, look for the glimmers of light. They may not make the entire darkness go away, but they do give hope. So this lesson will forever stay my favorite. Most people, most humans are intrinsically kind, and they will want to help you if only you let them. I've seen that in action now so many times. One example that I like to share is how my back then still new colleagues. I had known them for like half a year or something. And they coached me through an entire flight when I admitted to one of them how scared I was. They were so sweet. They didn't know me, and I assumed they would make fun of me, but they cheered for me to make it through the flight. It was so sweet. Another example that I like to share is the story of this bracelet. It says, "Take your time." And I always wear it to conferences because at my very first in-person 3D conference, I had a blackout and I totally froze. And one person, a kind stranger, I didn't know her, she piped up in the audience in the silence and she said, "Take your time." It was so kind and so helpful. I'm not kidding. It helped me in that situation so much. I got back to the talk. It was amazing. You can see the willingness of people to help in the big things, like when there's a flooding and everybody rushes there to help. And you can see it in the small things, like when you drop a small coin and 3 people reach down to get it for you. Humans are pack animals. So they really want to help each other. And even if we didn't automatically feel helpful out of the kindness of our hearts, there's another factor. Helping others helps ourselves because it gives you a boost of these warm and fuzzy feelings. It makes you happy, and it can even lower depression. It's a scientifically proven fact. Lesson 8 is there's strength in numbers. You know, I know, sorry, 1 second. I know a lot about my illness. I know many of my triggers, my tells, my symptoms, and my coping mechanisms. The good ones, the healthy ones, and the bad ones. I know that it's good for me to sleep enough, drink plenty of water, get lots of fresh air, few caffeinated beverages, so far basically treat myself like a houseplant, to exercise but not too much, to eat healthy, and to socialize. I've learned to keep away from toxic people and from fashion magazines. I have learned that I hate body scans with a vengeance, but that there are mindfulness exercises out there that do help me, that don't feel like mumbo jumbo to me. I can recognize the early signs of a panic attack, and I know that if I act soon enough, moving about and box breathing will help me. And if the panic attack hits after all, I know, theoretically, that the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 exercise helps me. By the way, I will share a list to things that help me, and it will include all the breathing exercises that I mentioned. So if you're wondering what the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 exercise is, I will share later. The thing is, with all these things I know about my illness, that in the heat of the battle, I forget. And that's pretty normal because it's a panic attack, not a panic-friendly request, if it's not too much of an inconvenience. Thank you very much. And that's where other people come in. When my breathing gets shallow and weird on a plane, they can remind me to do the pursed lips breathing technique. But in order to do that, they need to know to do that. And conversely, when my colleague says, "Yeah, I really hate flying too," I can say, "Have you tried noise-cancelling headphones and fidget toys? They really help me. They are a game changer." When you start speaking with each other, you can start helping each other. It's so logical, and I still used to not see that. It's true, everybody is fighting their own battles, but that doesn't mean you cannot help each other. There really is strength in numbers. That also remains true. And super quick show of hands here, who gets the Lord of the Rings reference? 2 people. That must be a new record. Cool. Now, lesson 9 is bluntness uncomplicates things. Here, my original point was as follows. When I first thought about writing this talk, I was in a pretty stable phase. It had been years without therapy, without meds, and I was doing fine. It was like, healing is possible, and you can grow out of that, and I'm doing fine, and look, mommy, no handlebars. Look at me, I'm doing so great. But between the thinking about doing this talk and the writing this talk, two things shook me to the core. The first thing was this tiny little pandemic thing that we all went through. Remember the early days of the pandemic? You probably don't want to remember them. I don't. Remember the staying at home all the time, social distancing, giving up your hobbies, no hugging, and no handshake, no skin hunger is a thing, right? Humans need to touch humans. And then there was also the pandemic/depression chic of always wearing sweatpants. Ugh. It was a horrible deja vu of my first bad episode, and it almost Pavloved me into spiraling. Maybe I would have gotten through with some bread baking and sea shanties and positive thinking alone. Remember that we were all of us into sea shanties for a while? You too. Yeah, maybe that would have helped me enough to get through it. But because the universe was trying to be funny, I was right in the beginning of the pandemic in April 2020 diagnosed with breast cancer. Going to the hospital for surgery that would change my life and my body forever, and then not being allowed visitors there, was quite the double whammy. Hands up if you think there's enough sourdough in the world to fix that without the need for a bit of therapy. You have no trust in sourdough. But there isn't. Let's be real here, there isn't. So yeah, I went to a psychologist, had a bunch of sessions, but then I rage quit because we didn't get along, and I was too butthurt to find a new one. So, one thought before that, back to the original point of this lesson. When I still went to therapy, I was really, really glad that I didn't have to lie about where I was going every Wednesday after the stand-up. I would have considered that, because I would have been scared that people would think I'm crazy. But that ship had sailed long before, sorry. So yeah, I didn't have to consider that, but then I rage quit therapy and I didn't look for a new shrink. And then the problems came. I messed up. Yeah, sure, I'm doing fine. Nah, I'm not trying to run away from feeling my feelings. It's exercise. Thank you very much. Being healthy here. It got worse and worse until I scared myself with regressing to self-harm, to recklessness, and super scary, intrusive thoughts when I crossed bridges. And all the time, I put on a happy face, a brave face. The thing that got me out of that was my mum. She said, "Honey, I'm going to be blunt here. Do you think it's possible that you're having another episode?" And I was admitted to the hospital the day after. So that's another thing that remains true. Don't tiptoe around the hard topics. Be blunt. Rip off the Band-Aid. We're at the last lesson. Don't forget the oxygen mask rule. There's life lessons that I wish I could tattoo on my brain forever, but not literally, because that would be disgusting. So a few of these life lessons are: 1, life is short, eat the cake. 2, not my circus, not my monkeys. And this one, maybe most importantly this one: please secure your own oxygen mask before assisting others. I've read some interesting critique about this rule. I think it was a Twitter thread back when Twitter wasn't a hellscape by Jem Hill. It was about this one and its sibling, you can't pour from an open cup. And Jem wrote that they really dislike this rule because it could be read as you have to deserve self-care and self-love, which is untrue. You're worthy of those things even when you don't take care of others after you do. You don't have to retroactively earn your oxygen mask by helping others after. Which is absolutely true. I 100% agree on that point. But what I meant when I chose to include this lesson in this talk as a life lesson learned from the speaking is that no, it's not selfish and not self-indulgent to take care of your mental health, to take time and energy to preserve it. I actually used to think that it was self-indulgent. I used to think that treating others nicer than I was treating myself was okay, maybe even a sign of my selflessness. I'm forever trying to unlearn this idea. Because if you don't fasten your own oxygen mask before you help everybody else to put theirs on, you don't earn brownie points with the universe, you pass out. So take time to take care of your heart and soul, just like you take time to take care of your teeth and brush them every day. You deserve it, and it's part of your job as a fully functioning adult. I ignored that job for too long when I tried to be better without trying to feel better. The result was a nice long stay in hospital and a whole lot of mushy food. Like, do they begrudge people teeth in the hospital? What's wrong there? It's so disgusting. But again, I stand by what I said. Be kind. But also be kind to yourself. Okay, so apparently, all my lessons remain true, with a tiny little bit of tweaking and adding here and there. So maybe I'm not a hypocrite after all. I will take my own advice here and be kind to myself. Let's practice this. No, Sophie, you're not being hypocritical. You're not betraying your own words. You lost your footing for a while. That's okay. Healing isn't linear. A little bump in the road doesn't mean you have to go back to the beginning and start over. And regressing and reverting to things you thought you had outgrown doesn't mean you shrink back to a smaller size. It just means you have to be reminded of your growth sometimes. It's okay. You're okay. Now, why am I telling you all this? Why still? Because mental health matters. Always has, always will. We're living in times of crisis, pandemics, wars, economical and ecological crises. The world literally on fire, and rich people, a bunch of power-hungry rich people pouring gasoline on the flames. It would be easy to despair, to give up, to sink into depression. And I mean that both in the colloquial sense and in the literal sense, the clinical sense. The prevalence of mental illness is high, super high, maybe even on the rise. The science is a bit unclear on that because taboo, you don't talk about it, you go undiagnosed. So yeah, the numbers are high and we still don't really talk about it. And when we do, we often do it badly. There's still so much taboo and stigma and stereotypes about the topic. We still way too often say, what a psycho, when we actually mean, what a horrible person, what an unkind person. It makes you lonely. It makes people suffer in silence. either because they don't even know what's happening to them, or because they are ashamed or afraid of what people will say. I firmly believe that everybody who speaks about mental illness in a calm and open way helps. Because if everybody knew what depression is, maybe they wouldn't say, "You can't be depressed, I saw you laughing yesterday." Instead, they would maybe say, "Hey honey, I see you're hurting. Want to find out how to get help together?" And maybe they wouldn't say, "Pull yourself together, it's only a flight, it's nothing." They'd say, "I think you're having a panic attack. Want to breathe through it together? I'll show you how. Do this." Imagine how much less alone that would make people feel. I know I've been lucky, very lucky. When I opened up about the topic with my family and friends, at work, and publicly at conferences, I've been met with so much kindness and understanding and support. And sure, there are unkind people, even horrible ones. But the vast majority of humans is human. If there was a fairy godmother of depression and she granted me a wish, I'd ask for everybody else in the world to be safe and cared for and accepted enough to talk about it if they want to. If they want to. Nobody has to talk about anything they don't want to talk about. But if they want to, they should be able to talk about it. But it wasn't a fairy godmother watching over me. It was the humans who held my hands. And I like to pay it forward. I'd love to be part of the network of human fairy godmothers who hold people's hands and say, "Welcome to depression, I'll be your guide. You're not alone. You can do this. I believe in you. I'll help guide you through." And maybe you'd like to join me, join us. And we join by speaking, by having an open-minded discussion about mental health and mental illness, an open mind and an open heart. So let's normalize speaking about it. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I don't actually know if we have time for questions. I'm not certain. No? Okay. Okay, you can find me somewhere. I'll happily ask any question you may have. I'd like to share this, though, before I let you go. This one is the speaker feedback QR code. That one is a list of things that helped me. And the last one is how to get in touch if you like to get in touch virtually. So thank you again so much. See you later.
So I wanted to talk to you today about the tech talent gap. And whilst it's not directly Agile related, it is something that I think resonates with a lot of the organisations in the room at the moment. And this is actually an adaptation of a talk we gave a couple of weeks ago at London Tech Week. We were invited to come and speak. We took our robots along, which, if anyone remembers our sponsor talk last year, you guys were helping us code our robots live. And you can see them over at our stand in the exhibition hall. But we talked there a little bit about the tech talent gap, and that's kind of the talk I wanted to share with you today, some of the data, and then how we're working to kind of solve some of that in Cornwall. So as Gary so kindly said, my name is Nikki Davies. I'm one of the directors here at Tech Cornwall, formerly known, like I said this morning, as Software Cornwall. And for most of you, thankfully, you all know where Cornwall is. When I did this at London Tech Week, I had a show of hands and half the room had no idea where we are. Hilariously, we were also exhibiting with the Cornish Space Cluster. And when we booked the stand, we're like, yeah, we've got this collaboration, this is going to be amazing, like Cornwall are going to represent. They put us on a country pavilion. So we were there with Cyprus, and the Ukraine, and the Pakistan Technology Club, and we kind of were like, well, why are we on a country pavilion? And it turned out that when we booked it, the person who was organising the room didn't know where Cornwall was, and thought it was a country. So thankfully, you guys know where we are today. You've made your way here, so thank you. But most people do know Cornwall for its beautiful beaches, its amazing world-class surf at very small times of the year, and of course the Cornish pasty, which if you were around last night, you had sampled the best. But what most of you may not know, or some of you probably do, because you do come back regularly, which is awesome, is that Cornwall is home to one of the world's largest Earth stations, which is Goonhilly, and this one behind me is known as Arthur. And Arthur did the first transatlantic TV stream back in 1962. So it's really there as part of the infrastructure, and Goonhilly today serves as part of the all-important space cluster in Cornwall. But actually, it's still part of the global infrastructure for space data, and it's a really, really important part of space infrastructure, and it's privately owned. The space industry in the UK employs about 45,000 people. It's worth £16.4 billion annually. And what you may not know is that Cornwall has about 130 companies all working in space and space data within the county itself. So it's a massive, not only is it obviously a growth area, but for Cornwall it's a huge part of our economy as well. And we work really, really closely with the amazing team at the Space Cluster to kind of support that, and obviously teaming up with things like London Tech Week. We also run an event called Slushed. Now, if you have been through the startup world, then you may have heard of the event Slush in Helsinki. We found it a couple of years ago, but this event has been around 25 years. And it started up much like Tech Cornwall did 10 years ago. They started about 15 years ago as a small meetup for startups looking for investment in Helsinki in Finland. And now it's one of the biggest tech startup conferences in Europe. It's held in Helsinki every November. There's about 4 foot of snow on the ground, and they go into this amazing warehouse and completely transform it. If you've never been, it's probably the most, outside of this one, best conference I think I've ever been to. The production value of what they bring and the connectivity with investors, VCs, and startups is second to none. So if you are in the kind of startup space, then I would highly recommend it. What Slush do is they want to also support other communities, much like theirs began, with running slushed events. And this is something they started doing about 4 or 5 years ago, much like TED do TEDx events, Slush do slushed events, to help places support their local startup community. So we went through a competitive pitch competition and hilariously didn't get it. Liverpool got it. But Holly and I, not taking no for an answer, about 2 years ago said, well, do you think Liverpool would like to team up with us and maybe we could bring it to the UK for the very first time in a Reading and Leeds festival style thing? And Johnny at Liverpool went, hell yeah, that sounds great. And that's what we did last year. And I'm pleased to say we're bringing it back again this year. So I'll come on to a little bit more about that later. You guys obviously know of Agile on the Beach because you're here. And obviously this is one of the biggest Agile conferences in the UK and something we're really proud of and is really part of the infrastructure. And Cornwall's also home to the UK's first spaceport. So we were chosen out of multiple sites in the UK because we've actually got a really long runway. So we're not launching rockets, we're sending things into space via aircraft. So we need a really, really long runway. So our runway at Newquay is about 10,000 feet, which is the same length as Stansted Airport. And the good thing about Cornwall is because our airport is in the arse end of nowhere, it's very rural and therefore it's actually very safe to go and launch things because most of the aircraft takes off over the sea. So it makes it a really compelling place with the support of Goonhilly. We also have an amazing national drone hub in Cornwall, which again is not something many people know about. There's a dedicated airspace of around 5,500 square meters of airspace, and that's between 0 and 55,000 feet for a dedicated drone space. And to give you some context, if you've ever jumped out of a plane, you're jumping out about 10,000 feet, and most commercial airlines fly between 25 and 35,000 feet. It's quite a lot of airspace. So that's all taking place in Cornwall as well. So Tech Cornwall has been around for about 10 years. We celebrated our anniversary with a rebrand. Our community had changed. It was time for us to evolve with it. We know that software companies have moved on. We know that most companies may not identify as a tech company, but actually tech underpins a lot of what they do. Some of the companies you may work with could be retailers, they could be local government, they could be anything, but actually it's a lot of what underpins it is technology, and behind that is technologists. And so it's important for us to kind of recognise that and evolve as well. And rebranding to Tech Cornwall allows us to open our community, connect with more organisations that are here in Cornwall, and help plug the tech talent gap, which ultimately is what we do best. We're a non-profit organisation. There's about 100 member companies within our membership. That represents around 3,000 people. So it's quite big and it's growing. But what we ultimately were here to do is to kind of close the tech talent gap. We host meetups and events. We host conferences like this. This helps us carry on doing what we're doing. And I'm going to get onto our education and youth programme because arguably that's the most important bit of what we do. But firstly, a little bit about the tech talent gap itself. And I thought it a really good idea to talk about what it actually is. Now, it's probably not news to you that there is a tech talent gap in the UK and probably across the world as well, and certainly Europe. Cornwall's always had a tech talent gap. This is why Tech Cornwall was founded 10 years ago. You've probably noticed on your way here, there's not many people passing the door in Cornwall. If you pass the door, you end up in the sea. So actually attracting talent is really challenging, despite this being such an amazing place to live with a great work-life balance. So the founders of Tech Cornwall 10 years ago decided actually it was going to be really important to take a grassroots approach to solving this problem, and got together and launched this membership organisation supported by local industry that could actually go out and help young people get really inspired, show them that there's opportunities to work in technology on their doorstep, knowing that actually technology was going to be a way to help pay bigger wages and recruit internally. Now, you'll be pleased to know this is the most text-heavy slide in my deck. I'm not going to make you read anything, but this is data from, it was Oxford Learning Centre, who summarised a lot of the tech talent gap data in 2023. And I wanted to pick out a couple of key points. So the very top one, an estimated 20% of the workforce in the UK will be significantly underskilled for their jobs by 2030. This could amount to around 6.5 million people. Quite a lot of people. Then right at the very bottom, data from the Office of National Statistics revealed that the number of job vacancies between February and April 2022 rose to a record high of 1.29 million people. Now, that's really alarming, but there's also a lot of opportunity within that. So it's how do we develop the skills to fill those job roles? You might think, well, actually, this conflicts with all the information I'm hearing about massive redundancies in big tech. Well, actually, McKinsey did a big research study last year that found that whilst tech companies in the US were laying off a lot of people, 80% of the staff that were laid off found jobs within 3 months of leaving those companies. And the number of job vacancies still outweighed the number of layoffs. So we know there's opportunity. We know that tech is growing at an alarming rate, and we know that we don't have the skills necessarily today to fill that. So how do we go about responding to this? One of the other key points I want to pick out this is everyone talks about digital skills, but there's actually very little definition into what digital skills actually are. So I did a little bit more digging to find some more data, and McKinsey again came to my rescue, and they did a little bit of a study and looked at the key skills for data specifically between 2018 and 2022 to see actually what were the requirements on job descriptions that were being picked out, and what was the differentiator between those 4 years. Now, you'll see from this, Apache Hadoop right at the very top, within 4 years, the number of job descriptions requesting that as a skill halved within 4 years. And then right at the bottom, Apache Kafka, that was 1% of job applications in 2018, is now 16%. And you see that data all the way through, and this is just around sort of data science job applications. So this kind of spans across all jobs as well. And that is kind of what we're dealing with. That there indicates, okay, well, how do we skill up a workforce when the rate of innovation is moving at such a rapid rate? That's really difficult. And of course, our systems, universities, colleges, schools, cannot adapt as quickly as perhaps industry to fulfill a lot of these jobs. And yet those key skills are really, really important. We still need people with computer science degrees and backgrounds that have the core fundamentals to be able to come into industry and solve some of these problems. So I went back to the research, had another look at McKinsey, and in the same report, they do make some recommendations about actually what skills are we asking for within technologists. McKinsey found that ability and willingness to learn was actually the key skill that they needed in a person with technical skills to be able to come to the workforce. Now, a lot of the time, we label this as soft skills, and actually, I take a Brené Brown approach and label them as power skills. It's really important that ability and willingness to learn, this came out as the number one thing of all the McKinsey data that was required within an individual. We know, with talking to our 100 members throughout the last 10 years, and they're telling us that we can teach somebody to code, but we can't teach somebody to turn up to work on time, to work well with other people, to communicate effectively, to learn Agile methodologies, to learn how to do all these principles. We can teach somebody that, but what we need is aptitude and problem-solving ability. So how, when we do onboarding and recruitment, do we test for those skills as well as those technical coding abilities and software engineering? And then we know by delivering the programs we've delivered in our career switch programs and a lot of the training that we've done over the last 5 to 6 years, and working with our partners like Tech Women, CIC, who are a local amazing organisation helping to get more women into tech, that actually confidence and adaptability are the key skills that individuals are coming out with in these sorts of training programs that then help them take them into the workforce. So if we can create an environment where individuals have got confidence and they feel ready, even if they don't, most of them come up feeling like an imposter, saying, I don't belong in tech. I myself have gone through this. And actually tech, yes, it needs software developers, but it also needs creative people, designers, great problem solvers, thinkers, project managers, agile scrum masters, everybody. It needs people who are great with money, people who are great with people. All these skills are also required in tech. And so we have to get this sort of balance between, okay, how do we find someone who can problem solve and then create a learning environment within a business so that we can teach those skills that are constantly evolving and changing. One thing they did say was soft skills are difficult to build, replicate, and automate, yet they can have significant impact on the ability of tech employees to integrate, develop, perform, and learn. One of the other bits in the same research said that most companies allow between 0 and 24 hours a year in training and development, but if they up that number to around 75 hours per year for an individual, then their productivity rate goes up by about 79%. That's less than a week. That's less than a week of an individual's time to do some learning on the job that actually could have a massive impact on company bottom line. So how do we start with this? How do we close it? You might be wondering what Cornwall is doing trying to solve this. But like I said earlier, we've kind of always had this gap. So I wanted to share with you some of our experiences of how we're starting to close this gap and how we've been working with companies locally to try and solve some of these problems. So we've come up with 4 kind of key areas. Our first one, like I talked about earlier, is arguably the most important thing we do, and yet it's the one thing that we cannot get funded, and this is our youth programme. So if you know much about Tech Cornwall, previously Software Cornwall, you will know that we're in almost every primary and secondary school in Cornwall. We are doing assemblies, career carousels, careers fairs, we're doing workshops, we're taking industry leaders and software engineers, everybody out to schools to meet young people to get them pumped about tech. And to tee up with that, we then provide a work experience programme 3 times a year throughout our school holidays called Mission to Mars, which I'm on a little side on Mission to Mars, which you may recognise our Mars rover robots, which we took to London Tech Week, and several people asked me how was their journey back from Mars. And the programme creates an environment where young people get to experience what it's like to work in a tech company. They work through Agile principles and Agile methodologies. They run Scrum, they have Agile games, they have to manage a budget, they have to buy time on the robot to be able to test their code. We get them coding on Python, the robot's run by an Arduino, we get them working together in a team, and at the end they have to pitch their company that they've come up with, their values and everything, to investors to win time, and ultimately get the robot to run its way through a series of commands, and so that as it drives, it can't bump into a wall, it can't drop into a crater, and certain lights have to go on and off at the same time. We know, because we've been doing this now for about 10 years, that the young people who were doing it in 2014, 2015 are now taking up roles in tech jobs, in tech companies locally, and they are now coming back to volunteer with us on our youth programme to help that next generation, and this cycle has continued. Every time we do sort of one of these events, somebody pops up to me and says, oh, my son or daughter did that, and we went to one a few weeks ago and said, oh, I did your programme and it changed my life, I'm now doing a computer science degree. And we really believe that you can't be what you can't see. So we try and bring people in the industry and connect them with young people to show them there are really cool jobs out there, to challenge some stereotypes, but also get them really excited and show the applications of technology. We're going to expand some of our work experience programs. We're going to do more around environmental, some around space as well, because these are topics that young people really care about and they're fun, and we can make them fun and engaging. But we can't do that with help and support. So we support all that by doing lots of other things, and one of these is our Tech Cornwall Academy. So this is a learning academy. We provide digital skills and training to adults working in industry already, or those thinking of entering the industry for the first time, or perhaps career switching from another role. With our Career Pathways programme, we piloted a programme at the end of last year, and it was around, we called it Gateway to Tech, and it was a pilot to see if we could get adults with those power skills I mentioned earlier to help them career switch into tech by running an 8-week programme with a supportive cohort-driven community to help them find roles in tech jobs. And I'm pleased to say we had a 35% success rate in placing those adults with tech companies locally through that one programme, and that's something we're expanding now. There's also somebody in the room floating around at the back of the room. There he is, Ryan, who emailed us last week to say that he had just got a new job with thanks to our programme. So can we just give a massive round of applause to Ryan? Congratulations. So we know this works. This is something we're going to keep building on. And we've had several success stories in that as well. So we're trying to sort of expand on those. And with our Tech Cornwall Connected, we run events like this. We run meetups for the community. We try and provide spaces and places for the tech community to meet informally or at conferences around a theme, just to get those, much like we're doing today, get those minds together and help each other grow and solve problems as well. The last 2 days, I think there's probably a few people in the room that did this. One example is we took them through an accredited Agile course. So they were coming to Agile on the Beach. They wanted to get an accreditation in Scrum Fundamentals, and they went on a 2-day course leading up to this event, and we had 100% pass rate yesterday for the individuals who took part in that course as well. And we're building a pathway so that they can do a fundamentals course and then lead all the way up to Agile practitioner. And this is with an AXIN accredited course. So these are just some of the things that we're trying to do to actually help bridge education industry with individuals and the youth program as well. And by creating that whole environment with community, with events like this around specific niche topics, actually we find that this is working, but it requires a really collaborative effort and for walls to be pulled down between education and industry. But it does work. So when we started our education outreach back in 2017, for our Mission to Miles programme, we've had about 600 students now go through this. We've got 25 more coming in next month. And the students basically meet other students that have gone through it. And we're trying to expand on this as well. If this is something you think you want to get behind and support us with, or give us some ideas about other things that we can be doing with the youth programme, we're talking to some cybersecurity experts now to talk about ethical hacking, and maybe there's something around that, then we'd really love to talk to you. We're really open and we're flexible and we're agile and we can spin things up really quickly. Our key thing is like, how do we get young people engaged and get them into tech? So if you've got experience with this, I would really love to talk to you. And the Tech Cornwall team have got a stand in the exhibition hall as well. So please come and grab Rob. He's our education outreach lead. Is Rob in the room? No, he's still at the stand. Through our youth programme, where we go out to schools, we've reached around 21,000 kids so far. And this is only growing. We are getting knocks at our door all the time for schools wanting some support because they're finding that their geography teachers are also teaching IT. They are overstretched. And we want to be able to do more for them, but like I said, it's unfunded. But the schools are reaching out to us all the time. Yesterday, we ran the first ever Agile on the Beach youth programme. So if you saw any of our social posts, you'd have seen that we had 100 young people in the room yesterday, aged between 16 and 19, who were starting to use Agile in their schoolwork or thinking about their next career options. And we're thinking of how they can use Agile methodologies to back some of their decisions and help them become more effective, maybe if they're going to A-levels or further education. And it was a really inspiring day. And one of the sessions we did was, what do they think the future of the workforce is going to be like? And what would they like it to be like? We wanted to hear from the generation themselves about what they thought. And so what we're going to produce is some research out of that, using all the feedback that those young people share with us. And it was fascinating. It was things like, yeah, we want to knock off at 5 o'clock or get paid for what we're doing. Like, they really value their time. And a lot of it was so refreshing. Like, why have we been doing all this all the time? They had some brilliant ideas. And so it was a privilege to bring them in the room and actually hear from them first. So we want to create more opportunities like that. PwC sponsored that for us. So they backed that day and they were in the room as well to support those young people in finding their career paths and how they could use Agile to become effective in their work. Something else we do, because the tech talent gap kind of also requires specialist knowledge, is we do events like this. So 12 years ago, and Tech Cornwall kind of founded around the same time unofficially, Agile in Cornwall was only used by a handful of companies. And so directors got together and said, well, actually, how can we create a bit of a meetup to bring some Agile minds into the same room and share knowledge and understand how Agile can make our software companies more efficient. And this is what it's turned into. We couldn't do this without the support of this community and the people that come back time and time again and the people that go and tell their friends. So we're so grateful to all of you for being here today, for helping us to do that, because everything you're doing helps us then go out to the industry and support young people doing it. So we are a non-profit. Everything goes back into supporting our youth programme, and you've been a major part of that. So from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. We really appreciate it. I talked a little about Slush earlier. So the next Slush event, if you are in the startup scene, takes place on the 12th of September. It's going to be in Newquay. Last year we did it in Sailors Nightclub, which if anyone has been to Cornwall many moons ago, like I have, and partied in Sailors, I can assure you they've had a big refurb, and I did mop the floor the day before everybody turned up. So it wasn't sticky like most memories. But we brought a Slush vibe. We had a pitch competition. We had about 40 applicants applied to pitch. We had 10 through on the day, and we had one winner. who's a local young woman who developed an app to help parents who have got children with ADHD go through day-to-day tasks like getting dressed, brushing their teeth. And she's now had some grant funding. She's had some introductions to investors and lots of support from the local business community thanks to her time at Slush. We had about 63% of people in the room last year were either founders, budding entrepreneurs, investors, or VCs. Slush themselves, that number is about 70%. So we're gunning for about 70% this year. We've switched venues. We're heading to the Lighthouse Cinema in Newquay because we're going to do multiple tracks. The venue is more accessible, slightly less sticky, but there's also popcorn and slushies. So we were fully on brand with our slush requirements. So if you are around, tickets are on sale now. You can visit startupcornwall.co.uk, and there's exhibition opportunities as well. So if you help startups develop their MVP, then it's the sort of place where if you want to get in front of them, that's a really, really good opportunity to do so. I wanted to share, because I know you've probably all seen it, but running behind me at the moment is last year's highlights video from Agile on the Beach. There'll be another one this year as well. But this is still one of the biggest Agile meetups in the UK, and it's something we're really, really proud of. But we want to keep building on it, and we don't necessarily want to go bigger with the attendee numbers because we want people to be able to connect and really create a community. But we're always interested in feedback and how we can keep evolving it. What else do you want to hear? You know, we get a huge number of speaker submissions. Like Steve said this morning, we had 401 speaker applications this year for 50 speaker slots. That's amazing. And we did wonder whether we needed to be 3 days, but that's an awful lot of time out of your diaries, especially with travel either side. So, you know, our ears are open. We're a tiny team. I think there's 8 of us and a speaker committee. We can be really agile and nimble, but we can't do it without your feedback. So make sure you're using those QR codes at the end of the speaker talks to give us feedback on those. And also just either tell us or, you know, I think your lanyard will send you to a feedback form as well. Please tell us, because we will make assumptions otherwise, and we want to make sure we get it right. Like I said, that number is now 35% of our career switchers, and Ryan is in the room and can vouch for that. This is something that the next piece of this is how do we get companies to successfully onboard junior staff and get them billable as soon as possible. So we've got a few companies in Cornwall that are doing this really successfully, and that's one of the things we hear is companies, small and big, want to support new talent into the ecosystem, but they can't necessarily afford the time of losing a senior person to bring on that person. So the next piece of our plan is, okay, how do we almost teach that? And a lot of what we're hearing is some of it's business model structure, but actually how can we go, okay, well, here's 4 amazing companies that bring on junior talent really successfully. They get them up to speed and billable very quickly. How can we now teach other companies in Cornwall to do that? But we're open to sharing this knowledge, and we're open to hearing about it as well, because whilst it benefits Cornwall, we can almost pilot it here because we've got community, but actually we want to be able to roll this out and help other clusters do the same thing. So we've taken around 1,000 people through our Tech Academy so far. That's only going to grow. We're trying to really build on this Tech Academy. We've got loads of courses available. Some of the people that are speaking at our Agile on the Beach actually come and deliver workshops for our youth program and for learners as well. So if that's something you think you can help with, talk to Kaylee. She is in a red t-shirt, I think, today, or Holly, who's down here as well. Or to be honest, Gary, anybody. Talk to any of the Tech Cornwall team, because we have a roster of speakers and workshop facilitators who help us deliver training. We want to make sure we bring those skills in and keep creating that knowledge bank of information. So keep upskilling people and help plug that tech talent gap. So in summary, the key points, and actually I stole these from, there was an event in February, and it was a business science conference in Brussels, and it was called Hot Talent, How to Train for Future Tech Innovators. I think CERN were on there were some government officials on there, and these were their points. This is what the panelists, this are the points the panelists were saying, okay, this is how we need to solve the tech talent gap. And everything resonates with what McKinsey is saying, what we found from our research, and what we're doing on a day-to-day. And they said, foster interdisciplinary education. We have to pull the walls down between institutions, schools, and industry. One almost can't work in the tech talent without the other. So it's about how do we support universities, support schools, support young people finding their way into tech, and sharing that knowledge, and then making sure that they're ready for industry, or industry helping to influence curriculum and actually getting those individuals out there. It's a real challenge. It is hard to do. We are at an advantage because Cornwall's quite small, but we have piloted a lot and it has worked. So one can't really work without the other. So you have to have collaboration over competition. Oops. The second one was enhanced collaboration amongst industry and academia, like I've just said. Promote entrepreneurial education. This is why we brought Slush. Some of the people in the room yesterday, they're sort of 16, 17. One of the questions you asked was like, well, do you want to work from everyone? And some of them were like, no, I want to be my own boss. And so it's like, okay, well, if you could create an amazing work culture, what might that look like? What might your products be? Like, getting people to think entrepreneurially, if that is even a word, about what they might want to do and the problems they're solving. We're a room full of problem solvers, that's what we do. So actually, how can we teach those skills and create that entrepreneurial environment? Invest in research infrastructure. This is really challenging and not necessarily down to the clusters, but trying to, if you can't necessarily take on junior staff, what you might be able to do is help your staff go out and mentor other staff as well. Give them mentoring days, make those part of those 75 hours. Implement systematic change across the innovation landscape and ensure a unified approach to talent and technological development.
I'm so sorry.
My time is up.
I've got to do the James Corden thing.
That's fine. So yeah, come and visit us in the expo hall. We're really open doors, and hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight into the tech talent gap and how we're solving it. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Glenn Holmes, I'm the VP of Product at Case. Case is a test management and automation tool that allows agile companies to ship quality products faster. We've about 200,000 customers, ranging from really small 1 and 2 people organizations right up to very large enterprises. Some of them I can't name, but one of them is the largest media organization in the UK, who's going to be very busy today covering the election. Another one is the world's largest dating app. I can't say the name, but it rhymes with Cinder. So they're some of our customers, and that's who. So I'll give you a scenario most of us are familiar with. You're at the end of your sprint, you're at the end of your release, you can't wait to deliver that value to your customers, you're all excited, and then QA come along and say, hold your horses, we've a bug. Actually, we've a few. And it ends up being the conversation of, well, is it a blocker? Is it? Where does it affect? How much does it affect? What type of bug is it? And it becomes subjective conversation and a bit of horse trading, right? We're kind of going, do we release, do we not? And that ends up in two scenarios where you're either QA is blocking something that can be released, we're agile, right, we're lean, and like bugs are fine if they're not impactful, or you release something that has a major bug in it that causes a reputational damage to your organization. Either way, it's subjective, okay? The other scenario is that how many of us know exactly how many of our requirements are actually tested in a release? So, your 10 user stories, are they actually tested? We rely on QA to tell us these things, right? We kind of have this conversation. And trust is great, but it's very impactful if we've missed something. So at Case, we do remove that type of subjectivity from the release process, right? We give you objective information about actually what is being tested, what is being covered, what type of bugs you have and where they impact. So we full requirements traceability right from exactly letting you know, is there a test case for each of my requirements in my sprint or in my release? Have those tests been executed? Where, if there was any bugs, where do they affect? So it gives you objective and empirical data to say, actually, I know we have 5 bugs, but that's fine because they only affect these 2 smaller type of areas of our release. And we can either remove them from the code base or roll those changes back and release. So it reduces your time to market significantly. That dating app I've talked about, they've 60x reduced their time to market based on their quality assurance practices. Even if you're heavily automated, so because nobody really ever cares really about if your tests are successful. We care about failures, and actually that's the wrong approach to take. Because if you're heavily automated and you're running a regression test or you're running a full test or even a partial test, and you're successful, great, that's all I care about. But how efficient is that testing? So at Case, what we can do is we can analyze your automated testing and give you information about how efficient you are and how you can improve those tests to get to market quicker. So for instance, if you're an automated test, are you using all your threads for your CPU? Like, do you have unutilized CPU? That costs you money, right? And costs you time. If there's gaps in between your automated tests, if you've idle time, that's inefficient. So what we can do is we can highlight all those gaps and all those areas of inefficiency, give you information on how to improve it and reduce again, your automated test time dramatically. And in that case, the data app I talked about, they've gone from a regression test taking days to run to hours, 60x improvement based on the inefficiencies that they'd had. And that costs money. CPU utilization, if you're running an AWS or Google Cloud platforms, or costs money. So we're reducing your costs, getting you high quality software to market much quicker. And that's what we do at Case. So if you're interested in us, in talking to us or learning a bit more about that, we are on a stand outside. We've got the giant American-sized banner, and or you can visit us at case.io. So thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Cheers.
I am Sharon from Zoho. How many of you have heard the term Zoho, or a person's name called Sridhar Bamboo? Oh, all right, you've heard about Zoho. Is it because you guys came to our booth before morning? Okay, that's great. I was just asking. We are a company, a software company based out of India, and we are made in India and made for the world. So just before I jump into the product that we have, I'll just introduce you what Zoho is and how did Zoho become the big company that is there in India now. 25 years ago, around, let's say 1990, Zoho started in a small apartment where the mission then was to build smart and reliable technologies to help businesses grow and succeed. So right now, 25 years later, we have grown with 55 plus applications. We span across 150 countries, and last year we hit 100 million users. And also, we are a company with 15,000 plus employees who put their heart and soul to create applications to help businesses. Right now, as a company, Zoho, our aim is to build software solutions for companies and become the operating system of every businesses. So, as I said, we have 55 plus applications. We also provide our products in suites. So, any business problem that you have, we always have a solution in Zoho. So all right, just give me a minute. All right, let's talk about Zoho Sprints. So today, we are here for this event to exhibit our product, Zoho Sprints. So before I explain what Zoho Sprints is, as I already mentioned, that we build products to help businesses grow. And also, we build products for ourselves as well. So let's say we have a business problem, we have a glitch that's happening, we have a certain hiccup, and we always make sure we build our own solutions. So when we have a business problem, we make sure we build a business solution for us. And that's been our goal since day one of Zoho. And that's exactly how Zoho Sprints came into being. Since we are a software solution company, we build different softwares for different businesses or needs, let's say HR or let's say finance. We have software solutions for all of that. So as we started building softwares, we reached a point where we realized that it would be great to build our products with Agile methodology. And that is how we decided to build Zoho Sprints. So Zoho Sprints is a planning and tracking tool exclusively for Agile teams and for Agile businesses. When we talk about Zoho Sprints, we call it simple. We believe it is scalable and performance-driven. Zoho Sprints is very easy to navigate, to build your projects and to track them, to do your planning before you start your projects and your sprints, to track them every now and then, to understand the bottlenecks and to understand how your project is progressing. Let's if you break down Zoho Sprints, we can break them into three. We have planning, tracking, and deliver. So in terms of planning, as you all know, since we all are Agile related, you know what sprint planning is. So we start from a backlog. We help projects to break down into smaller user stories, epics, and then plan them, allocate resources to it, and time as well. And then we come to tracking. So apart from the normal agile reports like burn up, burn down, cumulative reports, we also have dashboards, which helps you to quickly go ahead and then see where are we with the project or where are we with the sprints or epics. So tracking is very easy with Zoho Sprints. And then deliver. As you all know, sprints run every 14 days, and then we believe in iterations and incremental delivery. And that is where deliver comes in. So Zoho Sprint supports to plan your releases and deliver to your customers periodically. So these are the three main areas that we cover in Zoho Sprints. And also we have tight integration with many third-party applications to help you, for your integrations, for your delivering, and also for any tech-related deliver that you need to do. Also, we have, these are the few customers. All right. It's okay. So these are a few of the customers that we have with Zoho Sprints. And if you would like to know more about the product, please do visit us in our booth. We'll be happy to guide you through our product. And I wish you all a happy sprinting. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I was already introduced perfectly by Chloe, so my next slide is going to fall a little bit flat, but that doesn't matter. Today, I'm going to be talking about Vikings with you. And woo, yeah, everybody loves Vikings, right? And I know you're thinking, why is that a relevant topic to us? We'll get there in due time. But first, a little bit about me. Who am I? So my name is Veerle Verhagen. I'm a current software tester. Took a sort of outing to Scrum Mastering for a bit. Didn't like it much, so now I'm back. And I'm a tester for Dutch Railways, and I'm a big railway fangirl, so that was really great for me. And then I started working there, and they were like, you can be on the bike team. Yeah, but I also love bikes, so that's fine. So Dutch Railways does bike sharing and bike parking. Those are two really big products for us. Has anyone in here ever been to the Netherlands? All right, big bike country, right? Yeah. So bikes basically standing around like central stations and smaller stations in the whole country were becoming a bit of an issue. So Dutch Railways teamed up with a lot of cities in the Netherlands to build these sort of bike parks. And it kind of reduces the problem of having just bikes standing around everywhere, because obviously that's an accessibility issue as well. You can store your bike safely and usually for free the first 24 hours. So my team builds the platform that does all those transactions. And bike sharing, you can rent a bike, it's really great. You can take the train somewhere and then take a bike to get wherever it is that you want to go. I'm on that team, it's a lot of fun. Enough about that, I get really excited about the bikes. So moving on, there's something else that you need to know about me in order to get this talk. And that's that I'm a part-time Viking. Yeah, I know, right? It is really nice. But I see some raised eyebrows, like, what does that even mean, a part-time Viking? What do you do? I'll tell you. But first, hands up who thinks I won this fight. You're all wrong, I lost. There's no chance in hell. All right, so what does it mean, being a part-time Viking? So I do this thing called historical reenactment, which means that you choose a period from history, from human history normally, and you try and relive it. So we wear period-correct clothing, so made from fabrics that were available at the time and patterns that were found in archaeological digs that show clothing from that time. We try and do things like historically accurate cooking, so no potatoes. And just sort of, for the duration of the event, you live the life of a Viking. Obviously, occasionally you go in your tent, you check your phone, but other than that, we try and live the authentic lifestyle. And then for me, the most important part of the hobby is actually not the reenactment of the life, it's the historical battles. So what does that look like? I see a lot of you. Are there any nerds in today? I see some of you thinking, like, is that LARP? And it's not LARP. We take offense, because LARP is theater for nerds, and this is combat sports for nerds. So that's completely different, of course. So what do? We've got these historically accurate weapons. They're not sharp, they're blunt, don't worry about it. So you can see some of them in the slide. So we've got our two-handed spears. We've got Dane axes, which are essentially really large axes that you wield with two hands. And we've got just small one-handed axes and swords. That's pretty much it. And the little one-handed weapons, you also have a shield with them, so you can defend yourself a little bit. The rules of the game are, it's not going to take much longer, I promise, it's going to be relevant. The rules of the game are you have to hit your opponent with the steel part of your weapon, and then that's them dead. And I see you think, oh, you just jam your spear into somebody's eye socket. You can't do that, the head is off limits. You usually agree beforehand on certain parts of the body that you can hit. Depending on the rule set, that will be torso, upper arms, upper legs, or a combination of those. So, you can do that in all sorts of settings, obviously. You can do duels, you can do little group fights. But my favorite, the best part of the sport, is line fighting. And why do I love this so much? What is line fighting even? It's what it sounds like. You get a big line of people opposite another big line of people, and you do the same thing that I described before, but you do it in a sort of team setting. So normally when we go to this type of events, you'll be there with your own club. So like you train once a week, twice a week maybe, or if you're Danish, you train like 4 times a week. They take it really seriously. But so you're with your own club and you go to this event, so you'll be with like maybe 5 to 10 people. You're there, and then you get like all these other clubs, and you split the whole group in 2, and so you're with a bunch of clubs on this side, and there's a bunch of clubs on the other side. I see some of you already get where I'm going with this. It's all going to be clear in a minute, but the astute listener will already get it. It's a team effort, and that's why it's really cool. That's why I love it so much. Generally, the short weapons, so that's me with my shield and my little axe, we defend. So we have to make sure that our Dane axe fighters and our two-handed spear fighters don't get killed by the others on the other side. So I defend, and then you've got the people with the longer weapons, and they try and take out people on the other side. Obviously, if somebody gets close enough to me, I think I've got the hit, I'll go for it. And obviously, you can also defend yourself with a spear. So we've all got our own specialization, but we exchange responsibilities and tasks when needed. And then another thing to know about line fighting is it starts like 2 lines fighting against each other. It doesn't end that way. It ends like this. There's just little groups fighting all over the place. There's dead people lying about. Not dead, just lying. So it starts structured, but it quickly descends into chaos. Now, as I said, the astute listener will already get, well, I've seen this coming miles away, where I'm going with this. But what does this remind you of, right? We've got cross-functional teams, 5 to 10 people. Everybody's got their own specialization, but we exchange tasks if we need to. We work together with multiple teams similar to our own to achieve the same general overarching goal. And it starts off neatly, but it ends in chaos. Anyone, what does this remind you of? Can I get a shout out? No? It reminds you of Agile software development, of course. What else? So obviously, like I said, there's a reason that I'm talking about my hobby today. Is not just to bore you with the things that I enjoy doing at the weekend. There's actually a super interesting parallel. I started in software testing about 7 years ago. I started doing this sport about 4 years ago. And I think there's a very similar sort of key to success. There's obviously multiple keys to success in all things, but there's one big one for me. So a little thing about my club. I know this is going to be on YouTube, so I hope they never watch this. But we used to suck. We used to be a bit rubbish. But then we changed something in our focus, in our training especially. What we did was we started focusing more on communication. So communicating as a whole group, but also communicating just with the people that are next to you in the line. And we noticed that it made a huge difference. So there's a lot of clubs that have got maybe really good dual fighters. So a lot of fighters with really good individual players, really strong technique. they will usually win in duels. They will usually win in what we call the circle of honor, which is where you fight one opponent at the time, and it's the last person standing that wins. They usually do very well at that. My team, or my club, still doesn't. We don't usually have a champion. However, what we've noticed is that in the line, we tend to stand strong. We tend to hold longer. We tend to win. We tend to do very well. So there's this continuous communication going on, which I think is the same in software development. I think it's not the teams with the strongest individual software developers and testers and managers. I think it's the teams that have become the most effective at communicating that usually do the best. So today, what we're going to talk about, I've got a few topics, because it's not in scope today to make expert communicators out of everyone here. I can't do that. I would love to do that. I can't do that. Instead, I think I've identified a few challenges that we all run into and a few solutions for those and a few small life hacks. And some of these you might already know, you might have been doing them for years, and some of them you might think, well, that won't work in my context, and that's fine. If today you pick up one thing that is going to help you, then that's a win. I consider that a win. So today's topics are some Agile anti-patterns, expectation management, which is very important in the line, and I think also at the office, written communication, which is a beast unto itself, and I think it's very tricky for a lot of people. What to do when there's nothing to communicate, or when you feel like there is nothing to communicate. And finally, the power of a war cry. And I can see some people looking nervous, like, oh, is she gonna make us do a battle yell? I might. Who knows? Yeah, be nervous about it. Okay, so Agile anti-patterns. I think a lot of people will recognize what I commonly describe as meeting purgatory. So you've got your Agile meetings, you've got your Scrum meetings, and that's when you see your team, either, especially if you work remotely, so that you don't really see your teammates otherwise. I think this is one of those things. Those are the sort of designated contact hours, and maybe you don't really see each other out of those. And those meetings, they're a bit boring because they're always the same format and the same people talking. All right, on the battlefield, what we've got is instant feedback, because if you don't give and receive instant feedback, you're gonna die. You're gonna be dead. You're gonna have to vacate the field because you are out of the game. Here's my friend Amelie in a bit of a struggle, and she will have called out something like, I need a shield, I need a shield. And that would have been me running over with my shield, like, oh, Amelie is in trouble. That's kind of the way it works. You need that really quick communication. You can't be like, oh, I'll wait for the next stand-up to ask for help. No, you need the help now, or it's going to be too late. This is obviously not one-to-one applicable at the office. I think we could do a bit more of this. The anti-patterns that I'm talking about is these ceremonies that we've got. They were intended as a minimum, but they've become a maximum. So when Scrum says, like, oh, you need to do a retrospective so that every 2 or 3 weeks you reflect on what goes well and what hasn't gone so well, I think the point of that was never, you have to do it once every 2 weeks and then you can stop thinking about it. I think that was intended as a minimum, and instead, we kind of sit on problems like, we've got the retro, that's fine. The exchange of information is restricted to those ceremonies, and also it is restricted to the appropriate ceremony. So if we maybe want to talk about a different topic, it'll be like, well, that's more for the retro, that's more for the daily stand-up. In my team, one of the things I hear most frequently is, oh, we'll discuss that in the retro. When something doesn't go well, when we've identified a problem, it'll be like, oh, that's a good one for the retro. And you see people like noting it down on a post-it, like slamming it on their laptop, like, oh, that's good, because I'll have something for the retro. The retro has become this session where you're sort of obliged to bring up something that could use improvement, and people are like scrambling for it. Like they'll write something down on a post-it, like, at least now I've got my post-it to put in the improve column, which I think is a shame, because I feel like the retro is potentially a really great meeting to improve lots of things on lots of different levels, and it's not really happening the way we're using it. On the other hand, we're also not giving people feedback throughout the sprint because we feel like, well, the retro is for that. The retro is the moment when we bring up problems, and outside of the retro, like we're not gonna touch that. I think one of the reasons why we do that is because it's scary to give people feedback, especially if it's what we normally consider negative feedback. So if we're trying to change the way that somebody does a certain thing, that's a bit scary because you're kind of telling them like, oh, the thing you're doing right now is not really the best, in my opinion, and we find that scary. So we tend to not do it, and then we stick an anonymous post-it in the improvement column during the retro, and that's that. We did our thing. Last year, I was here at Agile on the Beach, and I went to a really good workshop about creating a continuous feedback culture in your team. And I learned about this book, Feedback Imperative, by, Anna Carroll, always need to read her name, because I somehow can't remember. In her book, which is all about like getting that feedback quicker, she writes about the COIN model of giving feedback. So COIN stands for context, observation, impact, and next steps. And I think this is one of those small hacks that maybe you can take away after today and try and apply to your teammates. This is a way of making feedback more objective and less personal. So instead of saying, you are always interrupting other people and I am sick of it, instead of saying that, you could say something like, hey, this morning during refinement, I noticed that you didn't really let Jamie finish talking, and now I don't know what their idea was, and I think that's a shame because I would have liked to hear it. So maybe in the future, could you be more respectful when other people are talking? Or respectful is actually a bit of a judgmental word. Maybe we should say considerate. Well, anyway, I'm sure you'll figure out whatever works in your context. Either way, it's the context, observation, impact, and next steps. If you give a person those 4 things, it's less of a personal attack, it's less you. Your personality is rotten, and it's more, this behavior that I noticed this morning is not optimal. Maybe we can change it. So, summing up this bit, ask yourself, whenever you've got a problem, whenever you want to raise something with the team, sometimes the appropriate meeting will be the best moment. But do ask yourself, am I sitting on this, waiting for the next meeting to drop it? And if yes, could I drop it sooner? All right, moving on to expectation management, which I have learned is very important in the line and also at the office. This picture specifically because this was an event in April a couple of years ago. Nobody was expecting it to snow, and yet it did. So, hands up. Let's do a vote. Let's say 0 to 5. Your manager or your boss stops by your desk or drops in on Slack and says, hey, do you have a moment? How nervous are you with like 0 being I'm totally chill and 5 is like I'm having a heart attack? Oh, look, we've got a 10 in the house. Love that. Yeah, this is stressful. Why is this stressful? Why do we assume we're going to get fired? We're probably not going to get fired, but we might. And that's a horrible thing. Just for fun, this is something that a friend of mine had happened to him. He anonymized it for me so that I could use it for this talk. He was on a 2-week holiday. And on the last Friday of the holiday, so basically the last day of the holiday before the last weekend of the holiday, his boss sent him this invitation. Team update. Only 2 people invited. That was him and the even higher up boss. And it was only 15 minutes for the Monday after he'd be back. And there was no summary, nothing there. So he was like, it's tense weekend. So it got the potential to ruin a weekend. He got in touch. He was like, I can't do this. So he got in touch with his boss and said, like, hey, listen, any chance you could, give me a little summary of what we're going to be discussing there because I'm a bit nervous. And his boss was like, it's I don't know, something little, like, yeah, like we're swapping 2 developers around, or like you're getting a new tester, like nothing important. Put that in the description. If there's any managers in here, don't you dare send this to people. Put that in the description, because what does it really cost you to put 2 sentences in there saying what you're going to be talking about? It costs you maybe 15 seconds more. It saves you then having a stressed person on the phone later on that day. So actually, it'll save you time in the long run. And it's just better practice. Whenever you ask a colleague, do you have a moment, then maybe include what it is you want to talk about. As a tester, I was actually guilty of this quite frequently. I only learned about this a while ago. I would go up to developers and ask them, hey, do you have 5 minutes to help me? And they would be like, I don't know, help you with what? Is it really going to take 5 minutes? Like, if I accidentally dropped a table in production, or I just forgot to bookmark like a URL, that's a different afternoon, isn't it? So I had to learn this, and it could help some of you as well. If you ask a person if they have a moment, specify what the moment is for. Right. Expectation management is also very important in meetings, when you're organizing meetings. A good meeting needs a good invitation. I took a workshop on this actually a couple of years ago by Lena Pega-Nystrom and Samuel Nietzsche. It was called How to Make Team Meetings Not Suck. It was absolutely wonderful. If you ever have the chance to take it, I recommend it. What they said is too many people send meeting invitations without details, without an agenda, kind of like the example that I showed you previously, but instead of inviting two people, you're inviting maybe the whole team, like you're inviting 20 people, and none of them have any idea what it's going to be about. Monday morning meeting is going to be 90 minutes. I'm not going to tell you what it's about. You're just going to have to show up. You're just going to have to trust me. That's going to be worth your time on Monday morning. You know, trustworthy. What that meeting is going to look like is these two people are just going to be coding because they're like, it's Monday morning, I've got shit to do. I'm just having my first coffee, I'm going to be productive. That person, he's still down the pub. He was there last night. He's still there in his head. She's answering emails because, you know, she's got about 200 of them. That's the way weekends work these days. And then there's the person who organized the meeting, desperately trying to explain what it's all about. Already 10 minutes behind on schedule because, you know, the first 10 minutes were not meant to explain the topic of the meeting, and yet here we are. Good meeting invitations contain the following 3 things. Goal of the meeting. Also, the desired or expected outcome of the meeting. Why am I showing you these at the same time? Because they're slightly different, even though they sound similar. The goal of the meeting is more the activity that you will be doing. Are you trying to brainstorm new ideas? Do you have to make a decision? Do you have to solve a certain problem? Do you have to convince other people of something? So that kind of tells you more about the structure that the meeting should have. If you've got like maybe a work form or a liberating structure that is appropriate for it. And then the desired or expected outcome of the meeting is, once the meeting is over, what are you actually going to be taking away? Do you need a list of options? Do you need options to be eliminated? Do you need to have a new set of ideas to work on? What is it that you need? This will also help you determine when the meeting can be over. Normally, we allot either half an hour or 90 minutes to a meeting, and then we fill that time. And then when the meeting is sort of like over early, we kind of sit there awkwardly, or even worse, people tell you, I'll give you those 7 minutes of your life back. You're not a time god, you can do that. Having the desired or expected outcome can tell you actually when the meeting is over. If that is after 7 minutes, great, you can have your 23 minutes back. If that is actually we don't have the desired outcome after the allotted 60 minutes, great, maybe this wasn't a thing to be solved in a meeting. Maybe actually you need to do this in a different way. Or maybe you just need to tack on another 15 minutes or schedule another one. Either way, it tells you that you have or haven't reached the outcome. And then the last thing is, obviously, if people need to prepare anything, tell them that. Because these slides will be online as well. Unless you just really enjoy looking at pictures of slides, that's also fine. All right, from meeting invitations, we segue naturally into written communication, because I feel like written communication is a tricky topic for a lot of people. So let's have a look. Does anybody recognize this statement? I survived Amazing. Yeah, I see people nod. How about the opposite, which I think is equally bad? I survived a 20-plus email thread. That could have been a 3-minute phone call. I'm pretty sure I also got this from the workshop with Lena, because this is actually a thing that she coined. 3-minute phone call as a good substitute for a 20-plus email thread. Yeah. I love it how people always laugh at this, because everybody has been in this thread. It's even worse when it's not just you and another person. It's even worse when at some point you realize, actually, we also need Dave from accounting for this. And then Dave from accounting goes like, no, you need Sally from HR. And the emails start, you sort of start getting like, you get like multiple threads, right? You get the multiple branches. You need to get like Git involved to sort of get the main email thread back. The worst, the opposite sometimes also is true. So this is, let's say, the polar opposite of the thing that I previously described. You get to read a novella, and then all the way at the end, it's got the thing that the person actually wants from you, and you're like, did I really have to read all of that? 3 golden rules for written communication to prevent all of these horrible, horrible things. Add a clear call to action. This is a golden rule for marketing, but it also works for emails. If you want something from a person, make absolutely sure that they know what it is that you want from them. Be clear about that. Don't hide it in 7 paragraphs of literature. Then the conclusion has to go up front. I realize this sounds counterintuitive. You feel like first you have to sort of lay out your arguments, and then you can say, and that's why I need you to give me a raise. But actually, it's much more efficient to do it the other way around. So this is the Minto Pyramid by Barbara Minto. She wrote a book called The Minto Pyramid, Logic in Writing and Communication, I think. If you Google the Minto Pyramid, it'll be the first hit. She says the more logical thing to do in communication is always put the conclusion up front, because people don't have the time or the attention span to read through lengthy documents. So this works for emails, reports, if you need to write them. I do this on Slack messages because I'm a bit wordy, and I realized my colleagues weren't really reading them, so I put like a too long didn't read all the way at the top, and then explain in more detail what I want from them. So she says, put your conclusion all the way in the first sentence, and then you put your key points that sort of support what it is that you want, or why they should listen to you. And then all the way at the end, you put the details in case anyone is still interested. Probably nobody's reading by that time. So that's a super important one. And then the last one is use if statements. Are there developers in the house today? You love your if statements. Yeah. What do I mean by if statements? I mean that if you have multiple options to work with, it kind of helps to put all of those options in the email from the get-go and work with yes or no scenarios. So I say, Holly, would you like to go for coffee with me on Friday? If yes, meet me at the Sanary Bar at 11. If no, could you suggest a time that works for you? Because that way, instead of going back and forth, would you like to go for coffee? Yes. Where would you like to go? Maybe the Stannery. Okay, that's fine. What time? 11. Like, that's already 6 emails, and we haven't even had like come to a conclusion yet. So use if statements. So for instance, hey, coffee sometime soon. I need to read this from the screen because I haven't memorized it. Hey, would you be up for coffee and a chat at the main office soon? That's already 2 things. That's coffee and a chat at the main office. We already know where we're going to be meeting. If yes, I can do mornings until 11:30, except for Friday. Let me know. So that's already a location and 4 whole mornings that the other person can choose from. And then the other person only has to say, yes, sounds good. Tuesday at 10 works best for me. You don't need to confirm. You already know they're free. They already told you in the first email. Let's meet at the coffee corner at the main entrance because, maybe the headquarters is really big. Now you've already got the coffee corner narrowed down. See you then. That's 2 emails. You've got the whole thing sorted. It's perfect. Obviously, meeting for coffee is a silly example. We've all got our shared Outlook calendars and stuff. But this also works for slightly more complicated topics. Give it a shot. So, those are the 3 golden rules for communication. But I've got a bonus rule, especially for the AOTV audience. I do this at no other conference. Can anyone guess what it is? Yes! Yes, exactly. Know when to pick up the phone. Know when it's enough. Know when you're getting sucked into a 20+ email thread and written communication is just no longer the way to get your point across. Know when enough is enough. Thank you. Who was it? It's you. You won the prize. The prize is honor. Okay. What to do when it feels like there is nothing to update? When you feel like, well, there's nothing really to communicate, so what am I going to tell people? You know, that's in the daily stand-up. People are like, yeah, I was fine. I was good. No, don't need help. That's fine. I'm going to take you back to the battlefield because we spent too much time in the office already, and I want to talk about fighting. A runner is in the line fight when? I already told you, right? The line fights get really chaotic, and like it starts as 2 lines, but then at some point, like it just becomes little fights all over the place. Somewhere in between those 2 stages, you'll usually have the line at some point kind of breaking up somewhere. Maybe a few people in more or less roughly the same spot got killed at the same time, and either we're not quick enough filling that gap, or maybe we don't have the people anymore. We have no more reserves. Like everybody's dying. In that case, what happens is you can get runners. So someone, usually a small and fast person from the other side, runs through that gap in the line and starts attacking people from the back. And it's the worst thing because you don't know, like you're trying to pay attention to the fight going on in front of you, but you know that somewhere behind you, there's a person who could really mess with you right now. And it's the worst. And so we've got a really good communication system for when there is a runner. It's that one person who sees it goes, runner! Yeah, you're awake now. A runner! And everybody's like, oh, no, there's a runner, what are we going to do? Everybody gets super nervous. Usually one or maybe 2 people will go and chase the runner. And after that, who knows? We don't have a system for that. We still don't. Like, if anyone has suggestions, let me know. We don't have a system for that. So we know that probably someone's taking care of the runner, but we don't really know. So we're like looking around nervously, like, are they still there? They might be back, they might not, we don't know. Back to the office, back to the Dutch Railways bike team. Last year, we had an outage that lasted more than 24 hours. We were in the newspapers. It was a bad week for us. Yeah, it was really bad. And then after that, of course, you do your post-mortem and you go over the lessons learned. And we had to talk to other teams as well that work with us. And we had to talk to our stakeholders, and we had to talk to basically the people that were on call to take all of the phone calls of all of the bike parks in the countries where the people working there were super stressed out because they were like, nothing is working. We were like, we know, sorry. So we had our post-mortem, and then the most damning feedback that we got from people was we weren't being updated on what was going on. And to us, that was like, yeah, obviously, because we were working on the problem and we couldn't find a solution for the longest time. And then the next day we did find a solution, and then we let you know that everything was working again. And people were like, yeah, but we didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that we were working on a solution. They thought, oh, maybe they've all gone home for the rest of the day. We're like, we don't know. Nothing is working, and we don't know why, and we don't know what's being done about it. So that was stressful for them. And so that made us, we sort of made a new plan for emergencies, for outages like this. And it says in it specifically, at least every 2 hours, update this team, that team, those people on what's going on. And even if there's nothing going on, even if that means we're really sorry, we're working on it, we have no idea what's wrong, we don't know how to fix it yet, but we're working on it, that's enough for them. That's what people need to hear. So, quick sip of water. On the battlefield, this happens quite a lot as well. When it feels like there's nothing to update, but actually there is. One of those things is, listen, I can't protect you from that Dane axe. I'll be standing there with my shield and my axe, and it's my job to protect the person next to me, and I do that. But then I see a Dane axe coming from all the way over there, and my shield is on my left arm, and I'm like, I can't reach that far. I have to let the person next to me know. And this is one of those things that I was talking about earlier, we really train for communication within the whole team, but also with the person right next to you. One of the things that I need to let that person know is, listen, that Dane axe over there can't do anything for you. You have to make sure that he doesn't hit you because I can't. The opposite is also true. Don't worry about that guy over there. I see him eyeballing you, and I've got you. Don't worry, I'm on it. Because it means that the person next to me doesn't have to spend brain power worrying about that threat. They can just focus on getting someone on the other side, poked in the ribs. Another thing that's super important to us is we're still fighting, which sounds really silly. Why would you have to announce that? This is the sport you do. You're constantly fighting. It's really easy when I said like the line breaks up and you've got a little fight over there and you've got a little fight over there. And at some point, your little fight is finished. You're like, yeah, we won. This is great. Woo! So you stand there victoriously and then you realize, oh shit, right over there, at the other edge of the field, there's somebody still fighting. And actually, maybe they're not winning. This happens in line fighting where the last little group maybe has one really strong dual fighter in it who manages to outrun our 6 remaining fighters and somehow manages to engage each of them individually and wins. It's not unheard of, and it's super embarrassing because you were left with a majority and you still lost. Does this ever happen in software development? Who knows? Let's see the next slide. The equivalent, I would say, of these things is when you can't do something, when you don't have the time or the skills or currently the mental capacity to do something, other people need to know. You need to let them know. I can't protect you from that Danax. I can't do this thing. Because then maybe somebody else will pick it up. And you don't have to say that in the stand-up necessarily. You can say that whenever you want. You can say that when you encounter the problem. Another thing is, listen, I'm on it. I'm doing this thing. You can stop spending your personal biological CPU thinking about it. This specifically happened a lot in my team. We had, our current PO actually, for a long time, was really sort of overreaching. He had to do a lot of things that are not necessarily traditionally the task of a PO for various reasons. Like he was the most, he had been on the team for the longest, he had a lot of product knowledge that maybe the others didn't have. For various reasons, he was doing a lot more than you could realistically expect of one person. And so at some point we said, hey mate, listen, you're gonna burn out, so maybe we should redistribute these tasks. If you have been doing all these tasks for months, it's really difficult to let go. So in the beginning, it really helped him to let him know daily, hey, listen, that thing we discussed, you weren't going to do anymore, and I was going to do, I'm doing it. Because it meant that he also could let go of the emotional labor, let's say the cognitive load of remembering the thing, which I think a lot of people will know is half the task. Just remembering that a thing needs doing can really weigh on you. And just letting him know daily, hey, listen, that thing, I'm doing it, really helped. Then we're still fighting. You work as a team, and yet it's easy during the sprint when things get chaotic, when you're out of the neat line that is sprint planning and into the chaos that is the last couple of days of the sprint, it's easy to forget. You finished your task, great, I'm done. I can start doing whatever. You've developed your thing, great, it's in test now, the testers can do it. It's easy to forget that actually it's the whole team's responsibility that things get finished. And so I think we're still fighting. The equivalent of that is, does anybody need help? Or, I can't do this thing, I need help. That collective sense of we're still working, we're still doing a thing. All right, last thing, the thing everybody is nervous about. Am I gonna make you do a battle? No, I won't, don't worry about it. The power of a work try. When we're out in the field, we all know what it is that we're there to do. We're there to win. How do you win? You win by poking the other person before they do. You win by fighting harder, pushing harder, being quicker. So why don't we go in from the very first fight to the last one of the day, fighting harder, giving it our everything? It's because you can't do that. It's because you don't survive a 3-day event if by lunch on the first day You have been giving 100% in every fight. It burns you out, and it burns you out at the office as well. So you've got your sprint, and you don't try and finish all the work on the first day of the sprint, even if you think, well, realistically, that's how you get things done, right? You can't do that. You need to keep a steady pace. We call it a sprint, but we're actually kind of jogging. Like, we need to keep a steady pace. So, why am I talking about the power of a war cry? It's because sometimes in the line, you can feel it. You can feel like we've almost got them. Or you can feel, well, we're on a really, really good roll. We're doing really well. You can see the left flank falling over there, and you think, if we just push now, if we push here, we've got them. And I think the same thing happens in sprints sometimes. I think sometimes, if it's super important, if you really, really want that last feature delivered, if you think we're doing so well, we can probably do this if we focus now, then it's okay to have your little moment, to rally the troops and to say, listen, we are so close. We're not going to give our all, our 100% all the time, but if we do it now, great things are going to happen. On the battlefield, this might be your captain behind you, and he sees that you're doing great, and he sees with just a little push, we'll have them. And he says, 1 step forward! And we all repeat it because that's the way it works. You all repeat the command, and you go, 1 step forward! Or it might be just the person next to you going, okay, we almost had him, one more time, flip his shield, I'll poke him out. That positive encouragement works on the battlefield, and it works in software development. If you do this all the time, people are going to burn out. But if you do it at the right time, this can really help. And then once you've got them, once you've delivered the thing, once the sprint is ended, celebrate that. Celebrate that and have your little rah! And be nice to your colleagues and give them a pat on the back and say, that was a really great fight. Thanks for listening. Please rate my session. Steve told me to tell you that. Have we got time for questions? Yeah? We've got time for questions. If the questions are about the hobby, then please ask them during the break. Otherwise... Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I work with a lot of software engineers that are quite quiet.
Ah, yeah.
Which is probably quite common. Have you got any tips for how to sort of approach that sort of barrier where people might want to say stuff, but you don't feel comfortable, or sort of team building to sort of get into that?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, a really difficult question. I'm not sure I have the one-size-fits-all answer to that, but my advice would be try, if you can, to find out what people are comfortable with. So some people are happier speaking on the phone. Like, I'm one of those people, like, if people say, oh, can you jump on a call? Like, can we jump on a Teams meet? I'm like, no, I don't want that. Call me on the phone. I have one. Some people don't like to speak in real time. They prefer a Slack message, or sometimes people prefer, like, maybe just casually jump on a huddle. See if you can find out for each person what their preferred way of communicating is. Even, like, I don't know, go crazy, ask them, which I realize is hard, and I think a lot of people haven't really thought about what way of communicating they prefer, but I guarantee you they'll have one. And for some people, unfortunately, that is... I don't want to communicate, but you know, they're going to have to, they're on a team. So try and work out what way for them is least inconvenient and pick that one. Ah, yes.
So clearly, a lot of your points resonate with everyone. In your example here, with all of those points, how did you kind of get it so that all of your teammates kept that in mind week on week, so we didn't just forget? Because I'm going to leave here full of all these ideas.
Yeah.
In a month, will I have done them? How do I keep them in mind? How do you get your team to keep that in mind?
Unfortunately, the answer is I do not. I have not succeeded in getting a team full of adults to keep all of those things in mind. So part of it, yeah, no, unfortunately, that's the reality of it. So for me, it's I try to practice these things, and I hope that other people do too. But for instance, like with the good meeting invitations, I was really trying to sort of implement that as a way of working on the team. Nobody else does it. I'm the only person who does that. But I do know that people really appreciate it. And so in a way, I consider that a small win. But unfortunately, like, you know, trying to tell software developers and testers to do a thing, it's herding cats. There's no way. So if you can implement one of these little things, or maybe take it up in like the team agreements or the way of working or something like that, that's great. But unfortunately, like there's no way that you're gonna get a whole team of people to do all these things.
Thank you.
But good luck, and if you manage it, let me know.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Have we time for one more? All right.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to ask, the part where you talked about we're still fighting, like we're still in the sprint, we're still working.
Yeah.
In a team where I understand the concept, but I just painted the mental picture where you have like, you have tickets on the QA queue, right? And I'm a user researcher. But maybe I'm done, I really don't have nothing that I can help with. But I know that the tester still has stuff to do.
Yeah. I think a lot of the time, it kind of depends on how your testing team works as well. But I think on my team, definitely, there's often a lot of things that the developers could do to help the testers. So maybe if there's like just certain sort of standard tests that we run, that if we've got a test that like everybody knows more or less how the software works, like we can give them pointers and say things like, hey, listen, we need to run through these couple of scenarios. Could you take care of that for me? I think it really does depend on your team's way of working. And so maybe in your context, this just doesn't apply. I think it's a conversation worth having. So I think it could help asking them, like, is there any way that in the last couple of days of the sprint, we can help? And if yes, how? And it might not be a thing that you expect, but it might really help them. All right. Cool, thanks.
Thanks for coming. Oh, this is weird. I can hear my own voice. Okay. Have you ever forgotten that you're married? Bing, bing. Not very relatable then. What about your lunch? Have you ever made yourself lunch at home and left it in the fridge and gone to work? There we go. That's a bit more relatable. So my name's Trudy Ward, and today I'm going to explain to you why there's very little difference between forgetting your husband and forgetting your lunch. It's not because you're not hungry, and it's not because you don't love him, but they're not as different as it sounds. I forgot to pick the thing up. There we go. So what is neuro-inclusion? I stole this quote. If it's yours, I apologise, but I can't find the source. But it sums up what neuro-inclusion is. It's the cohabitation of neurodiversity. My husband and I are both neurodiverse. He also knows that when I'm fed, the chaos that pervades my every waking moment is somewhat calmer. Even though he knows that for me, food is boring. I never feel hungry, and unless it's right in front of me, I will consistently forget to eat. Out of sight is out of mind is a real thing. It's called object permanence, and it doesn't just apply to objects. I work away a lot. I also lock myself in rooms to escape or create or just plain hide. And because I'm focusing on other things, I often forget that my husband exists until he brings me some food. Because he knows that I'll forget him for longer unless I eat. So what he started to do, and why this talk is called Keys in the Fridge, is he started making me lunch, so I wouldn't forget him during the day, possibly. But I would always forget to take my lunch to work. So he's ever the problem solver. Took my car keys off me, put my car keys on top of my lunchbox in the fridge. This picture is from my fridge. Can't tell you how glad I was that day that I took that picture that the fridge was clean. But this is neuro-inclusion. This is working together to set each other up for success. He does that for me, and I do that for him in ways that he's asked me not to share with you. It's collaboration, acceptance, care, and patience that we all need to cohabit in this world and contribute to it in a meaningful and fulfilling way. So why is it important? I mean, it probably sounds quite obvious from what I've said so far. Making sure people eat is, kind of essential, really. But I think it's important because I think it's time that we stop talking about neurodiversity. I think we've reached the point with neurodiversity now where awareness is growing. Some people have diagnoses, some are self-diagnosed, some are curious about how their brains work. And that's where neuroinclusion comes in, because it's less focused on those labels that some of us really struggle to get. I'm 42, I'm female. I cannot get a diagnosis on the NHS because I don't fit their boxes. But every screening test I've done, every conversation I've had with a psychologist, they give me another label. I've got a nice collection growing. I'll tell you all about them if you're interested. But my husband doesn't support me because I have ADHD or because I'm autistic. He does it because he cares and he wants to see me succeed. Brains are really interesting because they're just a grey, squishy mass that we carry around in our heads. And that's as far as they go in terms of similarities. How they develop, how they change as you grow up and you go through life, you learn more stuff, you have some trauma, you experience some things. Your brain changes every single day. Your brains are changing now. I think that's really cool. But it doesn't make one brain less than another brain. It doesn't make any brain typical other than in that grey, squishy mess that we carry in our skulls. Neurodivergence is innate. I'm not here to say that everyone has got autism or has got ADHD. I'm not invalidating anybody's diagnoses because they are so crucial to understanding ourselves in some contexts. They're not available to everyone. Having a diagnosis when you talk about neurodivergence is a privilege and a powerful one. But it's not possible for the human race to not be neurodivergent. We can't be all the same. We can't think all the same. Society would love us to. It'd make life so much easier if we all just followed the same thing. The election today, we'd all just follow the same way and just, get on with it and just carry on. But that's not how we work. That's why we have discourse. That's why we change things. The word neurodiversity was developed in the 70s, I think, to promote neurotypes that were in a minority. And it worked really well up until recently. And I think this is correlated with lockdown. The more of us that understood more about neurodiversity when the world stopped and allowed us to think about that thing, the more awareness grew, the more we saw our children struggle in different circumstances, the more we saw our work colleagues struggle in different circumstances or thrive in different work circumstances. Why were some people doing so well and some people weren't? Because neurodivergence is innate. We are all different. Excuse me a sec, I will drink a lot of water. I'm not going to go into the medical stuff very much, but our brains are part of our nervous systems. We all have them. If we didn't, we wouldn't be awake, we wouldn't be walking, we wouldn't be thinking, we wouldn't be drinking, we wouldn't be doing anything. And our nervous systems are incredibly clever systems. They know how to keep us safe. And at this point, I'd like to tell you a story about why neuroinclusion is so important to me. Lockdown saved my life. Genuinely. I don't think I'd be here unless the world had stopped in the way that it did, at the time that it did. I'd lived with chronic pain for 10 years. I'd been told that my pain was incurable and that my quality of life was entirely dependent on the cocktail of extremely scary drugs that the doctors had prescribed for me. And I was told to enjoy the small glimmers that I could get in life and live with it. I was 36 when I got that news. I had a 6-year-old. That wasn't okay with me. But that's what I was told. I started to process this. I started to grieve the life that I was losing. And then lockdown hit out of nowhere. That was cool. Not. But I couldn't get my prescription. So I started to panic. What do? I haven't got my drugs. When's the pain going to hit? When am I going to get worse? When am I going to spiral? So I spaced out my medication. I took them slower to hopefully get me through this. And the pain didn't come. And then I ran out of medication. And the pain still didn't come. It wasn't there. Because my nervous system and my body, my brain, was finally listening to the threat that it had been under for decades up until that point. My entire life had been building up to the culmination of chronic pain, to incurable pain that went away when the world stopped. And that's how lockdown saved my life. When my brain, my body started cohabiting, started working together, not to try and highlight the danger that my brain thought I was in anymore, but to maintain the healthy status quo that we'd reached, that stopping had allowed me to regain my regulated nervous system. I haven't had any pain for 4 years, and that's quite astonishing, actually. I'm still getting used to that. But after decades and decades of learning that my brain, of forcing my brain to do things that it wasn't geared up to do, I started learning instead what was making it happy and what generated good feelings instead of the negative ones, and instead of perpetuating those loops. Now, there's 2 major models of disability in sort of theory of how it impacts people in their lives. Now, the medical model of neurodivergence is a very pathological model. But through all of the treatments I had as I was in pain, and I had multiple surgeries, I'm talking probably 10 surgeries to try and figure out what this pain was, all in my head. Because the pain was in my head, you know. That was the other thing the doctors said. I'd forgotten that until that very moment. And so many MRI scans that I can now fall asleep quite contentedly in an MRI machine. I find it really soothing. Not a single doctor mentioned the fact that my nervous system could be causing my pain, that being burned out from neurodivergent burnout, from overwhelm, could be causing pain. It's an emerging field of research. There's stuff coming out all the time about it now, but I'm going back 10 years. Nobody knew. Nobody knew. Or if they did know, they weren't talking about it. But the over-pathologization, that's hard to say, of neurodivergence means that when you get a diagnosis or you join enough dots and you figure out that for yourself that you have some neurodivergent needs, you're all of a sudden broken. The system views you as incomplete or something to fix. They throw medicine at you, or they throw CBT at you. If you're lucky, you're not guaranteed to get any help. I'm really interested, if anybody is interested, if anybody's open, there's no pressure whatsoever. But if you have a diagnosis, did your world change the day after? Was it the validation that made the difference? No? Did you get extra support?
No. I thought everybody's brain was like that. So I was suddenly shocked and realised that actually that burnout was something I was experiencing. Just one coping mechanism.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for sharing. So once you get your diagnosis or you figure it out for yourself, you get these labels of dysfunction. and years of trying to integrate into a world that wasn't made for you, you now get a load of guilt. They throw some guilt at you because you still don't fit. You've got your label, go away. You've got your explanation for why things are difficult for you, off you go and figure it out. Especially if you're an adult. There isn't any real support. So the cycle perpetuates of guilt, moving into fitting in, moving into more burnout. And then you discover the social model of disability, which is really, really key, actually, to understanding how disability and society actually integrate. It's a really accurate model because it talks about how your environment disables you, not your disability, how society is geared up to influence you in a negative way. But it's also flawed. It focuses on lack. It focuses on deficit. It's still using the premise that there's such a thing as normal. I don't believe there is such a thing as normal. What if there's another way? So why am I talking about neuroinclusion? So like I said at the top of the talk, I don't have a formal diagnosis. I am way too old and way too female to achieve that on the NHS. I also don't want to pay £3,000 for a piece of paper that tells me what I've already learned about myself. I paid a fortune for an undergraduate degree 10 years ago because somebody told me I ought to, but it didn't make me any better at my job. It just left me in masses of debt. That's unhelpful. But what understanding neurodiversity gave me, or my own neurodiversity, was a framework for all the things that have happened to me in my life and helped me understand those. It's that validation piece I mentioned a moment ago. Because I was expelled when I was 12 and told I wouldn't amount to anything. I was disciplined in a data entry job because I was outperforming the rest of the team. My mum was called a liar in a doctor's waiting room for having a conversation with me when I was 18 months old. The receptionist was convinced that Mum was talking to herself and would not accept that she was speaking to an 18-month-old child. And I've got friends in the audience, they'll know how flaky I am. So maintaining friendships has always been a tricky one. But through understanding me better and building a lot of knowledge and working with neurodivergent individuals and talking to people and being open about it and embracing everything about myself, that's why I'm here today. I'm advocating for neuroinclusion as an alternative way of managing, awful word, neurodiversity. It's about supporting everyone in every single context. And as for amounting to nothing, I'm proud to announce and commit on this stage that my PhD will be submitted by Christmas. Because, as I said, I believe there's another way. And for me, it's linked to psychological safety. And this is the sage advice bit of the talk. This is the wisdom. So fitting in isn't safe. We're taught at school that fitting in is the safest thing that we can do. Don't stand out. Don't be unusual. Fitting in is dangerous. Standing out is dangerous. So we learn to mask our individuality. We emulate behaviours that aren't ours. We pick up language that we don't even say because that's what everyone else is saying. But it doesn't equate to safety for our nervous systems because our nervous systems know who we are, the real us, the real me, the real you. Fitting in is the only guaranteed way to lose contact with yourself. And it's a pretty much guaranteed route to burnout and pain. Our nervous systems, as I said earlier, are really clever, but they're also agile. in every meaning of the word. They react and they adapt and they iterate. If we aren't paying attention to what our nervous system is telling us, then it will try harder to get your attention. If your sleep pattern is poor for long enough, but you don't do anything about that, your nervous system will send you a migraine and say, oi, stop. And if you don't pay attention to the migraine, it will send you some back pain. And if you don't pay attention to the back pain, it will send you a sore throat. If you don't pay attention to the sore throat, it will send you something else. And it will keep going, and it will ramp it up until you end up in chronic pain and on a cocktail of drugs that I can't even explain to you if I wanted to. I remember having a ketamine infusion and thinking, I'm not a horse. But, that's how serious this stuff gets. But that's called dysregulation. So when your nervous system is sending you all these repeated signals and boom, 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 please pay attention, please stop, please do this, please change something about your environment, that's dysregulation. That is when your brain and your body are not working together. But used wisely, dysregulation is information. You can learn from it. If you pay attention to when your body and your brain aren't feeling right, you can do something about it. Today, Agile on the Beach is my favourite conference. I never miss it unless I have COVID, which was the only time I've missed it. And I love it for so many reasons that I don't need to talk about right now. But I haven't been to any talks today. I went to a workshop and sat quietly because I was overwhelmed, because I knew I was doing this. I wanted to prepare, I wanted to be my best self for this talk. So I've hidden in the green room. Thanks, guys. But that was me listening to what my body needed so I could be here and be the best me right now. And actually, I've been terrified about this all week, and I'm loving it, so yay! What dysregulation does is remove our ability to make choices about how we want to react to a situation. When we are dysregulated, and when it's at its worst and we're entering into meltdown, we have no control over that. It's uncontrollable, it's spontaneous sometimes. All it takes is one more thing. Could be a fire alarm going off or someone having an irritating ringtone. But that's all you need to tip over into a meltdown. But if you're listening and you're paying attention and you're learning from your dysregulation, you can regain your regulated state. Because all being regulated means is that we have the ability to choose our reaction in the moment. Whether that's removing ourselves and hiding in the green room for the day, or whether it's putting our noise-cancelling headphones on in the office and trying something different. It's the ability to make choices that work for us. So I have a theory. It's unverified, except anecdotally, I suppose, about building trust and building psychological safety. And I believe that it requires somebody to go first, especially in systems or in teams or in organisations where you are in a low safety environment to start with. Somebody has to go first. I don't know if any psychological safety researchers would agree with me on that, because it's just a theory and just something that I've noticed. But I've been testing it in my new role, and I've been going first. I've been stepping into teams with low safety. You can see it a mile off because they don't ask why, they just follow the process. They don't think about why they're doing it. They're invested in doing the best that they can, but following things in the way that they know is safe. So I've been going first in those spaces. I've been sharing what works and what doesn't. And it's actually going really well. I'm seeing people come forward and actually want to talk to me. They want to do more work with me because they trust me, because I've been honest, because I've been vulnerable and honest. And it takes a lot of courage to be that vulnerable, to be the one that goes first. And I'm certainly not suggesting that you all go out there tomorrow or Monday and go first unless you are in that really, really regulated position. Your nervous system has to be solid if you are going to try and be vulnerable in an honest and authentic way. But being vulnerable, as I said, takes courage, but it soon becomes a habit. It's difficult not to do. When I checked in yesterday and the lady handed me a map, the panic that struck me, I can't read a map. My God, that's the scariest thing. I was like, please just point me in the right direction. She was lovely. She just accepted it. It's just how I was different and how I needed something. But I can't help it now. It's just who I am. But performative vulnerability doesn't work. You have to be honest with it. You cannot fake it until you make it with vulnerability if you want it to be effective. The power of vulnerability is in its authenticity and honesty. Have any of you ever said to a client, to a boss, to someone that has influence over you that you want to impress, I don't know, when they've asked you a question? Can you remember how it felt the first time you did that? Bit of terror? How did it feel the second time? Yeah? You soon get used to being that brave. You've just got to do it once. And it really does make a difference. And this is why I think someone has to go first, because someone has to demonstrate what is possible. So if you take the time to heal and nurture your own nervous system and get you into a place where you can support those around you to do the same, you're not going to heal other people, because healed people don't heal people. They create the conditions that people need to heal, because they understand what the space needs to look like. And that, for me, is, as leaders, is what we need to be aiming for. Just as in an Agile team, the lead role isn't to direct. It's not to point things, instruct. It's to create those conditions for the team to contribute effectively and collaboratively. This is just the internal work that you need in order to make that effective on a larger scale. The cognitive diversity that can emerge from using this at a team level, though, is really, really powerful. Because the diversity of thought that we know we need for innovation, for problem solving, just for general positivity, needs to come from somewhere, and it doesn't come from nowhere. You have to create the space for it to emerge. Some people need the common goal, they need the project, they need the task list, they need to know where they're going, and they derive their purpose and their safety from that. Others, they need the human connection first. I wonder why those things are kept separate. I wonder why we have human in the pool room and work in the office. It doesn't make sense to me. Why aren't we doing those things all at the same time? Because building that collective understanding and that safety around knowing that we all think differently, if there's any cognitive dissonance, sorry, I didn't know it did that. Learn something every day. There we go. If there's any cognitive dissonance existing in the team, it will come out. You'll know about it. So you'll be able to do something with it. And you can do something positive with cognitive dissonance. It doesn't all have to be about correcting things. It can be it's just another way of looking at things. It's joining the dots when somebody doesn't understand something. Right, so that's the lecture bit over. Oh, this is crashed now. Oh, wonderful. I love tech. There we go. So, stereotypes and shifting narratives when it comes to how we think about how we think, frankly, is what I'm getting at here. We need to address it from multiple directions. It's not all about healing our nervous systems. That's just one really important, really key part of how we improve neurodiversity and neuroinclusion in the workplace, but in society generally. We can't overlook the fact that we do live in a society that isn't geared towards neuroinclusion right now. It isn't geared towards any models of collaborative care and support unless we do it ourselves in our teams, in our organisations. The idea of bringing your whole self to work is still very much rooted in what can we get out of you? What are you going to give us? And we need to widen this view. It's not just about generating revenue. To increase productivity, we need to stop ignoring that we're human. I've worked in HR for over 20 years, and for over 20 years, every time I say the phrase human resources, I get the ick. Ugh. I even don't like the trend that we're in at the moment of moving towards people professionals, because that's not authentic either. The profession just hasn't caught up yet. We're not there in terms of understanding how best to close the gap between the human and the resource needs. But that's a whole different talk. For today, we're going to challenge some neurodiversity stereotypes, and I'm really sorry about this one, but it's not a superpower. Believe me, I'd love it to be, but it is more like kryptonite. The superpower narrative is my least favourite of the neurodiversity paradigms that you'll come across, because I believe it is dehumanising and it ignores everything about being neurodiverse and zeroes in on what we can get and what we can take from the neurodiverse community, what we can be used for. Yep, do you know what? My pattern recognition skills are off the charts, but I can't tell the time. I don't know how long I've been talking or how much longer I've got to go. I don't know if I've got enough content to fill 45 minutes. I've no idea. You tell me which you'd rather have. Pattern recognition skills or the ability to tell the time? It's a trade-off. We all have them. This one is hard to refute because it's true. Some autistic people have no empathy. Some neurotypical people have no empathy. Frankly, I'd argue that more neurotypical people have no empathy. But again, different talk. A lot of autistic or neurodiverse people experience something called alexithymia. And I'm never sure whether I'm saying that right, so if there are any specialists in the room, please correct me. Alexithymia is a difficulty in understanding and expressing your own emotional state. So if you don't understand your own emotions and you can't figure out what's going on in your own body and in your own head, how are you going to infer what somebody else has got going on? Especially when you also have communication differences from a neurotypical. You may have different social skills from a neurotypical, if indeed there's such a thing. How are you going to display empathy in a way that that person is going to understand it? It's short-sighted, but it all does appear because it doesn't, to show no empathy, because it doesn't fit what we expect. Now, this is something that I'm asked by managers all the time, working with neurodiverse people. And for me, there are two answers. The first one is, how are you giving that feedback? Examine your own feedback structures. Is it timely? Is it genuine? Is it aligned to a clear and outlined expectation that you set at the outset and you know that your neurodivergent colleague understood the rules before they started work? If not, there's a problem with your feedback structure. It's not the neurodiverse person's fault. There is, however, something that we need to talk about when it comes to feedback, and that something is called rejection sensitivity dysphoria, or rejection sensitive dysphoria. It's something that is something of a phenomenon. We don't know why neurodiverse people tend to experience this. I see a lot of neurotypical people experience something similar. But rejection sensitivity is when you fail at something or when you are given some harsh feedback, it physically hurts inside. It crushes you. Your spirit literally leaves your body and fucks off because it's had enough of the difficult feelings that you are generating for it. In Agile, we need to fail fast, right? We need the safety of fast failure. If you're experiencing rejection sensitivity and you're in a culture that wants you to fail fast, how do you reconcile those two things? Well, if Agile is done well, if your goals are set clearly, if you have clear lines of accountability and a supportive team, then that feedback, that failing fast becomes easier to do. You learn how to do it. But if you are lacking accountability and you are lacking trust in your leadership or your feedback structures, then that's going to get worse and you're going to disengage your rejection-sensitive people. Rejection sensitivity is also why some people won't speak up in team meetings, because they're scared that they're going to sound stupid. All back to psychological safety. So why are they wincing? Most of us don't actually wince outwardly very much. It's more of an inward wince, but you can generally see that we do it because we tend to jump backwards or squirm or something. But this is all about sensory processing. On the way down here this morning, I was listening to Richard Hammond's podcast, of all things, and he had an autistic author on there called Pete Warmby. If you've not listened to him or followed him on Instagram, I recommend you follow him. He's a really interesting guy. And he was saying that when you're diagnosed with autism or you figure out that you have autism, you're gifted a mixing desk with all the different levers to set your levels. And some levels are really low, some levels are really high. And it's different for every single autistic person. The point is that we do all have mixing desks, right? Wherever we are on the spectrum, whether we're typical or not, it's just the mixing desk is different. When you're autistic, you've got the super mix 4000. When you're neurotypical, you've got the boring mix 2. Sorry. Love you, really. But the point is that I'm wearing this headset, the lovely chap at the back put this on for me, and I am so conscious that I'm wearing this microphone. I'm amazed I can actually speak because it's like, oh my God, the sensory. It's on my head, which is a really sore point for me, but I'm quite proud of myself. I'm doing all right. But I have comfortable shoes on, which is making things so much better. It's quiet. The only thing I can hear is my own voice and the electricity making the lights work. So my levels are moderated. If you're outside at lunchtime in the queues, in the heat, all the smells, all the people, nobody knowing where they're going, lots of people asking where they're at, what you're doing, everyone's wearing different clothes, everyone's talking, where are you from? I don't recognise you, wow, sensory overload. That's why they're wincing. Because too much, imagine if a fire alarm had gone off while you're outside in all that noise. You may have there might have been a person out there who was so overwhelmed by it all that would tip them into meltdown. Meltdown doesn't necessarily look like throwing yourself on the floor and having a toddler fit. It can be dissociation. You just back off quietly and you zone out because you just can't take anymore. Your brain shuts off. And for what it's worth, a lot of late discovered adults use dissociation as their way of melting down because we were taught not to do it openly, because we were a hassle to other people when we did it openly. So this one's a favourite of mine. Why won't they just do the thing? Well, there's lots of reasons for that, but for this specific talk, I'm going to zero in on something that the medics have called pathological demand avoidance. I love that one. I'm demand avoidant. It's great. When somebody said, can you make a slide deck? Chloe, can you help? And this is where incredible colleagues come in to do this thing. My husband said to me the other day, it's raining outside, you should wear a coat. Did I wear a coat? But what he has learned is that if he says, Trudy, do you want the blue coat or the yellow coat? I will take a coat. Probably won't be the blue or the yellow one, but, that's not the point. He's given me what I'm craving. He's giving me the autonomy to make a choice. And that is a better name for pathological demand avoidance. Pathological demand avoidance is so called because that's what it looks like to you when I refuse to do the thing that you're asking me to do. To me, it feels like a cry for autonomy, a pathological demand for autonomy. That's all I want, just want the choice. So when you're in a team and you're trying to get someone to do the thing, give them some choice over how, when, where. It'll help, I promise. And this one, I've saved the best for last because it's my favourite. Executive dysfunction is great. It's the bit of your brain at the front that helps you to do stuff. And in many neurodiverse people, it just doesn't work. But one of the major things it does is help with consistency. But when you're overwhelmed with everything else that I've just talked about, when you've got demands coming out of your ears and you're feeling guilty because they said should and you now can't do the thing, or they offered to help you, God, that's even worse, and you can't do the thing. Or when you've been at a noisy conference for 2 days and you're exhausted and all you need is just some time to process all that information. Your executive function lowers. And that's not peculiar to neurodiverse people. We all have executive function, and we all will suffer from reduced executive function when we're tired or when we're hungry or when we're overwhelmed. The reason why this one is my favourite is that I can actually give an Agile example of where this is a problem. Retrospectives are really difficult when you struggle with executive function, because one of the other things it does is help you remember stuff. So if you're only holding a retrospective once every 2 weeks, and you want your neurodiverse colleagues to give you some meaningful feedback on what they've been doing over the last sprint, what they've experienced over the last sprint, they're either going to spend the last 3 days of the sprint before the retrospective trying to remember all the things. They'll be going back through their JIRA tickets, desperately trying to go, oh, what did I do? Where? I know I had that thought. Where was that? Where? Because they won't think to write it down while they're in the process of. If you put them in a room, put them on the spot and ask them to do a retrospective, you can't do it. You can't contribute. Not in a meaningful way. I think there's ways around it. My good friend over here had a thought for Agile on the Beaches back called continuous retrospectives, which was having a whiteboard. It was pre-lockdown, obviously, so it must have been 5 Agile on the Beaches ago, which was having a whiteboard in the office for a continuous retrospective. And every time something happened, you put a Post-it note. They only had one meeting, but the Post-it notes went on the board throughout the sprint. Just made it so much easier for everyone to contribute because they were in the moment. They didn't have to recall what they were doing or what was happening at that moment. And I do have one last story about why this is my favourite thing, because I was denied a promotion on the basis that there are 2 Trudys that people experience. Now, I can identify with this because I experienced 2 Trudys as well. There is high-performing, fabulous, knock your socks off Trudy, and she is fucking incredible. Everyone wants one of those on your team. She will just do whatever you ask her to do. She'll do it really bloody well, and you will never be let down. And then you have disengaged Trudy, who just doesn't care. She's not disengaged, she's dysregulated, she's tired, she's exhausted, because being this Trudy is really bloody hard work. And when you're ADHD, your balance goes like that. Your ability to regulate your behaviour and be consistent is just not there. You're either brilliant or you're shit. And my employer only wanted the brilliant Trudy. Believe me, I only want the brilliant Trudy, because it's hard work writing a PhD when you go into disengaged, dysregulated Trudy every 10 minutes. That's hard work. I know this weekend's going to be a write-off, but I'm ready for it because I know it's coming, because I've learned from my nervous system. But things get in the way. And when you build understanding, starting with yourself and then looking out at the rest of your teams and the rest of the people around you, this isn't just about your teams, this is about your personal life as well. This is about everyone that you come into contact with. That grumpy shop assistant, you don't know what they've had to deal with. I know the whole #BeKind thing, but what if they've had the worst day ever? What if the customer before you, yelled at them? They may have been really high performing until that person yelled at them, and now they're dysregulated and just want to dissociate. It matters. Neuro-inclusion matters. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining me today. My name is Vinny, and I'm an independent Agile coach, and my talk today is titled, Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls, Stick to the Experiments That Would Guide You. And I know you're probably singing this tune in your head, but don't worry, we'll have an opportunity to hopefully sing at the end. So a wee bit about me. I'm not sure where I'm from anymore, so don't ask me where I'm from. I've basically lived in Scotland, in Northern Ireland, in Singapore, in Malaysia, in Australia, both east and west, because it's a 5-hour flight between them, so it's really important to make that distinction. And Italy as well. But home is Edinburgh, Scotland, and I like volunteering my time to help build our beautiful Agile community. So, what are the fun facts that you will not find about me on LinkedIn? Well, I like long walks by the beach, sunsets, dogs, especially rough collies, very specific. And I like solving problems and puzzles. They sometimes call me Miss Marple at work. But I tell a lie, I don't really like walking or long walks by the beach. I just like to sit and bundle myself with a lot of layers. So my talk is structured around 3 storytelling acts. And this talk is about a coach in the midst of a strong waterfall presence trying to make an impact. This talk is a story about me. And so I will present my case study, and at the end, I will share my learnings. And hopefully, you would share your learnings as well, because we will all take away different things, and we all look at things from different perspectives. I previously worked for this organization, and then a year and a half, I came back. I will try and be as honest as I can while being respectful to the organization and the people in it. So what I want you to do is just sit back and buckle up for the ride ahead. Act 1 goes, bloody hell, Toto, I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore. So let me tell you a wee bit about this company. This company is a command and control organization. And I know we always use this loosely, right? We'll always say, oh, so-and-so is command and control, this and this is command and control. Well, this is actually a command and control. People were referred to as levels. For example, when is the new level 12 joining? Oh, that's a level 7 job. Oh, well, we'll just go ahead and have a wee chat, with the level 18. And when I first joined that organization, I was contracting then, I thought it was like the different floors. So I actually took a lift and went all the way up to that floor. People were also referred to by their surnames. Now, This was in contrast to our Australian culture. This is us at voting day. I bet this wasn't us yesterday at our voting day. So as you can see, we're pretty casual, pretty, chilled. We just rock up in our thongs, which we call flip-flops here, and sometimes we don't even wear shoes. So pretty nice and easygoing, right? So a year and a half ago, there was a consultancy that was hired, and after doing their initial scoping, they decided to carry out a 2-day Big Bang launch. There was about 160 people, and my role was to support that 2-day launch, to support the teams and what is known as ARTS. So Agile Release Train, loosely based across the SAFe framework, yeah? So if you're familiar with the Lisa Atkins coaching competency, I personally felt that this consultancy was heavy on one stance. And I personally felt that because of where the organization was at in their journey towards agility, I felt that they could benefit from expert advice, yeah? Let me tell you a bit about the office atmosphere. Very few people had laptops. You had to be level 127 to get a laptop, yeah? There was desk phones, like big desk phone, and I was like running away from the guy that he wanted to install a desk phone on me, and I was like, no, I don't want any desk phone. The desks were large, big desks. I mean, that was great, right? Depending on how big you like your desk. And the meeting rooms were bare. There was no windows, it was just tables and chairs, and it was very uninspiring. And I felt like I'd walked into an office in the 1980s. Now, I wasn't working in the 1980s, but I think I've seen a good few movies to know what the atmosphere looks like, right? So this consultancy, their contract ended, and for 6 months, this organization was coachless. And the head of department one day rang me, and he said, I see that you're available. I'm going to make you an offer that you cannot refuse, because we don't have a coach, and a few people really want you back. And we're kind of looking for someone with your mix of experience. And so we had a chat, because my remit was, the same amount of people, I think 160, 170, there was about 18 to 20 teams. So I'm like, we're going to need to have a chat about this before to see what we can do and how we're going to set expectations, right? So what was it like 2 years after? So I'm coming back after 2 years, what was it like? There was no product, yeah, so no product owners, that was what they had. They were not measuring, there was no metrics, nobody was tracking any spend, at least not that I knew about. The departments were not aligned, yeah? And there was no working from home, except for a very small number of people. Now, this is Australia. We were the last country to lift our borders, one of the last. So this was very strange, because everybody was kind of working from home, right? What about the office environments? There were still no laptops. Some of the people were not on the right framework. The teams were not on the right framework that would enable them, to be their best team self. But 2 rooms had the ability to connect, like what I'm doing here. So good progress, right? Most of the people had not seen Miro or Mural, and one person was really excited that I could change my team's background. Now, don't go telling that person that you can use filters now on Teams as well, right? They wanted to continue in SAFe. And in their minds, they were agilists, and they wanted to tighten up SAFe. They were still command and control. That's not going to change. So I realized this was going to be hard. This was going to be very, very hard. So I'm going to tell you a bit about the key people and the player in the system. This is biggest boss. This person is the head of the company, let's just say that, yeah? Right on top, looking after everybody or all the departments. Now, this is boss. That's boss, he hired me. And below boss was managers or RTEs. If you're familiar with the SAFe terminology, that's release trained engineers. And across here we had the consulting account manager. Now that's how I was fed through. Why do you think we had a consulting account manager on site? Because more than half of the teams were actually consultants from this organization. It was that big of an operation. We had one person there, yeah? So with these teams, they're not people that came and went with these consultants. Some of them have been in the organization for 5 years, 10 years. I even met somebody for 12 years. So these are long-term consultants already in the system. So I'm actually giving you all these backgrounds so you can help paint a picture of how it's like. Now, these people had rooms. All these people had rooms except for the teams. They did not have rooms. They all had their individual rooms. I had a room because as an Agile coach, I was up to level 1021. So I'm like sitting in my room, no window, that really affects me. I just said, look, I'm going to sit outside. So I started sitting outside, and the room folks said, why are you sitting outside? And I'm like, nobody puts Vinny in a room, right? Nobody does that. And I'm like confused why they were confused that I wanted to sit outside. The thing is, I needed to sit outside because they were my peers, right? They were my colleagues. It's not like they needed my help. I also needed their help. So I had to be close to the ground and listen to what was going on. Act 2. In the eye of the storm, but a cup of tea solves Britain's problems. That's what my mom always says. Cup of tea will always solve Britain's problems. So I felt like this company was like, things are not going great. They thought they were fine, right? So in Act 2, I'm going to talk to you about how I solve problems using experiments. I did do quite a bit of team coaching, and I have the metrics to show about it and work around the product space, because I believe at looking at a system holistically, but this talk is about lifting it up and focusing at change from the top. Okay, so what happened first? The entry strategy, right? And this is a big learning because I did not do this before, yeah? So I said to boss, boss, I'm back. You gotta let people know that I'm back. Oh, but Vinny, don't worry. People know who you are. It's like, it's only here for 2 months before, you know. People have come and gone, maybe with new people. And boss was like, how about, Vinny, that's fine, you know, like, you still look the same. And I was like, that's great, you know, it's good that you say I look the same because I've got great genes. But guess what? My remit is actually different, and I think we really need to communicate this to people, right? So boss agreed, and he said, right, I'll send an email. This is the email, obviously redacted. And he says, this month we welcome Vinny Gill back, and Vinny was part of the team to help merge and transform, blah, 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 in the division. And then he says, what will I be responsible for? Because my remit this time was obviously different from what I was doing before. And then I said to boss, I said, you need to let them know that I'm not just here, you know, for the managers, the RTs, or the Scrum Masters. Because most of the time, that's what they say that we're here for. But the truth is, we're here for everybody, and I also need everybody's help as well. So that's the sentence there. She's here to help everyone, not just blah, blah, blah. I'll be working with Vinny as a product owner for the transformation once again. So there he is communicating what his role is going to be, right? I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty about, you know, product manager and product owner. This is what they had, okay? We meet people where they're at. And then boss said, I need a quote from you. And I thought long and hard about my quote. Like, what is the message that I actually want to start with? You know, what do I want people to know? And he says, and I said, I've worked with multiple organizational transformation, and there's one salient point I would like to make. We all have the responsibility to do our part to support our growth journey because it is our evolution. And if we show up with the right mindset, we will succeed. Yeah, so here 2 key things I was starting to plant in their seed is the word growth. I don't like the word transformation. That's what the industry uses. Can't really do anything about it, but I try when I use my language to articulate growth because there is no start and end. I find it quite offensive if somebody says I need to transform, like, because in my head I'm like Shakira, but you might think I'm Beyonce, right? So the next thing is I want to say it is our evolution. Everybody has the responsibilities, not just you or me or like Agile coach or Scrum Master. And then it says, if Vinny reaches out to you, please support her. And alternatively, there is a board on the window, blah, 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 office, level 1, real level, floor. And you're welcome to use any ideas, feedback, suggestions, and boards. You can reach out to Vinny using your emails, favorite method emails, team in person, whatever tickles your fancy. Welcome back, Vinny. So here, I actually had a Kanban board on one of the walls. And I had all my options and everything, and people could see what I was doing. At the same time, boss also had a Kanban board for all the work that he was doing, and everybody could see. This was really, really rare, but if I want change, if we want change, we have to start role modeling the behaviors that we want. I also had the board duplicated on Mural as well, because remember, a lot of them had not seen it, so I thought, I'm just going to try something to help everybody out. And it was sent by email and Teams as well, because Teams adoption was fairly low, and we wanted to increase it, and he said, put a photo there, Vinny, just in case people don't know. So that's the entry strategy, right? Letting people know who you are and what you're here to do. Be open, honest, and transparent. So what did I do next? I observed, I built relationships, I had a lot of coffees, I gathered information and feedback, and most of the time I was trying to understand as opposed to solutioning. And that was really difficult for me because I had been in this organization before, right? So I was already pre-fed about some stuff, and I really had to leave all of that behind me. And I also had to find a balance between observing and showing value, right? So I grouped the themes. I remember going back and going on my carpet, and the whole carpet's full of Post-its and whatnot. And I grouped it into different themes. And I said, I need to cut across to find the same problems. What's the strategy that is going to give us the biggest bang for our buck, right? Because sometimes I know we always say, let's just do some quick wins, and let's just do some quick wins. But the truth is sometimes you really need to address the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room wants to be addressed. The elephant in the room needs to be addressed, yeah? So I set up a group of volunteers, put an email out and Teams, and I said, who would like to help me do this, right? Let's just form a team. Yeah, a few people came along, not just Scrum Masters and Agile coaches. We had, a good few representation from the team members. And that's how we started, right? So consulting boss was also very excited, and he was very curious about what was going on. So he was also part of the team. So I had 2 leaders, boss was obviously there, 2 leaders already starting to be a part of this, right? It's not just, I just support Vinny. They were showing up and coming up, so actively supporting the transformation. The management team, they were not really interested at first, and maybe they were too busy and they had a lot of work, but you just start with who you have, right? They're the right people. So after we identified what the problems were, to try and improve the situation, we decided to design some experiments. Okay? So this is an example of a simple experiment template that we use. Why experiments? Well, it's because I wanted the team to know that we needed to solve the problems. We don't have the answers. We don't have the right approach. What we need is to test and learn, inspect and adapt, right? So I didn't care if this was filled in properly or not. I wanted them to have a try. I wanted us to have a try. And I wanted us to actually co-create our journey to agility, because a 50-pager is not going to solve your problems. I'm not going to sit there and write every single thing and you know how to do this and all how to do that, right? The other thing is, most of the time we spend time gathering data, feedbacks. Even if you look at the team level at retrospectives, you get it, and then what? Nobody does anything, right? You kind of lose people, you lose hope. So we really needed something to happen because we wanted to show them and wanted to build credibility with them, and that's how you build trust, right? Even with metrics, you see metrics, so and so much percentage are late, and so much percentage are unhappy. Yeah, and then what? Because next month's like the same number of people, right? Like, do something about it. So here's the first problem, right? The first problem is people are not having fun, no coming together as a department, and the atmosphere, low energy, divide between management and people. So we sat together, we're like, okay, so what is the hypothesis for a solution? Well, if people can come together for an activity that will boost their energy, maybe that might solve the problem. So what is an experiment that is small, quick, and safe to fail? And we decided on a mentee quiz. Yeah, so I typically run mentees in most of the companies that I go for, and then sometimes they call me the mentee queen. And I say, well, I'm not really sure if this organization is going to warm up to mentee. I'm not really sure. And then they tell me, oh, but Vinny, don't worry, you said inspect and adapt, test and learn, right? And I'm like, okay, good, this is working. Like, they are coaching me, so that's good. So what will prove the hypothesis? If more than 15 people attend the first quiz, and then we have a 15% increase for the second and third, we know that this is the right approach to solve the problem. But if less than 15 people are dialing in, second Friday, if there's a decrease, and then we will kill the experiment. So most of the time, we just go with the solution. We don't set this up front. You need to set this up front. So we're going to do it for 3 weeks. It's just 15 minutes on a quick Friday afternoon. That's what we were going to do, right? Mentee was a huge success. People loved it. They dialed in. After that, they would be chatting with their managers and team leads, and they had something to talk about, right? The floor was buzzing, right? This was really working. There was a huge shift in mood, and it grew organically. Like the first time we only had like 14 people, then we had 40, 80, and then it was in the hundreds. We also made it optional. The meeting was titled Optional. This was new. When it's optional, they were curious, right? Like, wow, no one's treated us like adults before. So we're going to try and play mentee. So typically, you can whip your phone out, scan the QR code, but I'm not really sure we're going to have time for that. So we're going to have a quick try with all of you. So when I actually flip the screen, you're going to see 4 options, 1, 2, 3, 4. And have a wee think in your head what your answer is going to be. And when I say 3, 2, 1, you put your answer out. Okay? Does that sound good? All right, cool. So before that, there's also a leaderboard, right? So with mentee, you not only need to be correct, you need to be quick. And after every question, the leaderboard would refresh. Okay? So let's play mentee. Question 1, what do you think this answer is? Okay, have a wee think. And I'm going to say 3, 2, 1. Very good. It is Paddington Bear. What's the national animal of Scotland? Is it horse, unicorn, Highland cow, or Charmander? 3, 2, 1. It's unicorn. So I actually see that I actually used the unicorn emoji. Like I kind of claimed it as my own. Next question. What do you think is this object or animal below? This is a bit hard one, right? 3, 2, 1. That's a basketball. You see? last question. Which of this is not part of the food offered at Agile on the beach? Is it scampi and chips, Brazilian coconut chicken, Portuguese coconut chicken, or salmon sashimi? 3, 2, 1, go for it. It is Portuguese coconut chicken. Some of you really know the food menu well, right? So you see what I did? You're laughing, you're talking, right? This was different, right? It's working. So Menti was a mix of general knowledge questions, fun, and company specific. People got competitive. They got very competitive. I used to get Teams messages to say, Vinny, I think you need to lower down the countdown timer, because if you're doing it on your phone, the timer counts down. And said, like, there are people actually discussing it. So they've and some of them are in the room doing it, you know, so you really need to bring it down. And I was like, oh, sure, I'll do it. And the fact that they're reaching out to me goes to show that this is working. So we're like happy that this Menti experiment is working, right? And Menti took quite a bit of my time. First, I had to research the questions, put the questions in, and then, of course, I have to test it, right? I've tested. So we came up with this thing to say, if you won the Menti quiz, you would supply the set, and I would help them put it in, right? And you would also host it. So very slowly, I'm like kind of going in the background, clicking next, 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 right? I still do this with some of the companies I work for. They still call me back to do a good Menti quiz, and I do really like it. So the next thing we decided to do was Boss's idea. Boss came up with this idea called Spin the Wheel. He wanted to host this to show leadership. Now, Spin the Wheel is something we do that we said that we will show gratitude. So what happened is basically we'd collect nominations, for example, on a Monday, and on a Friday afternoon, we'd have Spin the Wheel, where we'll all gather around and spin the wheel. And if you spin the wheel, there's a box, and you can choose what you want. A chocolate, a stress toy, or even a coffee voucher. Australians love their coffee. We're big into that, very fussy. And what we started to do was also let the RTEs, or the management team, host it. So every week they would host it. So if you're hosting it, you would read the nominations. And if you host it, as in the managers, you would also have to replenish the box. Yeah. So gratitude is a really big thing, because it helps people feel more positive in their emotions. It's helped them relish their good experience. You know, we're like building relationships. But what was it is some of these people had not heard thank you and being read out loud. So they were pretty happy. And this is what I did, just a simple form. You just send it out, and then you just read the nominations. Now, some were really funny, like, thank you for buying banana chips. That helped me write the best code in my life, right? Just really funny stuff. There was one there for me, which was really good, because for me, this actually was an indicator that what the team was doing, the volunteer team was doing, was actually heading in the right direction, right? It says, enjoyable opportunity for general knowledge, also coaching practitioners across, helping them uplift skill, you know, great work. And then you can also see some other things like, thanks for being patient with me, teaching the new tech person, you know. This was nice. Things were working. Slowly, things were starting to change, right? So that's experiment one, problem one. Problem two. Now let's have a wee chat about PI, shall we? Like, I'm framework agnostic. It's not the way that I lead as a coach. I want to do what is best for the people that I'm working with, and they were not getting the message, because I felt that there were some fundamental issues that they had to fix before, you know, putting a 2-day PI event. Now, if you were agile, right, say at the team level, if I go back after 1 year, and if I look at the team again, you wouldn't be the same. You would be similar, but you would have changed a lot of practices, because you would have worked along the shu-ha-ri curve. But I find if you were doing a scaling framework, you would just be at the shu level. Shu, 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 shu. You're just doing. You're not breaking it, you're not learning it, right? But they still wanted this. still wanted a PI, and I thought, well, maybe it's the way that I'm articulating it, right? Maybe there's something wrong with the way I'm saying it. So I turned up at our volunteer group meeting, and I said, guess what? I figured it out. We can do a 2-day PI. And they were like, oh, Vinny, that's fantastic. I knew you could do it. It's like, yeah, I know Vinny's a miracle worker. So it's going to cost you about 30 to 35,000. And it just went quiet, completely quiet. And they were like, how so? Well, first we need a venue, then we need to feed people, and then, I need to go around and check what everybody needs. And then, that portfolio board that we haven't been, coming to consensus, we really need to fix that too. And then remember that more than half was consultants, right? So, you're going to take consultants out and all of that. And they were like, okay, yeah, no. And I was like, okay, so let's look back at the problem. What does the problem say? So the problem says that teams don't know what other teams are going to do, even though they're in the same value stream or the same art. Work is not visible and nobody's communicating. Strange, right? Because you bring people to the office, you think they talk to each other. Yeah. So it is our role to help them get ready. So before the 2-day PI, let's see if we can get together with 1 hour to begin with, right? 1 hour is fine. So the working group sat and they decided to create this second experiment template. And what they decided was to try a sync. So we'd have 3 arts go 2 weeks, and then the next 2 weeks, it will be the following 3 arts. And it will be a quick 5 minutes per team, answering 3 simple questions. And what will prove the hypotheses? Well, if people found value in the sync, if 60% or more know what the other teams are doing, because nobody really knew what everybody was doing, and more than 40% found that the sync was valuable. But how do we know that this sync is not going to solve that problem, where the teams don't know what the other teams are doing and no one's communicating? Well, if the sync brought no value for more than 60%, then we know it's not working and we'll find something else, right? So we decided to have a try to set the sync up. I know this is common in a lot of places that you work with, but I did give you the background of the organization that I was at. So this is what we did. We decided to call the team leads or scrum masters or person representing the team and to say, we're going to have a quick 20 minutes info session. So we ran this info session, and these were the notes me and another team leader decided to host together. And it has Vinny hit record, because sometimes I forget to hit record, and we had to record it. I'm sure we've all been there. We say we recorded, and no, we forgot to record. So we explained to them why, and we told them to go back and let your teams know. Why are we doing this, right? And we said it's going to be 3 minutes, really quick. No asking questions. You can chat it in the teams. And after that, you go and talk to that person. Go talk to that team member, because we wanted them to talk. We didn't want this to blow out, and non-stop questions. And we said, what this is and what this is not. So call out to the teams. You need to have a discussion. Stay back or arrange later, right? And then we'll have couple of questions at the end. Not questions for the same, questions for our info session. So these were the notes. And so we started with this. What we worked on last month, now, and next. So each team would have that time and they would go. And after 2 months, the sync was doing really well. So we decided to add a bit more questions, right? What are the risk, issues, and dependencies? Help needed from other teams. And we also wanted to ask them, what did we learn? So they were already sharing their learnings. So that's how it evolved. And this was the agenda of what it looked like for the 1 hour sync. You'd start with the house rules. You have a welcome, prioritization of initiatives. So boss would do the welcome, and boss would talk about the prioritizations of the initiatives, and boss would also communicate to everybody in the department what was going on, what changes were happening in the higher level, and this is wow, this was going really well. Now, what happened to this welcome is it evolved into arrivals, departures, birthdays, babies. And we were really creating a really nice culture where people felt fun and excited. And then all the teams went, closing and next step. And remember the quiz that was doing so well that everybody really loved it? We tacked the quiz at the end. Brilliant idea that somebody had from the team. And this is the metrics that we collected. So every 2 weeks we would collect the metrics. So this is one of the weeks that we had. And at the end of the 2 months, we actually aggregated that. So at the start, 82% of the teams had no idea what the other team was working on. And at the end, 91% had better understanding, 79% found value, and 65% had a better shared understanding of priorities and alignment. Yeah? What are some of the other improvements? These were some of the improvements that we captured. You can see that it's prioritizing communication and collaboration over processes and tools. Winning, right? But this was really interesting. Building capability and confidence, example, public speaking. So for that session that we hosted, the 1-hour session, we always ask for volunteers. Who would like to co-host or host with boss? Not me. I never hosted a single session. I was actually walking around the floors, trying to see if people were engaged. I was there to help tech. Sometimes I didn't even turn my camera on. Not that I don't want to turn my camera on, but I wanted it to be about them. Yeah? And what we did is when we asked for volunteers, we also offered coaching. So we'd say, who'd want to host? Oh, I'm really scared. Oh, but it's okay. You can go through it with us and we'll help you and we'll coach you. And some of the teams actually start to take turns as opposed to the Scrum Master always giving the updates all the time. And this really helped them articulate how to give stakeholder updates in really quick, sharp 3 minutes, right? So they saw this as a thing to help their career and help build capability. Experiment 3 failed, right? The problem was people wanted an avenue to upskill. There was no learning opportunity. We thought we'd set up a guild, people would volunteer, we'd have 3 people line up. Well, we only had 2 people line up and everybody just wanted to come. So this didn't work. We tried something else to help this problem. But I wanted to show you that we did have failed experiments. We shared it publicly. Hey ho, we just try something else, right? Because we had set this up at the start. So that helped guide us. Now, we're at the end of our talk. Toodle pips, my dear chums. So where are they at now and the biggest boss? So in a lot of the companies that I work with, I always make sure that I have one person and one friend. This goes back to 10 years and I still keep in touch with them because I just want to know what's going on. It really helps me learning as a person. The biggest boss. So remember the biggest boss? I said we'll come back to him at the end. Well, if you listen to the song, it says, don't go chasing waterfalls, right? Stick to the rivers. And I know that you're going to have it your way or nothing at all, but I think you're moving too fast. Big Boss wanted it his way or nothing at all. Big Boss was not very happy about this. He thought we weren't going fast enough. And this is why I said, using the right terminology about, transformation and growth. And he thought it was a quick fix solution. Well, I just wanted to say to him, well, you don't just wake up one day and decide to be a butterfly, my dear friend. This takes time. So Big Boss also thought that having fun team names was strange and weird. And very slowly, things started to regress. And even though the appetite was high, the resistance was even higher. And people started to leave the company. Wasn't very nice, yeah? I started to retract as well. Things were not going very well. So what happened, right? What stuck, what did not? Because when we coach, we try and make it habits. Nothing really stuck because it wasn't long enough. And that's the problem, right? You always pull change agents. You pull your coaches too quickly. The quiz went on for a while, but after that, all the ones that really liked this left. So big bang versus smaller chunks. Which waterfall do I chase? Now this for me is I always think about this a lot because you always say, oh, do little chunks, right? Don't do a big bang approach. That consultancy did a big bang approach. And I felt that was right because they got everybody on the same page. And when this happened, everybody had that effect. You could feel the effects of the tremor in the organization. You could just walk around and you could just feel the atmosphere. So what happened then, right? I believe that I did make an impact to different people. It's that ripple effect. It's that story of the starfish. Do you know the story of the starfish? So there was a storm and all the starfish was just washed ashore. And there was a guy picking up the starfish and throwing the starfish, picking the starfish, throwing. And somebody said, well, why are you doing that? That's crazy. You're not going to help all the starfish. He picked one up and threw it in the ocean, and he said it made a difference to that one. And that's how I see my work. I made a difference to that one person, right? Because I do believe it takes a village to raise an organization to be agile. Different people will come and go, will peck at the system differently. Just like the previous consultant, me, and I don't know, maybe you guys as well, right? And sometimes it just takes that one person to make a difference if we're in despair. So what's my introspection, right? I could not have done this if it wasn't for Boss, if I didn't have that great leadership that actually believed in me and kind of let me do a bit of what I wanted to introduce, was brave to actually let me try. And our teammates, with the working group that we formed, we had a really good bond. And the second thing I want to share is RACI. And I know everyone says, don't do RACI, it's the best way to assign blame. But you meet people where they are at, and you bring them on the journey. You're not going to change them overnight. Now, this organization needed RACI, because if there was no RACI, nobody would do anything. Not because they were lazy, it's just because of the environment that they were in. They were scared, right? And a lot of the times, people don't care about the entry strategy. They just go on and, they don't let people know what they're doing. And I always feel like I'm always a guest at your organization. I know that you have done some pretty awesome stuff, and that's why you're there where you're at, right? And I always believed doing change with people, not to them, yeah? So don't put change in a department. Don't put innovation in a team, because it is everybody's responsibility. When you have a change department, an innovation team, everybody thinks that that's not their job. It's very easy to fall into that. It's everybody's responsibility. Don't copy something from another organization. Every company has their own problems. Don't copy what I did, because some of the stuff that I do, it might not fit your personality or your working group's personality. Find your own thing, right? Working group, sustainable change. Get people involved, right? I embedded myself as part of the organization. There wasn't an us versus me versus them, or consultants or contractors. It was us, yeah? Don't do it in the open. Don't just have agile people, working on this transformation thing and not sharing. You're just gonna lose people. And with the working group, what I wanna say is some of the experiments and some of the problems that we tried to solve, I was not the right person to take lead for that role, right? I probably didn't have the right skills or the right personality, right? Well, I wasn't me. I don't need to solve all the problems. And I always say, I'd rather be somebody's shot of whiskey than everybody's cup of tea. So we're good in some things, not so good in some things, right? The change we create is cumulative. So while you can affect the people that you initially interact, it builds over time. Right? Remote working, it can be done. Because during this time, I fell ill. For 6 weeks, I was ill and I had to work from home. There was also a small amount of people that had some serious conditions. I did a lot of this from home. And 90% was at work. So don't tell me otherwise. And in my experience, when I coach leaders, I don't know what it is, but it's just them being at home. They open up a lot more. So I've had the best success working from home. There you go. The culture of continual improvement is more important than the continual improvement itself. Try and create that culture. And while some people always say, that organization is really difficult, it's really difficult, well, guess what? If they're fine, they don't really need us, So while we might want to, have a little offload or something like that, just know that, they need our help and we feel wanted. So what am I getting at the end? Don't feel bad if this has happened to you. I know this has happened to a lot of us. I see some of you smiling at the back there. Everybody says that, Agile isn't working and Agile isn't working. But it's how you want to look at it. Think about all the starfishes that you have helped around the journey. And when people were leaving the organization, that was the point I knew it was working. That was my indicator, because I knew that they knew that there was a different way, and they went on to carry on this work. So this will remain the top 3 gigs I have ever had in my life. I miss them so much. I had so much independence that I actually could do this, you know, and I really hope to get the opportunity again. So there you go. Thank you very much, Agile on the Beach. If you want to follow me on LinkedIn, I think I'm fairly active there. There is the QR code for feedback, but it is not, the last time I checked this morning, it was still showing Thursday, so didn't worry. And that is Fluffington Wolf. He is with me on all my Agile adventures. Thank you very much.
I am a new speaker at conferences. This is my first real conference talk, which means that this slide is really important to me because that's a feedback session, right? So please, please, please leave feedback. Because if I ever decide to do this again, you can help me reduce the suffering for my next audience, right? So be nice to the future people. Yeah, risks about performative psychological safety. I assume you don't often see the sentence risk, or the words risk and psychological safety in the same sentence. So maybe some of you are like, ooh, Clara, she sounds like a management consultant who's basically here to give a 1-hour passionate defense of management by fear, and let's return to the olden days. If you're looking for that, I'll disappoint you, because I am very much a defender of psychological safety, any safety really. I don't like the performative. This is also not really a talk about psychological safety. It's a talk about the malpractices I've seen that claim to be in the service of psychological safety. If you don't know what psychological safety is, never heard about the term, then this talk might still be relevant for you, right? But just don't expect it to teach you a lot about psychological safety. You'll learn more than I had learned when I started practicing it. But it's a bit like learning how to swim when you're attending a course in how not to drown, right? It's probably going to teach you a little bit about swimming and probably teach you more than just being randomly pushed off a pier, right? Good. Last thing, last caveat before we dig into some of the meat. I'm not an expert on psychological safety, right? I'm just a practitioner. I just do random stuff. So this is a story about how I, as a layperson, have practiced psychological safety, and also very much how I've turned it around and changed my approach to psychological safety quite fundamentally. And what do I mean by this? So I'll start by sharing not necessarily the conclusion of my talk, but the primary learning that I've had over the last 10 years, which is that while psychological safety is good, right, our dogged approach or pursuit of it makes us miss the target. So instead of, I have this really sort of fabulous sentence written here, so I'm just going to read because then it'll make more sense, right? But instead of understanding what it really means and doing the hard and often unglamorous work to achieve it, we tout its importance and succumb to the lure of group exercises that promise a shortcut to trust, authenticity, and vulnerability. These exercises, however, don't come without significant risks, namely the ability to set safe boundaries between people and the team. So in the end, this achieves the opposite of what psychological safety is. It creates teams where oversharing and emotional investment are expected, and being just here to do the work is seen as cold, unprofessional, and lacking passion for your work, right? And just to be clear, when I say we, I'm talking about myself. But we makes it feel a little bit less lonely and a little bit as if I'm not the only idiot out here. I'm also talking about all of us who lead teams, right? So all of us who are in teams, all of us who have the opportunity to impact teams are leaders of teams, right? Yes, I, as an engineering manager, have more impact and influence on a team than if you are simply a normal member, but we all lead teams, and therefore this is important. So my goal here is twofold, right? There will be some experienced practitioners in here. For you, my message will mostly be about making you aware of the impact that your actions can have, and both the good and the bad. And then there are, for those of you who are starting out your journey, I want you to learn from my mistakes so that you can make new, shiny, happy mistakes that you'll then come back in a couple of years and tell me all about, right? Standing on the shoulders of, well, maybe not giants, but at least people who have made mistakes before you. So I've already told you the conclusion of my talk. So basically, if you think this is uninteresting, lots of other talks to go to. I forgive you for leaving. But this is what we'll be covering for the next many, many slides. Essentially, this was born out of a rant. I've done my best to make this less of a rant and more constructive. So I've divided it into two parts. Part one, which is the ranty bit, which is where we're going to talk about what is performative psychological safety and what the risks are. And then the second part is where we turn it a bit more constructive to make it, less ranty, and we'll talk about what we can actually do about it. I do not think that we can solve the fundamental problem, which is very human, because creating psychological safety is unglamorous, it takes a lot of time, and most of the work is actually really boring, and really hard, and really frustrating. And as humans, we tend to look for tricks, right? The snake oil and the rhinoceros horn powder that's going to fix everything. I can't fix that, sadly. But what I can do is make all of us aware of some of the risks, and then we can see the risk, we can recognize them, and we can mitigate them. So, yeah. I promised you 5 questions. Right, and I did this a little bit also because I know that that here in the UK, when you woke up this morning, you probably didn't wake up asking 5 questions about performative psychological safety. You were probably asking yourself, how did I get home from the beach party yesterday? Who is the new prime minister? And or even maybe, where am I? So I've devised a service for you today, which is questions as a service. There are the 5 questions here. And because I am a computer scientist, I'm going to count from 0 and give you one for free, which is, why should you even believe in me, right? Who is this weird lady standing up on the stage talking about performative psychological safety? Now, I've been working in tech for over 10 years. For over 8 of them, I've been leading teams. I started off leading them as a product manager, and then I became an engineering manager, which tells you that most of my tenure I have been trying to make teams deliver stuff, right? That's my primary professional job. Yes, I've also built software back in the days, but it's not where I've put in my 10,000 hours to become what some people would call an expert, if you believe in the 10,000-hour rule. And I'm also sharing this because credentials are important, because I think if the internet has taught me anything, it is that we suddenly have more experts than we actually have practitioners. And I'm here to tell you that I'm a practitioner, not an expert, but a practitioner, and to share my story. I'm also going to draw this back into, I think it was John yesterday who said it, that I am maybe not an expert on psychological safety, but I am an expert on my own life. I'm the only one who knows what I've been through, so therefore I can stand here on stage and share that story. Right, now let's get into the fun bits, which is what's performative psychological safety. This is the ranty bit, right? I'll try to tone down the rant a bit. If you really want to see me ranting, find me after. All right, performative psychological safety. We're going to talk about 2 things here. We're going to talk first about psychological safety, then about performative. Psychological safety, this is a definition taken by Amy C. Edmondson. Actually, you can see it down here. Very, very light gray and white background, really bad, sorry about that. But she's a researcher in psychological safety. She didn't coin the term, but she has a really magnificent definition of it. And it says here, right, 3 words I want to dig into. First important term is shared belief. What does shared belief mean? It means that when you have a group of people, set of individuals, all of them share the same belief. So it means that if you have all of the senior engineers on your team thinking that, yes, all opinions are valued, but the junior engineers are like, nope, that is not a shared belief. Everyone, also the juniors, have to think that their opinions are valued. The other really important term is interpersonal risk-taking. What does that mean? It is the ability to take risks or to feel safe doing something that is going to risk your social standing in the group. Because as human beings, we are not wired to survive on our own. We simply cannot, right? We need other people to survive. And that means that our brains, because they're wired for survival, right? If there's one thing our brain really wants us to do, well, several, creating new humans is one of them, but surviving is also really important. And because the group is so important for our survival, our brains are basically wired to make sure that we fit into groups, right? Being rejected from a group is one of the most horrible things you can do to human people, right? It's painful, it is excruciating because our brains equate it with a slow death or getting eaten by a lion. So when you feel safe to take interpersonal risks, right, it basically means that you can tell your delivery manager or someone else that, nope, we're actually not going to be able to deliver this project on time without your brain thinking, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. So interpersonal risk-taking and that ability is really important as well. Last point is workplace. This is about feeling safe in the workplace and about work-related things. I might be stretching this a little bit, but I think this is important and we'll get back to why. All right. I've reworded it a little bit to make it simpler because this definition is a bit academical. So I've tried to reword it a bit to describe what does it look and feel like to be in a psychological safe team. It basically means this, right, that at work we feel free to speak our minds about topics that are relevant for work without fear of repercussions and can expect colleagues to take our opinions seriously. That's it. That's psychological safety, really important. I also promised you something about, other slide. Other thing is, why is psychological safety even important? I mean, it sounds really nice, right? And as a manager, I would love to stand up here on stage and say this is important because it's the right thing to do. However, that's part of the truth, right? The other thing is that psychological safe teams provide better value for businesses. So your shareholders, they're human, they're probably decent human beings and want us to be happy, but they also want profit, right? High-performing teams, better profit, psychological safety leads to high-performing teams, so therefore psychological safety is a really good thing for businesses as well. So yes, it's the right thing to do as a human being, which is also happens to be a good thing from a business perspective, which is where the performative becomes interesting. Because performative is a term I've taken from being an ally of underrepresented group, right? So it comes when you are more concerned with appearing to be something than being it. So a little bit like imagine a guy who's found out that pretending to be a feminist increases the likelihood of getting laid. It's not particularly charming, right? Might pretend to be very feminist and get the result, at least short-term. Long-term douchebag. Managers, while getting laid, is definitely not what we're trying to do at the workplace, right? Just make that very clear. We do also use psychological safety as a value signal, right? It is a sort of shibboleth that both tells our colleagues and anyone who might want to work at our place that yes, we care about human beings, we are the good guys, we're not those evil people doing management by fear and asking you to work incredible hours. We just want you to feel safe here and really passionate and happy. But at the other time, we're also signaling to the managers and the shareholders and the board members that we care about business outcome too, right? We can marry those two things, right? We can make people happy and through happy, productive, or well, at least psychological safe and then productive. Right. How could this possibly have any risks, right? I mean, this absolutely sounds safe, right? Nothing to fear here. Psychological safety, sounds good. Psychological safety in itself is safe. But the problem is that very often we want to get there faster, right? Psychological safety, in many ways, is very much like public transport or good UX. When it's there, you don't really notice it, right? When it's not there, it's really in your face. And creating psychological safety is in many ways exactly like creating good public transport. It causes a huge nuisance for everyone, it's obstructive, and it's really annoying because we have to talk about conflicts, we have to talk about the things that are hard, we have to raise our concerns. All of that is a bit like getting delayed to get to work because someone is, replacing the pavement in order to make it better to drive on next week, right? Really annoying right here, right now. Psychological safety also doesn't give us the high, like it's difficult to achieve because it takes such a long time, but because we do it in small incremental steps along the way. So as a manager, it's really difficult, or a team leader, whatever your role is, it's really difficult to get that high of, yes, I've achieved something, right? Incremental successes aren't really there. So it's really nice and it's really tempting to build up something and to do something that makes it feel as if we've achieved something, right? Here, now, I just want that dopamine hit of achievement. I want to feel like a fucking success and I want to feel it now, not in a year. So, common wisdom is that psychological safety is created through three things. That's difficult to say. One of them is being authentic, showing vulnerability is the second one, and the last one is, I fudged a little bit, but that's my interpretation of it, is that it's bringing your whole self to work. What does that mean? Well, one of the interpretations that I've seen of this is that authenticity means show me your emotions. If you are sad, cry. If you are angry, shout. Show us who you really are, right? You want to see managers who really feel it. You want to see your colleagues who really share their emotions, right? You really want that authenticity. Vulnerability is about sharing something that's meaningful about you, something that really hurts, something that you're really vulnerable. That's another difficult word. You've got many difficult words in your language. Something that really, really hurts and something that's hard to share, right? Be there, give us something, give us a sliver of yourself. The last one is bringing your whole self to work, which means be unguarded, right? Be your unguarded self at work. Show us everything, right? And we'll revisit the terms later for those of you going all, right? How do we do that? How do we get to that rush of authenticity, vulnerability, and bringing your whole self to work? As a manager, I've had the privilege of participating in quite a lot of management exercises where we had to build trust fast, right? Yep, 20 people in the room, we've got 2 days. Let's create psychological safety. Everyone gather in a circle. Tell us your deepest, darkest secret, please. And the next one. This isn't creating trust, folks. This is just, it's a hostage situation, right? I trust you with this secret, you trust me. If you out me, I out you, mutual destruction, right? It's not trust. Also not very comfortable. The other thing, I mean, it feels powerful. Have you ever been in those situations, right? You sit in the circle, you share things. It feels extremely powerful, and God, I feel alive. Yes, but, so do I do when I'm suffering from extreme heartbreak. It's not really the same, right? The other exercise I've seen very often, not necessarily the one where you have to tell secrets, similar, but it's tell me a story about all of your life. A recent example is share a picture of yourself as a child and tell us how you got from being that child to being now in a leadership position in a company, right? I'm happy to talk with my therapist about these things, but not colleagues at work. And there are several exercises like this where in order to feel that rush, we share something that is extremely private to ourselves because it makes us feel connected. It makes us feel seen if done well, right? It can create a very powerful moment in time. It's very moving and addictive, especially those of us who haven't felt seen in our childhoods and growing up. And I think that, I don't know about here, right? But when I studied computer science, we used to be a lot of very lovable geeks, but maybe a lot of people hadn't really noticed that we were lovable. So we, being in a situation where other people go, ooh, you are valued, you are worthy in yourself. That was novel, right? Give me more of that, please. Let's do more trust exercises. I like this. Yeah. All right. I guess you could see where this is going, right? To me, psychological safety and the way I had seen it interpreted, the way I'd seen it practiced, it became about creating a sense of intimacy, right? Not the hanky-panky intimacy, but the intimacy that you feel with good friends, the one where you can share who you are and that you know that you will be liked, right? And it is really, really a wonderful feeling. And my conviction for a long time was that if I know your darkest secret and you know my darkest secret, then surely we must have psychological safety because we've been vulnerable, we've been authentic, we've shown our whole selves. Now, this project's going to be a breeze, right? Easy peasy, problem solved. The problem, however, is that going back to the interpersonal risk-taking, right? As human beings, we really want to be a part of the group. And that means that that when we are put into situations where sharing your deepest, darkest secrets is the done thing, not sharing becomes really hard, right? Being the party pooper who goes, actually, no, I'm not going to do this. I mean, some people are amazingly brave and can do it, but a lot of people can't. So we really do want to fit into the crowd, and this is where this bit comes in. Boundaries, because we all have them and they are all unique to who we are, but they are important, right? And they are difficult. I find them extremely difficult to argue about and describe. The best example I can give is that maybe some of you have done this exercise where you stand opposite to another person and then you're both asked to take a step closer to each other, right? No? Does that feel fine? Yes, okay, take another step. And at some point, this other person will be in your face, right? They will have invaded your private space. It feels uncomfortable. That's a boundary. These boundaries are very different from people to people, right? There might be people who are like, you are my best friend. I'm not crossing any boundaries. And other people who are like, you're on the stage with me. No, that feels uncomfortable. Can you please walk away? Boundaries are boundaries. They're individual. And we also have emotional boundaries. We have things that we are comfortable sharing, with things that are uncomfortable sharing, things that we will share with some people, things that we're happy for everyone to know, right? There is a distinction between these three layers. We've got professional, personal, and private. It's something a teacher taught me about from when you teach children and take care of young people. And this is, you also use this model for conflict resolution. But the idea here is that you have these three sort of layers to any person. You've got the professional, which basically is our education. It's our professional experience, it's what we know, it's our title, it's our role in the company. It is the professional work we do, and it is very, out there. It's not a secret. Not everyone knows, because, not everyone knows who I am, but, most people know. And then there's the personal, which is related to our personality and is, to a large extent, observable, right? It is how I act, how you observe me reacting. It is behavior, stuff like that, right? It's still relevant in a workplace setting, right? Because if I shout at people, that's a behavior that we probably should talk about, not repeating. And then there is the private stuff, which is our lived experience. That's where childhood stuff comes in, our upbringing. That's where trauma comes in. That's where successes and failures and all of that, that's where feelings, emotions, reactions come in. The private is private. It is for us and us alone, and the people that we invite into that space, right? I'm not saying that we should keep all of our private, just for us, but it is something that should be in our own control, and that if we are no longer in control of that private space, then boundaries get overstepped. All right. So, two primary risks. You can overstep boundaries in two ways, right? So basically, it's either one direction or the other direction. Which is that one way that these exercises, these trust exercises, can overstep boundaries is that people overstep their own boundaries, which is an extremely uncomfortable feeling. That's, again, group setting, asked to share your secret, asked to share something that's personal to you. It can also just be what's the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life, right? It can be seemingly innocent questions, like something that's your biggest disappointment, questions asked out of genuine curiosity. But if you're in a situation where you don't feel that you can't share, then you'll be overstepping your own boundary and going, yeah, okay, I'm going to open my heart to people that I really don't want to open my heart to. It is uncomfortable and can feel terrifying. Our nervous system will react to this in different ways. But basically what will happen is that the reptile brain will take over and we'll enter into, I think there are 4 states. Sometimes they find more, so there might have been a 5th added lately. Fight, which is, I'm definitely not going to tell you. Flight, which is, I actually have to go to the loo now, I'll be back in a moment. Freeze, which is, I hope they're not picking me. I hope they're not picking me, pick someone else. And then fawn, which is, yeah, sure, here's my back, here's my, yeah, I'll give you my secret. The other one is harder to explain because this is something, overstepping a boundary is something that it's not really in your control, but it's something you do to yourself, right? Because of group pressure, yes, but it's something that, it's an action you do and you are the victim. Horrible? Yes. The other one is harder because it's triggering others by overstepping their boundaries, and often we don't do it intentionally, right? Because we're not douchebags, we are nice human beings, so we don't want to hurt other people. But if you've lived, I mean, you all look like you're older than 2 years, so you've probably realized that sometimes we do good things and end up hurting people, even though we didn't want to. What happens is that when we tell something, other people will hear that, and they will take that in a certain way. Now, what I don't know is what it's like to be you. I have 0 experience being anyone else but myself. I don't know. So when I tell you something, I don't know how you're going to react to it. It might not really matter to you. You might find it slightly interesting. You might find it annoying. Or when talking about, the deep, dark, personal stuff, it might be something that really triggers a memory or brings you back into some trauma response. I don't know, because I'm not you. I'm not doing it intentionally. I'm just sharing something that I think is perfectly fine to share, and then suddenly you might be like, ugh. To give you an example, I have had traumatic experiences in the past. Now I'm better now. I've worked with a therapist to deal with that. But before I'd done that, I was in a cafe having a cup of coffee with my husband, and the table, a couple of tables down, there were 2 guys having a fairly innocent conversation about something. But something in that conversation triggered my trauma response, right? So there are 2 blokes who don't know who I am, right? They will never know who I am. They don't care. I was just a weird woman, having a coffee. Absolutely innocent thing. But their conversation triggered a severe trauma response in me, right? They didn't intend this. They didn't even know it was happening. And in the same way that when we are sharing stuff, we risk hurting other people. It's just a risk. Nothing really we can do about it, apart from knowing that it happens. And this is also why trigger warnings are important, right? So if you do talk about stuff that you know can trigger people, give them the opportunity to step away, right? Just tell them you're going to talk about, whatever. All right, what did I have here? Yes, revisiting my point, that in the valiant pursuit of the psychological safety, right, it's not psychological safety that's the problem. Psychological safety is good. Psychological safety is something that we should cherish and protect, right? The problem is that how I've gone about, and also other people I have seen and still do see, go about achieving it, right? Because we end up, paving that way to hell with the best of intentions, and it is really well-paved road by now. I hope that, right, this is the last slide of the ranty bit, by the way, right? So I hope by now you've realized why I think that performative psychological safety is risky, that when we really try to achieve it and don't think about what we're trying to achieve, but think more about how it feels in the here and now, how it's, immediate satisfaction, then we risk doing harm to people, or even worse, we risk that people do harm to themselves. Unintentionally again, right? I do not believe anyone here is a douchebag or a psychopath. Right, moving on to the constructive bit. Question 3, how do we spot the performative, right? Actually, it's pretty simple. In my experience, there are 2 things to look out for. One is that our are exercises focusing on the private bit, right? Is it stuff like, tell me about your secrets, tell me about something terrible that happened to you in your past? What is a huge mistake that you regret making? What is a profound experience that has shaped who you are today, right? Some of these questions just sound like they're genuine, I am interested in you as a human being, but they are all sort of encroaching on the private space, right? The other part is exercises that are designed to elicit a very strong emotional response. So that can be sharing circles, it can be, share something that's really hard for you, but something that really gives that powerful emotional response, which is extremely, makes you feel alive, but that's what the exercise is designed for, right? It's designed to make you have a strong reaction in the moment rather than provide a long-term solution. How can we reduce the risk? Now, luckily, it's pretty simple, right? Because if one of the risks is, if one of the warning signs is that you ask that the questions asked are for the private sort of area, then just stay professional. Instead of asking what's the biggest mistake you regret making, go, what's a mistake you've made at work that you regret? And what did you learn from it? That's professional. People will then bring the private things that they want to, that they feel comfortable sharing, into the conversation, right? But keep it professional, right? Ask, what's a skill that you think is undervalued at work? And they might share something that they've done in their lives that you did not know about them, and that's private, right? It's about providing, opening the door and inviting people to share what they're comfortable sharing rather than being like, this is where you've got to be, right? Share your private stuff, right? Because I want to see you air your hopefully not very dirty laundry. The other bit is setting healthy boundaries, which is, at least to me, this is the harder bit, right? This is the bit where I say, I don't think this is a safe question to answer. Right? I don't want to talk about this. I don't think we should ask these questions. One of my teams has a very lovely tradition of asking a question of the day because they really like each other. We're a remote team. So it's one of the ways that we can connect. And figuring out we've done this for almost a year now, right? We're running out of questions. So one of my team members said, oh, I have one. What's the last thing that made you cry and why? And I was like, no. I love you all, but I'm not going to tell you exactly why I cried last time I cried because no. There's no way in hell I'm going to share that. So again, it's about saying, I don't really know how to turn this into a professional one because I don't hope that people have been crying. Like, when was the last time you cried at work and why? No, I do not want to. I do not want to ask that question. I do not want to work at a place where asking that question is relevant in any way, shape, or form. But, ask work-related questions or ask questions that are sort of, if one of the really fun ones we had is what's your favorite pasta shape, which is, fairly, it's a fairly innocent question, and people can bring the private in, right? It can be, oh, it's this pasta shape that my grandmother used to make for me, and I really love thinking about her because she did this and that for me, right? So people can bring the private. It might just be like, I don't like pasta, sorry. Right? I prefer rice. Rice is my definite favorite pasta shape. But yeah, set healthy boundaries and be the one who says, let's keep it professional, right? Let's not ask these questions. And it's hard. Setting boundaries is really, really hard. So when you see someone who does set boundaries, acknowledge it, right? Especially if they do it well. If it's the shouty bit where they're like, yeah, so they have such dysregulated nervous system that they're being extremely emotional about boundaries. Support them, yes, but rather, criticize the people who put them in a situation where that reaction was the one that was elicited. Right. What do we do when we mess it up? Because we are going to mess it up, right? We are going to do something that hurts someone at some point. We humans, all humans do things with best intentions that end up causing pain sometimes. It happens. It's okay. It's part of being alive. And I think, again, because you can overstep boundaries. I don't want to use violate, because violate to me, again, I'm not a native speaker, but violate to me indicates that there's some sort of intention in it, right? Violate seems very aggressive and very like, forceful, because this is not what I expect that that's going to happen, because again, assuming you are all wonderful, wonderful people. But what happens if you've crossed your own boundary? The thing is, I really don't know. Right? If you've crossed your own boundary, the only thing I can tell you to do is do whatever you need to self-regulate, right? Take care of yourself. You know yourselves better. I know what helps me, which is probably having a cry, having a rant, possibly sleeping, eating, stuff like that, going for a walk. But actually seeking the comfort of other people is what works for me. We're all different, so it might not work for you. So therefore, don't do what works for me. Figure out what works for you. If you don't know what works for you, learn. Work with a therapist. They're amazing. Or experiment. If therapists are also extremely expensive, so if you can't afford one, then use your friends. They are basically therapists for free. And especially the really good ones. Now, if someone else's boundary has been crossed, right, chances are you might not actually notice, right? Because people are really good at hiding this. Because you might be in this situation where that person hasn't even noticed, right? And one of the hardest things for me to learn, actually going back to the slide before, is when were my own boundaries crossed. It took me a long, long time. I'm 40 now, I'm still learning, right? But I was in my late 30s when I really realized what that felt like. So there is a real chance that the person whose boundary has been crossed doesn't even realize it. They're just feeling really, ugh, right? But be empathetic. Notice if something is wrong, right? And then listen. If they want to complain, if they want to rant, if they want to talk, if they want anything, if they want to just regulate, if they want to like, hey, this is my experience, but this was weird. What do you think? Just listen and don't fix it. Don't try to fix it. I know this is really tempting, but it's not what's needed in that situation. It's listen, just be there. The other thing that's really important is to know your own limits. I am not a trained therapist. I don't know if there are any trained therapists in this room, but if you're not a trained therapist, don't try to be one, right? Don't try to do therapy if you don't know what you're doing, because you might just end up causing more harm than good, right? So know your own limits. And especially for those of us who are line managers, sometimes saying, do you know what? Thank you for sharing, but I can't help you with that. Have you considered therapy is the right response? Or even, I can help you find a therapist, which is the last bullet, right? Ensure that the people who are suffering get the help that they need, right? You can't force them to get help. You can't guarantee that they will accept the help that they need, but you can help them. If where you work has mental health first responders, glorious. Know who they are, reach out to them and ask for them support. If your company does not have mental health first responders, do whatever you can to make sure that your company gets them, because they are worth their weight in gold. It is amazing. I've had mental health first aiders help me support a colleague through an anxiety attack, right? It was magnificent, because as the person helping, that is hard work. It is hard emotional work to help people who are suffering, right? So having someone who has your back and that you can lean on is really important, and it makes it easier for you to be there for other people. Right, so yeah, have a last slide. I think I promised you that we'd revisit this one, which is being authentic, showing vulnerability, and bringing your whole self to work. So for all of you who thought that my previous slide was really, really icky and a really misinterpretation and misrepresentation of what authenticity, vulnerability, and bringing your whole self to work means, this is where I apologize and was like, yes, I know I was wrong. I have realized my mistakes and I apologize. I'm doing better now, which is also why I'm here. Being authentic is, yes, it's about showing emotions and being upfront about it, but it's also about regulating them. If you are sad, well, crying is fine, right? Crying is a way for the nervous system to regulate itself, so crying is definitely not as dangerous as some people think it is. But if you're really angry, instead of shouting at people, right, maybe say, hey, I'm angry, I need a moment, and go and deal with your emotions. You can still be authentic without being overpowering and being in the power of your emotions, right? or is the difference between response and reaction? I always mix those two words up, right? But one of them basically is that something happens, like that knee thing, right? When your doctor hits you under the knee and you go like this, right? Knee-jerk reaction, you can't control it, it just happens, right? But, so that happens sometimes. When we are angry, things happen to our body that we cannot control. But what we can do is that we can notice these things and we can go like, yeah, all right, I'm angry, but I'm not going to hit that person, right? I might want to feel like I really want to hit that person, but I'm just going to go, I'm going to step over here and find a cushion and hit that one instead. Or I'm not going to shout at that person, I'm just going to go, breathe, right? So yes, be authentic, show your emotions, but manage them in a healthy way. Showing vulnerability. Brené Brown has a really good definition of this that I can't remember, so it feels a bit stupid mentioning it here. But being vulnerable is about putting a piece of you out there that allows other people to hurt you, right? I'm paraphrasing, she says it much better. But the idea being that I'm now doing something and I'm giving you some element of power over me. I'm now vulnerable, I am in your power, right? But it doesn't have to be about the dark, deep, powerful things that have happened. It can just be me saying, I'm really nervous about this. I don't know if I'm doing a good job. Please let me know. I mean, please reassure me that I'm not being a total twat up here. Right? This is me being vulnerable right now. Me being vulnerable about telling you about all the shitty things that have happened to me in my life, I'm not really vulnerable about those because I manage those. And if you tell me bad things about those, I'll probably just think you're an idiot and it won't really hurt me, right? So it would be fake vulnerability. It isn't real vulnerability. Vulnerability is when I put a little bit of my soul out there and give you power over it. It might just be a smaller thing as, I've written this document, can you please provide feedback? Right? It's pull requests, goddammit. That's showing vulnerability. And bringing your whole self to work. I mean, the important bit here is that you shouldn't have to pretend you're something you're not. Don't mask, don't pass. Be the person you want to be and bring the parts of yourself to work that you want to bring to work. But don't feel that you have to tell your work colleagues about everything, right? So bringing your whole self to work includes your boundaries, right? And it's just saying, no, I don't want to talk about my family. Fine, boundary, that's bringing your whole self to work. If you are happy to share the names of your children and tell everyone what you've been doing on the weekend and about the birthday parties that you're planning, absolutely, do that. Yes, do share. If you don't, that's also totally okay. If you want to talk about kink, well, maybe ask the audience first if that's okay, but yeah, sure, go ahead. But it's about not having to, right? It's about the invitation. So, my question or my ask to you here, all of you, those of you who are practitioners, is to embrace the slow slog towards psychological safety because it takes time. It gets easier, but it takes a long time before it gets easier. And it is continuous work. And it is really very much like preparing public transport systems, right? It's annoying as fuck while you're doing it, and then it'll work and nobody will thank you for it. They'll just complain that the trains are a bit late, right? Psychological safety is exactly like that. And you might have managers being like, why are you not providing more psychological safety? I can see that you're not there because your team's not really high performing. Look at all the cycle times that I'm measuring for your team, right? I was like, yes, thank you, manager. I'm now going to criticize you because you want to have psychological safety, and that means that I can say things about you without you, thinking badly about me. There. Luckily, I work in an organization where we can do exactly that, and it is amazing. Once you have good public transport or good psychological safety, you really don't want to go back to a place where it doesn't exist. Right, last slide. This is the only pretty slide in the whole show, I know, but this is what you've got a little dinosaur. Please do leave me feedback, and I do think, do we have time for questions?
Yeah, probably top one.
All right, one question, otherwise find me and ask me questions.
About how to, if you're encouraging and trying to encourage psychological safety and authenticity, when you work with people who view any
cynicism such that even though you feel like you're trying to create a culture that is authentic, they view it as inauthentic and therefore end up kind of toxifying your efforts like a team?
Right, so rephrasing your questions about when very cynical people perceive attempts at creating psychological safety as dishonest. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It happens. I mean, I think honestly, the only way that you encounter that is by being authentic, right? Over time, they will. I mean, if you are authentic and if you are true to your word and if you do what you say you do, if you're trustworthy, in other words, right, then they will, slowly you'll break down their cynicism, right? And for some people, cynicism is just part of who they are. I'm a very cynical person myself, right? So I will say cynical things as a part of dealing with situations. So just see it as that, as a response to what's happening, and be authentic and move on. If you really believe in psychological safety, then one of two things will happen. They'll get around to it eventually, or they will leave the company looking for somewhere where they feel more comfortable. Interestingly, comfortable there might be finding something they feel more used to, rather than it being something that is actually more comfortable. But because we as human, our brain also really just doesn't want to change, right? Because change requires a lot of energy, and energy is bad. I mean, we want to preserve energy. So if we can repeat patterns that are entrenched, that's really good. That's also where biases come from, right? Biases, shitty consequences as biases have, they are also what help us keep us alive in the morning. And know that gravity actually also works today because it probably does today because it also did yesterday. So brains don't want to change. So when you have someone who is really opposed to working in a psychologically safe environment, they will probably perceive it as a threat. And then one of two things happen. They learn it's not a threat, or they go, I'm going to go to a place where I feel safe, which is ironically a place without psychological safety.
Cool. Thank you, Tara.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to my talk today. I'm absolutely honored to be here, to have been accepted. This is a fantastic opportunity, so just want to start out with a big thank you. As I was refreshing the material for this talk, looking back through my content, I'm realizing that I'd like to try out a new title. We're definitely still going to talk about product-tech relationships, but I do think iterative improvement towards product mindset is really a better match to what's written in the abstract and the material of the talk. So, no offense, if you'd like to choose a different track now, if this is not what you were expecting, take a minute and, no offense if you want to change it up. But for those of you that want to stay, I'd like to go ahead and get a quick survey of the room to see what job functions we have present. So, who here lives in Jira or some other project management tool throughout the week? Raise your hands. Awesome. Okay. Who here codes a lot most of the week? In an IDE? Yep, doing your thing. Nice. And last one is, who here is building slides and diagramming and things like that? Anybody in the architecture realm a little bit? Okay, awesome. So I'm doing a survey like this because, like Janet said this morning, it's not about what's on your business card. It's about what you do, the function that you perform during the week. Last question is, who here focuses on an end user of your product, or maybe it's a client, every single day, even just briefly, every single day? Nice. Yeah, that is a good showing. I see some people with hands up, hands down. If your hands are up, great. You've got nothing. No, I'm just kidding. Definitely, please stay. There's definitely things to learn and to gain from this. But thinking about end user every day is an indicator of a strong universal product mindset within your teams. And what we'll talk about today applies to all walks of technology, people in engineering, product testers, engineers, all of those roles. But let's take a step away from product mindset briefly and talk about the Agile landscape right now. There's a bit of a separation that I've seen. There are some technology leaders who are looking forward to Agile and excited about a transformation, iterative development, rapid releases, CI/CD, all of these fundamentals that come with Agile development. And some maybe did an Agile transformation 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and are frustrated. There's been some wide sweeping organizational changes happening recently towards something different than Agile. And I don't just mean Scrum Fall, although that is happening as well. There is a push for different questions that need to be answered. Well, I don't care as much about innovation right now. I'm focused on cost reduction. We really need to just hold our ground in the economy right now. So different questions, different pain points, and that Agile is just maybe not working anymore. So why is that? Regardless of whether the organizations are new to Agile or are not so happy with it, a lot of times there are either organizational or social silos that are formed between product and engineering. So when the question arises of why isn't our Agile implementation or Agile processes working, what's not working about them? I think that it is because of these silos between product and engineering that is causing a lack of unification around product mindset. Product mindset is the #1 most important outcome or indicator of a successful Agile implementation. Anybody out there, maybe you've got some inspiration from this morning. Does anyone want to share, when I say product mindset, what does that mean to you? Or what might be another indicator of a strong product mindset? You can just shout it out if it comes to you. You can tell if it clearly solves a problem. Fantastic. I love that answer. Engineers know the why. Also a great answer. To me, product mindset is a relentless obsession with the end user combined with a strong comfort of not knowing what the next yes is going to be for a product. Not having certainty over your plan, reacting to change. It sounds a lot like this. It's probably not the first time you've seen the Agile Manifesto, so thank you for bearing with me in the last 24 hours even. But product mindset is a direct outcome of the Agile Manifesto. I was recently in a client conversation and the technology leader said, well, Agile Manifesto is great when I brought it up, but it's good for startups. It doesn't work for enterprise. And then later in the conversation goes on to explain how high-performing his teams are. We've adopted SAFe, and they're doing great. But our software is not delivering actual value to the customers. So this disconnect of high performers and Agile, good at Agile, but not delivering value to the customers, those should be one and the same in terms of how we're assessing ourselves and looking at how productive we are. And I think that in order to reap the benefits that Agile provides, we need to start and bring product and engineering together and breaking down those social or organizational silos that form between these two groups. So let's take a look at how we can improve product mindset. First, we are going to assess team dynamics. We're going to take a look at what are we doing on a team level every single day, and check how our daily habits are turning into the product and really what we're building. Then we're going to take a small area and apply a targeted strategy. And finally, we're agile. We like to iterate. We like to do small things and iterate constantly. So observe and repeat using the same system of approach. It really does not require wide sweeping organizational changes, like taking out an agile org, for example, to see really, really fast growth and change. So, first step in assessing team dynamics is to, with optimism and positivity as much as possible, look for symptoms where your teams or yourself as an individual are not showing focus on the product, focus on the end user. Where do things feel stale, unproductive? Probably are things that come up naturally in a retro, but taking that user-focused lens to it. And then find a system to help you organize some of those symptoms to try to move towards the next step. So what we are going to do is look at symptoms together first, and then a system. Anyone want to share what they are observing right now, either within their teams or a past experience that feels like a symptom of a lack of product mindset? Could be a behavior you notice in a ceremony. Yes? Not being able to articulate value. Yes, so it could be anyone on the team being asked, why are we building this? Who is it for? And lack of ability to answer that question. That's a fantastic symptom. Any other ones? Yes? Say that again? Yes. Yes, that's big A agile, right? Following a framework or a process just because that's what we're told to do, and not looking at, is this for the user? Is this, to refer again back to this morning, is this marching towards our vision? Is this following our strategy? These are great. Another symptom is isolated decision-making, leaving out stakeholders. We heard about that a little bit this morning. Leaving key stakeholders out of the decision-making process is a symptom that can lead to swirl and rework. It's a terrible feeling as an engineer to deliver something, and then 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, a month later, it gets to the stakeholder that really has the say in it when they could have been included in refinement earlier on. Another symptom is poor engagement in planning and review sessions. I don't know how many of you out there, I've been in many a refinement session where cameras are off, everyone's muted, and you're maybe the product owner or the tech lead, whatever role. Any questions? Anyone? Anybody? And it's just absolute crickets. But that is a symptom of a lack of product mindset, not being able to, and sometimes it's on the engineering side, it's no finger to point, but it's a lack of, I don't even know what question to ask right now because they don't understand why we're building what we're building. And the final, or not the final, there's plenty of symptoms, but another common symptom that I see is a broken feedback loop. A really interesting one I experienced recently. A lot of times you might think feedback loop with the user, and of course that's important to have a strong feedback loop with the user. But it's also important with the not so user-facing engineering teams. The example I had recently was product and design slow to engage with the DevOps and SRE teams of a platform to talk through non-functional requirements. And a product was built 4 years in and was nowhere near the performance needed. They didn't think about performance needs and how this product was going to scale. And about 4 years of work is completely gone, basically. They're starting from ground zero when it comes to the performance decision-making on the technical side. So it is just as important in that side too. Oops, sorry. So these are symptoms. These are some signals where you're noticing product, and notice I'm not saying it's the product manager and the tech lead who aren't talking together. This is building the product, the user focus, the product side, and the engineering side, technical side. These are symptoms where there are silos happening between these groups. So to help us organize these signs and signals into something we can work with, there are a lot of options out there. I'm going to share this. I know this is a lot to take in. We're not gonna step through every piece of this. But I have a colleague that likes to say, vent with intent. So when you go and you start talking about the annoying things that are happening within your team dynamics, talk about it in a lens of doing something about it. So when you are discussing your team dynamics and doing that self-assessment, utilize some sort of competency model like this, or better yet, come up with one. Best yet, maybe steal this and then change all the words in it to whatever meets the environment you are in. And like I said, you might be squirming in your seats thinking about doing an assessment on your team and developer productivity. This is for the team level. I actually created this originally as a tech lead on a team, on a product team, and it was done in Google Sheets. It had 3 times as many words in there, and it was really for us to organize how we discuss becoming more product-minded in our retros and to get better. And it's now been reduced, down to what you see here to have a wider reach of audience. But again, this is homegrown, and you can take this and adapt it. And the point is, again, not for each of you to know exactly what each one of these words means, although I'm happy to go into deeper detail of this after the talk. The point is to have a shared understanding of what it means to be improving in a specific category. So you can see here on the left, product engineering process is just broken down by function, we talked about earlier, and then category, so roadmap, customer, engineering quality, testing. And as we move, I know we often say shift left. I think I want to rearrange my diagram here, but in this case, we want to move to the right, and you do a quick self-assessment with the team to see where you land. Look at the product strategy and where you want to prioritize making an improvement, and think through what is it going to take to move us from, okay, we've got defined personas for a customer, but we actually want to start doing active monitoring of our customer base. What does that look like? What do we have now? So to do that type of targeted strategy, like I said, ask your team. Do the 5 whys activity. Ask your team about, why is this symptom happening? Why is no one speaking up during refinement session? And come to a root cause understanding of that. Collaborate together to answer those questions. And sometimes they're not worth answering. So align it with the product strategy. And then make a change. So we are going to walk through 3 examples of how I've done this before on teams and sort of an outcome that has happened. And each will be at kind of before, during, and after a product launch, just to kind of take us through it. And please feel free to jump in with questions as I go through these examples at the end of each one, if you want to have any other clarity on it. These are 3 examples. So we're going to talk about how to enhance communication during product discovery, creating a shared ownership during product build, and reinvigorating innovation after a product launch. And these are all sort of how to define a strategy to make improvements in those areas after realizing, okay, we need to strengthen our universal product mindset in these areas. So first one is enhancing communication and product discovery. So maybe we did our self-assessment with our team and we noticed that it was backlog and roadmap. We didn't score great, and where we are with our product strategy right now, we have to get better in those areas. And so what we want to do is enhance our communication. What do we do now for communication? Ask yourself that question. Then map it out. Try to map out what the discovery process looks like, and I'll have an example on the next slide of that. And finally, decide what change you're going to make. In this case, we decided, like I've mentioned, we want to make our discovery more inclusive. So what this might look like for you is, okay, we mapped out our discovery process, we get new intent comes in, and it's kind of a new team. Actually, we've got a new designer coming, so we're gonna define or redefine the roles and responsibilities on the team. And we're gonna conduct an inclusive early discovery where we bring along stakeholders and the site reliability SMEs. We gotta bring them in, talk about non-functional requirements, and really get a full picture. Not just feasibility, can we build this? Non-functional requirements, right? Then construct an Agile roadmap. In this phase, what we weren't doing before, what we're gonna start trying to do is include engineering in this. Product's not gonna go off and the product team create their roadmap with the executives and then read it out and then bring it to the engineering team and say, how can we make this happen? Engineering will spend time constructing Agile roadmap and revisiting it. Probably less time than the product team, right? You gotta strike those balances between what your core function is, but they will be included. And finally, we'll do a story mapping. The big picture, now we're gonna break that down into stories and conduct a story mapping. And in this case, what we weren't doing before, this is a modernization effort, and we were not including the people who built the original product. They were legacy developers. We are going to bring them into story mapping. And if you're worried about getting too off track, we're gonna ask those people to provide inputs after the session. So they're gonna be there, they're gonna take notes, and they're gonna submit their feedback and questions afterwards, and we'll have a follow-up with them to allow for every voice to be heard and still manage time. So this is just an example how you might document your discovery process, make it more inclusive, and improve those areas of roadmap and backlog from the assessment. Next example is creating a shared ownership during product build. So in this self-assessment, we maybe identified that team was one of the categories that needed a little bit of help, along with trust. And we went ahead and asked ourselves this question of, where is there tension right now? We scored low on trust because we enter into these refinement sessions and it's immediately tense. Or sprint planning. Those sessions are starting to get a little finger pointy and we don't have the type of team collaboration that we really need. Some tension is good, of course, but there's a fight for ownership over things that we're starting to sense. So, okay, let's create shared ownership through a little bit more flexible roles and responsibility definition. In this example, there was a small team I was with and a tech lead who was also an architect, really smart, just a very smart team, and also a product manager who was experienced with conducting user research, and both were thinking, I am the tech lead, so I get to make this decision. I am the product manager, I get to make these decisions. And assigning their leadership to what was on their business card. Don't think that that is always the right approach to take. I love roles and responsibilities. This Venn diagram is an example from Laura Hogan. I'm a huge fan of hers, highly recommend her book, Resilient Management. But this Venn diagram approach to setting roles and responsibilities is a fantastic way to highlight who is a lead on different elements of the product discovery and delivery process, and where you have shared ownership. So builds and refines backlog, if that is a shared ownership, you agree to it, you write it down, and it definitely does not mean the two things outside of the center area are done in isolation, but it's rather an acknowledgement for who is leading that discussion. And so this is, a perfect example of, collaborating with individuals over, okay, my contract as the tech lead says that I get to make all these decisions. That's not how it works. So because you really assessed yourself, saw a need to improve ownership, this is our targeted strategy of just defining a little bit of flexibility into roles and responsibilities, which is going to improve our product mindset during product build. Move further to the right on that score sheet. Any questions about this one? Awesome. All right, great. Our last example here is reinvigorating innovation after product launch. Sometimes after we do a launch, it's kind of this lull period of doing a little bit of tech debt maybe, and I know as an engineer, you're kind of like waiting for product to tell you what is the next thing you're gonna do. So a way to move out of just this kind of going through the motions mentality of delivery and, okay, we launched. What can we do? Define your next set of strategies. It's with engineering, with the product, with the designer, with maybe your marketing team, all these cross-functional groups coming together after a product launch to say, okay, well, what is our next set? And again, could not agree more on the 2 to 4 rule from this morning. Keep your strategy set very small and come together and identify your target. Maybe you want to amplify reach. And a lot of times, this can be done through a little bit of a change in your process. A strategy change often means your existing processes that worked great for product build and for doing all the testing that has to be done before your launch. All of those processes are now maybe stale, because you've launched something and you're watching it in production, and it's time to change the way we're approaching this from a process perspective. One option, one thing that I have tried out is, this is also not new, this is dual track Agile. And this can really be done, I think this is also another concept that's thought of to only happen while our leadership doesn't support us doing dual track Agile. You can kind of do it in a sneaky way. If your leadership isn't on board with it, you can still take a parallel discovery and delivery approach with your teams. And it's a really great lever to pull after a product launch because there's kind of this time to do some experimentation. It's also a fantastic way to start and get some cross-pollination of ideas. So maybe you're a junior dev on your team doesn't normally get to talk to the UX designer, but you start doing a little bit of dual track Agile where you've got, and dual track Agile is where there's a discovery process happening at the same time as the delivery. Somebody's still got to be fixing bugs in production and doing that type of work. But you always want to have sharing from the parallel path of delivery and DevOps going up to the discovery path, and you want to have a strong feedback loop there. So it's an opportunity to bring different people from the engineering team into the product discovery, the design, product, marketing team into what is going on? What are you guys learning from the engineering standpoint? What is the production support team telling us? So this can be a great way to kind of change things up. So why are we doing that? Why would we just kind of make a small change? Because you did your self-assessment. You saw some areas that felt routine and lacking in innovation and new ideas and bringing those to the table. A slight tweak in our operating model can reinvigorate innovation. It can help people with giving them a space to ask questions where they wouldn't normally. Maybe they're not reviewing it as a refinement session. It's our dual-track Agile collaboration jam. And so because it's framed that way, someone was going to feel more comfortable speaking up. All of these things on a very individual, small, but iterative level improves product mindset across all these teams. And it's awesome to see. So just to reiterate kind of our examples here, ask, collaborate, and change. On each phase of your product mindset improvement journey, it could be during discovery, could be during product build, or it could be right after a launch. And then again, do it again. One category at a time, one step at a time, building the relationship to be more of, you're building your product and your organization and the culture to be more relationship-driven versus transactional. It goes a long way to improve product mindset. So assess team dynamics, product mindset, apply a targeted strategy, and continue on. So that when this question of why is our Agile process not working, when that comes up, it is because we've strayed away from the end user capabilities and we're not collaborating together as a team, making small changes towards a stronger product mindset. A focus on the user and on product mindset is for sure what we try to do for our clients at EPAN. It's also the approach of some companies that you might know. Amazon Working Backwards methodology is a fantastic read-through. I'm going to talk briefly about what Google Cloud DevOps and Research Assessment report says. I absolutely love this report. I recommend reading it front to cover every year when they come out with it. But to highlight a couple quotes, lean product management capabilities predict software delivery performance. So you're trying to negotiate a point to your leadership in terms of why it is important to focus on improving product mindset and lean products capabilities. And lean product management, and they have a little blurb. Lean product management means a focus on the end user, an iterative path towards the end solution. Predicts software delivery performance. That is the strongest correlation word that can be used when you're doing a research study like this. Not impacts, it predicts software delivery performance. We will get faster, we will get better as a team when we focus on these things. And not only just software delivery performance, focusing on the end user improves organizational performance, team performance. I love that it shows an improvement in job satisfaction. So there are really positive impacts on our happiness at work and the culture when we move to this product mindset. And finally, to kind of leave you with a little bit of a bigger idea, this year's International Women's Day theme was inclusivity. And honestly, if you are sitting here thinking that you do all this stuff and you've got a pretty good framework in place, you're driving towards product mindset, or you don't want to improve in that area, all of these strategies that I talked about today also make your workplace more inclusive. We talked a lot about giving a voice to people who don't maybe don't speak up as much or feel safe to speak their mind, have an opportunity to give their ideas. Building product mindset, building stronger product mindset also gives space for a diversity of ideas and opinions. So it's definitely worth checking out from that regard. Okay, and now I'll open it up for questions. Thank you all so much. Yes.
How do you know what the right question to ask is? Ask, collaborate, change.
For the Ask, Collaborate, Change. So it is, let me go back to one of those slides actually that will help.
Those seem like really good questions. I'm not sure I would have thought of them.
Yes, so Ask, Collaborate, and Change is asking, so you've done a retro, that's like the best example to take, is you've conducted a retro and you want your team to ask each other, why is this symptom happening? So the question is, so the why starts at, why isn't there engagement in refinement sessions? Why do we have to constantly redo something that we deployed? Like we're getting this swirl, we're not getting an answer. Why is that? So and then you try and answer that. Okay, because engineers don't care or know about the end product. Why don't they know about the end product? Well, because they're not involved early in the discovery process, so they don't really understand all this context to be able to ask, hey, how many users are going to be clicking that button every day? So that's sort of and I think I mentioned, glossed over the 5 whys technique, and that's kind of what that ask is getting at. It's understanding at a root level what's going on with that symptom of a lack of product mindset on the team. Any other questions? Yeah.
Do these changes in approaches also result in improved happiness of teams?
Yeah, the question was, did the changes in approach also result in overall happiness of the teams? Absolutely. Engagement scores can be mixed in terms of how you use them, right? That's why, I liked leveraging a shared understanding of what getting better looks like through the competency model versus engagement scores. But you can see, you've got something to work towards and everyone is communicating, everyone is engaged and happy, and your day feels, just feels like it's going by quickly. And I love the stat from Dora. And again, this is DevOps research and assessment. They're not out here to prove that product mindset is like the way to go. This is all about DevOps. But what they can't help but continue to find is that product mindset, lean product management, is a key part of DevOps, developer operations, which I think translates pretty easily into developer productivity, developer happiness, and I love the job satisfaction improvement as well for adopting the product mindset. Any others? Yes?
So I have collaborated more in the Ask, Collaborate, Change.
Yes.
So the Ask one is super clear, it's about getting to the root level.
Yes. Yes, yep. Question is around the Ask, Collaborate, Change, and a little bit more clarity on kind of what the collaborate and change pieces are. I'm trying to go back to my... So collaborate means who is part of product, who is part of engineering, who's helping us with process, what people need to be involved in answering those whys. And so that might change depending on the symptom that you see. And so that's why it's important to, these decisions for change can't be happening in a silo where we say, okay, well, our engineering team is going to make a decision to change the way we do refinement and not let your designer or product person know that that's the way, that this is we've come to this result all together. That's kind of the key behind the collaborate there, is that you include all the parties needed to have a voice to get buy-in so that your change actually sticks? Great question, thanks. Right, any others? And if you would like this competency model to change however you'd like, please shoot me an email. I'm happy to give you the digital version. Right. There's no other questions. If you think of something later, please catch me. But otherwise, thank you all so much for coming.
Hi there. Right. So I'm going to be talking today about balancing cognition with collaboration, or individual team flow with cross-team collaboration. So if you've got multiple teams all working on something that has to come together, how do you do that effectively? So first of all, a little bit about my journey, about what got me here. So I've worked with quite a lot of different team organizations, so teams made up of maybe 2 or 3 teams collaborating on different things, up to more recently in robotics. I've been working with 20 teams all collaborating on one product. And how does that all come together effectively? In terms of domains and technology, again, there's been quite a broad range. So teams have been working on things from things like low-level C for real-time control and safety systems, through mobile app development to back-end cloud services, which are elastically scalable. So quite a varied technology stack. Also quite different release strategies as well. So we've got teams that have been releasing into production multiple times a day, through to teams that are releasing a new feature of our product to our customers maybe once every 10 weeks. So there's quite a broad range as well in terms of how frequently the teams have been releasing. But actually, interestingly, regardless of the technology the team was using, regardless of the frequency with which they were releasing, there were a set of common challenges that I was seeing, but it was it became particularly apparent when working in the most recent team building a robotic vacuum cleaner. So the challenge we had was accelerating whilst innovating. Is how do we go faster whilst also trying to do something new at the same time? So in terms of where we were starting, so our team was growing over a period of about 2 years. Probably the team got about twice as big. So that was bringing some challenges. We also had new problems to solve. What you can see on the right here is our most recent robot vacuum, but pretty much almost all of the hardware was completely new. So we had robot vacuum cleaners in the market already, so we were trying to reuse as much of the software that we've written as possible, but actually the entire platform that it was running on had been rebuilt from the ground up. So we had, as I said, we had a code base that we needed to evolve, plus we also had quite a lot of code that we were going to write new for the first time because the hardware was completely different. Also, we had lots of dependencies. So all of these teams, all working on different parts of the software in this robot vacuum, all have to work together ultimately so that one thing can move around your home autonomously and clean everywhere, which actually leads to lots of dependencies between the different teams. And then as we were growing, as we had new problems to solve, we also found that we had new gaps in ownership. As we've been growing, actually we've got an area now which we haven't necessarily got an owner for. And so how do we plug that gap? So in terms of who we are, this is our amazing team. So we're split between 4 countries and 2 time zones. And this is us. So in terms of the balance that we were trying to get right, so what we were trying to do was look at how can we organize ourselves around and our team boundaries to reduce dependencies between our teams and also reduce the cognitive load on our teams, whilst at the same time was like, well, actually, how can we effectively innovate with the complexity brought about through the dependencies that we've already got? Because there's no getting away from some of those dependencies when everything has to run together. And it was like, how do we get the balance right between these two? So the first place we turned was team topologies. a wonderful book by Matthew Skelton and Manuel Pace. And in terms of what led us there was we were looking at how can we reduce the cognitive load on our teams, because actually it just wasn't possible. The software in our robot was getting so complicated and in some places complex. It just wasn't possible for every single team to know everything anymore. I'm like, okay, well, how can we split this problem down into a smaller set of problems which individual teams can own? Because it's just not possible for everybody to hold it all in their heads anymore. So also then looking at team interactions, because as we were finding lots of teams needed to collaborate together in order to actually get a change, a new capability of our robot out to our customers. With all of those interactions, it was impacting the speed with which we could actually get the changes out. And then lastly, we were finding, and I think probably everybody finds this, based on the responsibilities our individual teams had got, it was impacting how our architecture was evolving. So we're like, okay, we need to be very conscious about how we're structuring our teams, what our team responsibilities are, because it's ultimately going to impact the architecture of the product that we're building. So the core tenets of team topologies, which we took away, I mean, there are lots of wonderful things in the book, but these were some of the key takeaways for us. The first one was stable delivery teams as a means of delivery. So actually setting up teams with a group of people who will be constantly working together. So, and then bringing work to the team rather than having a set of defined problems and then bringing different people in all the time. So that was one of the first takeaways. The next one then was, how do you organize those teams so that actually it's easy for teams to focus on one area? There's not a lot of dependencies and they're actually able to work effectively. Then next one, evolving team interactions for innovation and delivery. And then lastly, looking at what are the things about the problem that you're trying to solve, maybe about how our business is structured, which gives us a clue as to what would be a good place to have a separation from one team to another team. So team topologies then broadly talks about four different types of teams. So we have stream-aligned teams, which their primary responsibility is to be able to release value directly to customers. So they will have responsibility for certain areas of the product, and they can make changes to those and get those out to production without being dependent on a lot of other people. So we have enabling teams who are there basically to help other teams, to help all the other teams be successful. Complicated subsystem teams, of which we actually had quite a lot in the robot. And then lastly, platform teams that are building out the common tooling, the common capabilities to allow all the other teams to more easily be able to develop. So in terms of how we introduce the ideas, so we had a book club, which one of the books that we took to the book club was Team Topologies, and we were getting together once every couple of weeks. We were reading a chapter, going away, talking about it, maybe trying some of the things in there, coming back together and then talking about how it had gone, how we found it. One of the really lovely things that came out from that book club was the idea of, well, why don't we try actually mapping out how all of our teams are interacting with each other. So look at which teams are we talking to, how frequently are we talking to those teams. And that was really interesting, give us an idea of, like, have we got the structure right? Which teams are talking to each other a lot, and which ones maybe aren't talking to each other a lot, and maybe that might be a good place to define an area of responsibility. So over the period of about, I would say, probably about 18 months-ish, we tried hard at making it sort of clear what teams would own. We looked at what sort of type of team they would be. And actually, things went quite well in doing that. We found that as we made it clearer, the responsibilities for the team, and we sort of talked about and reasoned about, well, what sort of team is this? What is the area they're responsible for? We found actually defining which team or teams will be a platform team worked really quite well for us. That was quite straightforward. Again, complicated subsystem teams, that turned out to be quite straightforward for us in terms of understanding what are those main areas of technology that need to come together for the whole product to work. And again, enabling teams or team. So we went for a single enabling team. But then when it came to stream-aligned teams, that was where we were finding we had some challenges. It wasn't quite working the way we hoped it would. But that aside, actually, when we looked at each individual team and we talked to each team about how things were going, like, actually, no, things have improved. Actually, we've got less dependencies now, and teams are able to make headway without lots and lots of dependencies, lots of talking. So we're like, oh, that's good. Happy days. But that's not the end of my talk, because then what we found is like, but hang on a minute. Each of our individual teams is actually able to move faster now. But when we look at how quickly we're able to get a new capability of our robot out to our customers, that hadn't moved faster at all. We were going pretty much the same speed we were going before. We're like, well, what's going on here? What have we got wrong? So when we had a look at what were the sort of things that were going wrong, one of the first things we found was that because actually teams didn't have to necessarily talk to each other a lot now, because we'd sort of worked quite hard to try and reduce the dependencies between the teams, teams weren't necessarily talking as much as they had been, and that meant that actually, quite often, we could have one team and another team doing a very, very similar thing, and they didn't know because they weren't talking together. The next thing we found, and this was a problem that I think was probably more unique in robotics than probably some other domains, because it's not a problem that I'd seen so much when working in other areas of Dyson or other companies, was that we suffered quite a bit from unexpected breakages or breakages from unexpected dependencies. And I'll touch on that a bit more and explain why that was a problem in a bit. So the next thing we found was that, again, because we've sort of done quite a good job of sort of trying to carve out what teams would be responsible for, when it came to trying to make a cross-cutting change through a number of teams, actually that was much harder than it had been before, because there were a lot of teams that weren't necessarily talking as much as they had been together, and therefore trying to get everybody aligned on how we were going to make that cross-cutting change actually became harder. And then the other thing we found was that, again, because teams weren't talking so much, and because teams weren't necessarily so aware of everything that was going on, all the things that were going on in the other teams, we were finding that, and because we tried quite hard to make it so that it was clear to a team what their responsibility was, what they were accountable for, when there was a problem that came up, they would try quite hard to try and solve it. Because we're accountable for this part of the product working well. But what that did lead to is quite often that we'd find that we'd actually fix the problem in the wrong place. So we'd fix the problem in the place where the team had responsibility for, but that may not have been the best place to solve it overall. So those were the problems. I'm like, okay, well, team topologies, or the things that we took away from team topologies hadn't necessarily helped us with these things. So we're like, okay, well, what can we do about this? So what we were looking at was like, okay, so how can we improve things at a team level, but also make sure that things are improving overall at the same time? So what we were looking at was how can we balance the narrowing the scope of what teams need to worry about with keeping that situational awareness of how does the bit that I'm doing fit into the bigger picture. So the next place we turned, almost by accident, was Team of Teams by General Stanley McChrystal. And the reason that we turned to this was we were looking at, okay, well, how can we best share knowledge between our teams? We've got lots of teams that needs to be collaborating together, but that's not necessarily working as well as it could be. When you've got a complex problem, and certainly having a robot that you can put into anybody's home, into effectively, as far as the robot is concerned, an infinite number of environments, and it just needs to work, that's quite a complex problem. So actually solving that complex problem needs quite a broad knowledge. Then how do we get to a place where our teams can best work in the open? So whilst they've got a responsibility for a certain area, it's still clear to other teams what's going on. And then lastly was like, okay, well, how can we reduce the impact of the interfaces between our teams being inertia to how quickly we're able to make changes, how quickly we're able to innovate. So some of the core tenets of Team of Teams, the things that we're like, oh, actually, this might well help us, because this certainly describes the things that we're trying to improve, was a common purpose. So how can we make it clear to all of the teams what it is that we're trying to achieve? And actually, not only did this impact how individual teams were working, but it actually changed quite a lot in terms of how we presented what we wanted to try and achieve to all the teams collectively as well, so that together everybody was understanding, well, what is this common purpose over the next 10 weeks, say? What is it that we want to try and achieve? Then shared consciousness. So how do we get that idea that everybody has an idea about what's going on, particularly at the places where it interfaces to them? But then how we want to make sure that we retain that empowered execution. So we still want each team to feel that they are absolutely empowered to be able to execute independently, and but do that in such a way that there's that level of trust between them and the other teams in terms of everybody understanding how their bit fits in, and that they can trust that if it's going wrong, actually the best place to fix it is somewhere else, and I will trust that the other team is going to fix that. So what we were trying to avoid was a situation of like, okay, well, we've got really clear interfaces now, so yeah, basically just talk to the API because we're too busy, our team's too busy focusing on the things that we're doing. So we wanted that clear interface, but we also wanted our teams to be regularly talking as well. And it was like, how do we get both of those? So in terms of what we were aiming for and what we wanted to try and avoid, we were aiming for autonomy, but without siloed thinking. We were aiming for a reduced cognitive load in each of our teams, but without that reduced situational awareness of what was going on. And then lastly, we were looking for a clear responsibility, but without the loss of collective ownership. So what did we do? What helped us in that area? So the first thing that we did was we kept the individual team responsibility, but we actually possibly, maybe over-indexed, I don't know, in terms of how we were sharing between the teams. So at the end of every couple of weeks, when our teams had been working on new capabilities, they had been getting together and sharing what they'd been doing with some of the key stakeholders that cared about the output of that particular team. But what we hadn't necessarily been doing is making sure that we were sharing between all the other teams as well at the same time. So what the model that we moved to was that every couple of weeks we would get together and every team would demo what they'd been doing, and there would be like a time slot almost of when that would happen. And we said to teams, well, look, we're going to do this and we're going to go all through all of it. If you want to be there and understand what's going on in other teams, then that's great, come along, but don't feel that you need to. Interesting, what we found is when we did it, most people tended to turn up to that to get an idea about what was going on in the other teams. The other thing that we also ended up doing was daily, one representative from each team we would get a group of people together with one representative from each team and just talk about what are the big problems that we've got at the moment, what's not working, is there something somebody else could help us with, are there any significant things that we're changing which might impact somebody else? And again, we said, it would be great if you want to be here. It would be helpful for you to at least come and share the things that you're changing so that another team knows, but don't feel that you have to stay for the whole session once you've done that. But again, we tended to find that quite often people would turn up every day just to give that sharing about what was going on, and particularly when there were problems, and sharing about, so is there anybody else who can help? The other thing that we looked at, and this was because quite often the problems that we were solving were changing, so we hadn't always got, whilst we'd got this nice clear area of responsibility between our teams, the problems that we needed to solve didn't always neatly fit into all of those teams. And we're like, oh, this is a bit awkward because actually we want to be focusing on the most important thing, but that doesn't naturally split easily between all of our teams. So one of the things that we did was have primary and secondary responsibilities. So a team had a primary responsibility for one particular area, but a secondary responsibility for another area, so that when the work and the problems were changing, we were able to flex a bit. And also what we tried to do was, if possible, we tried to have somebody in each time zone that had either a primary or secondary responsibility for all the different parts of our system. So that if somebody was working on something that was interacting with another service that another team was responsible for, at least there was somebody in the same time zone they could reach out to try and understand it. And because they had a secondary responsibility, they'd been doing a bit of work in that area, it was easier for them to help out. Another thing, and again, this was, I think, certainly it was a problem that we had. Whether it's a problem that's unique to robotics, as to whether it's a problem that was unique to our implementation of robotics, I don't know. But we had an awful lot of complicated subsystems in our robot for doing very, very specific technical things. What that meant is that actually to deliver any new feature or capability across our product, it quite often spanned quite a few teams. And I'll get onto that in a minute and to give you a feel for what that looks like. But what that meant was that it was quite hard to have like a lot of stream-aligned teams that were responsible for a feature end-to-end, because actually a lot of our features ran through quite a few different teams. So what we did is we said, okay, well, we're not going to be able to get to that where we've got lots of stream-aligned teams, but what we can do is have teams that have a responsibility for a particular capability of our product. They're responsible for monitoring those metrics in production, understanding how it's working, and wherever possible, we tried to align the end-to-end feature of the product with a complicated subsystem that had quite a bit of impact on that feature. So the team would be naturally caring about it anyway. But that was quite helpful in terms of the team they still had to monitor things in production. They had to understand exactly how that feature was working, which was helpful from us because it meant that we didn't then have gaps where there were features of our product that nobody owned. The last one then, so I've got a shorthand here where it says triaging system-wide bugs. In our robot, it's quite common that you can put a robot into a home and ask it to do something, and there'll be something about what it does that is not quite desirable. It's not working exactly the way that you want. Now, quite often those would be raised as bugs. Quite often when we looked at them, we're like, well, no, it's doing exactly as it's designed to do, but what it's designed to do isn't working well in that application. So quite often where it says bugs, it was like triaging system-wide problem reports, where people, it's like the system's not doing, the robot's not cleaning in the way that I want it to. Why is that? And so what we did is we shared the love of triaging those problems, and purposefully actually, between all of our teams, because in trying to understand where is the most likely going wrong meant that people had to delve into a few other areas, and it gave. Not only did it mean that we were able to triage quite a number of those things, because when you've got lots of robots in people's homes, you're getting quite a lot of reports, particularly when you're making changes quickly of things that aren't necessarily working as required. There's quite a lot to get through, but it had the nice side effect that actually it was giving teams a wider appreciation of how the whole system was working at any one particular time. And again, there were some subtleties there which we can get into later, maybe if anybody's got any questions on that. So in terms of then reducing coupling whilst collaborating, what were we trying to do? So we were trying to organize our team boundaries, align with our business and how we wanted the architecture of our product to evolve to support it, but balancing that with how do our teams continue to collaborate closely across those boundaries to get there. So just by way of examples, I was talking earlier about dependencies and that actually quite a lot of the features that we would build in the robot cut across quite a few of the teams. So just to give you an example of that, on the front of the robot, we've got some time of flight distance sensors. So they're ooh, maybe I can do this. Yeah, there we go. So there's a couple of distance sensors, one pointing out here and one pointing out here. The idea of those distance sensors is so the robot can actually detect something before it bumps into it and then avoid it. So those distance sensors are quite sensitive. So the distance sensors have got quite a large field of view which you can tune. So what we wanted to be able to do was make sure that hopefully, we always wanted to see objects that we didn't want to bump into. But the trouble was, there were things like quite deep pile rugs, which look quite a lot like an object, but actually you do want to be able to get onto those rugs to clean them. So we did quite a bit of work in terms of tuning what's the right level that we should be getting from these distance sensors to consider to be an object. And then maybe we'd have a problem and think, actually, we haven't got that quite right. And that was quite low level. So that was like the real-time control systems. We were tuning, what's the field of view, exactly what should we consider to be an object or not an object. But when we made changes to that, it had quite a large impact across the whole robot. Because if all of a sudden you tuned it so that actually, well, okay, now we're not detecting a rug as an object anymore, so that we can actually get onto it. But that then meant that maybe we weren't detecting some chair legs as objects because of the way that we tuned it. And that meant now all of a sudden, so we'd made a change to allow the robot to easily be able to climb onto something, but that was now meaning that the robot was maybe not seeing chair legs, which meant that possibly it was getting into areas that it couldn't get into before, which then had an impact on how we were mapping the environment. It had an impact on how we were path planning to move around the environment. So a simple feature of adjusting the robot's behavior so that it didn't get stuck or it navigated onto rugs could actually have quite a wide impact across quite a few teams. That wasn't necessarily, that coupling wasn't necessarily at a code level. That was like, because all of these things are all working together in one robot, there were impacts of making those decisions. Quite a lot of that came from actually a lot of the optimization that we were doing, that I think often you're doing in robotics, is like performance. There's no right or wrong answer. You're doing a lot of performance testing. You're putting it into a lot of environments and getting the right balance, like what is the best trade-off between all these different things that I can tune. So in terms of reducing coupling whilst collaborating, so we were aiming for increased team flow, but without ignoring the coupling that was there. So whilst we didn't want it, it wasn't going away, so we had to deal with it. So we were looking at reducing dependencies between the teams, but without losing coherence. So we still wanted the whole system to work together coherently. And we wanted team boundaries, but without it being a resistance to evolution and actually changing the way that our software was working. So what helped us with this? So the first thing was basically not ignoring the coupling that was there. I mean, the fact we didn't want it meant that we shouldn't ignore it. And therefore, we were looking at, well, given that actually when we make a change here, it can impact in these other areas, is making sure that we're bringing those teams that could be impacted together when we're making the change so that it's clear, at least people are aware, so that when something, because it may have no effect. We can make a change and it may have no effect on the other teams, or we can make a change and it has a significant impact. But at least if people are aware that a change is going on, they know to look out for it. So the next thing that we did was, so this was more to allow us to be able to more easily make changes, sort of wider changes across our system, was that quite often, in order to get a change across the whole system, the team's priorities didn't necessarily align because maybe something that was most important for one team wasn't necessarily the most important thing for another team. But in order for everybody to move forward, we'd work on the basis that, look, it's possible for you to work in another team's domain, but with their guidance. So you can work with there, but share what you're doing, get feedback that is the team that's primarily responsible for this comfortable with the sort of change that we're looking to make. So the next thing then was appreciating the value of sharing. Because I mean, initially, to be honest, when we were getting teams together more to share more about what was going on, we were like, well, this is. In some ways, it feels a bit wasteful. You're like, well, should we really be getting all of our teams together and having everybody listening about things that maybe don't immediately impact them? But what we appreciated was that, well, actually, that's a price worth paying. It's a price worth paying because overall, although at an individual team level, it may feel not the most efficient thing, overall, actually, it did allow us to move faster. Then the next thing was having a temporary team with a cross-cutting aim. So another thing that we found, so we decomposed our team into a set of teams which had specific responsibilities in certain areas. And then we'd come across a problem. We've got no idea how to solve this. And we'd try. We know it's in this area, so we'd sort of say to a number of teams, we know this problem is in your area, and the way that your different services are interacting. Can you try and figure out what's going on? And we found that was really slow. We found that actually teams getting together and quickly trying to find out, okay, well, which part of all of our systems in the way that they're interacting is the problem. It actually took quite a long time. So one of the things that we tried and actually proved to be quite successful was that allowed's not the right word, but we tried setting up a temporary team with one representative from each of the teams that we thought might be impacted. And their remit was basically to work together and try and figure out where the problem is. And actually, they found the problems much, much faster when we did that. So when we had a group of people together who were representatives from all the different areas that we thought might be at fault, when they were working together, they actually got to the bottom of the problem much quicker. Now, interestingly, those people working in that team, again, because we were starting to appreciate at this point the value of sharing, we said it was important that the people that were in that temporary team were regularly, every day, sharing back to their home team, if you like, what they were finding to get input, because that one person didn't have all the knowledge of that team that they'd come from. And so they were able to share what they were finding, and they were able to get input of other things to try. But the important thing here was temporary, because when we did this, and we're like, oh, okay, maybe having a team made up of representatives from all the other areas that's a really good thing. But we found that if we let it run on too long, 10 minutes, thank you, then actually it started to cause other problems, because that team started then build things which weren't necessarily aligned with the way that each individual team felt it should be done. So it worked very well in terms of finding the problem, and then we were able to take that back to the home teams in order to figure out, okay, well, now that we know the problem, we can now figure out much more easily how to go about solving it. So in terms of keeping adaptability with stability, what we were trying to do, so we were, to be successful with what we were building, the problems are constantly changing. So the things that our customers need from our product is constantly changing. So we need to be constantly evolving to meet that. But also, we need some sort of stability. We need our teams to have things that they're that the people in the team, it's the same people in the team, and it's sort of clear what their responsibility is, despite the fact that the problems that we're needing to solve maybe are changing quite a bit. So how do we go about doing that? So what we were doing is we were aiming for a team always learning and always being challenged, but without imbalanced team performance. So we didn't want just one or two teams that were doing this really, really well, and actually then quite a lot of the other teams not doing it so well. We wanted to be adapting to meet new customer needs, but without leaving our existing systems unsupported. And then we wanted to make it easy to make cross-cutting changes, but without creating a new team being the very first thing that we tried. So the things that helped us on that. So the first thing was T-shaped teams. So I think I've certainly heard it referred to before in a team perspective as you want it's helpful to have T-shaped individuals in a team, people that have a depth of experience in one particular area, but a broad knowledge. That we found that actually that worked very well at the next level up, at a team level. So we wanted teams that had a depth of expertise in one particular area, but a broad knowledge to understand how the bits they were doing fitted into the bigger picture. Also, we found that we needed to constantly review the ownership. So once we'd got to a place where like, okay, it's now clear, we understand what each of our teams are responsible for, but because the problem was constantly evolving, we were finding, well, actually, we need to tweak this. Actually, the way that the ownership is currently set up is no longer right, because maybe 6 months down the line, the problems are actually quite different, and that we needed to change which teams were responsible for certain things. We found that it was quite important to share the new experimentation as well. So this is one of the places where having a sort of primary and secondary responsibilities helped, was that it gave us a few more options when there was a really interesting problem that we needed to solve, was try and make sure it wasn't always going to the same teams, so that everybody had a bit of a chance to try some new experimentation, and that certainly helped quite a lot. And then lastly, most effectively, I think, was actually getting some form of rotation between the teams as well. And that was almost certainly that was the best way for people to understand what other teams were responsible for. But the balance there was we wanted stability in the team, so we didn't want people to be rotating around all the time. But a sort of a low level of rotation between the teams we found was very effective in terms of people appreciating in more detail how their bit was fitting into the whole. So, in terms of then how do we measure? How do we measure that it was working, it was helping? Actually, the most important thing was literally talking to our teams and talking to them about how does it feel. It was we could have looked at metrics in terms of like how quickly are we burning down things, but actually, I think by far and away the most important measure was, do you feel like you are contributing the most at the moment? And what is holding you back from contributing? And actually, by talking to the teams and just understanding, that gave us the best feel about whether the sort of changes we were making were helping or not. So we were also asking, is it possible for our teams to work independently? So are there dependencies between teams, and is that a necessary dependency? We were asking, are our teams aware of what's going on around them? And then lastly, we were asking, are our teams happy? And basically, when we were talking to our teams, if they were happy, that was generally speaking a very, very good indication that we'd got things right. Because actually, if a team had lots of dependencies on another team, or if a team was making changes, but actually another team had made the same change, it resulted in an unhappy team. Because like, well, we just wasted our time because we've done that, we've made that change in 2 places, we should have done it once. So that was, in all honesty, regularly talking to all of our teams and understanding how you're feeling, how's it working, was our best measure. And certainly as we did some of these things, so clearer responsibilities coupled with regular sharing, actually the feedback we were getting was getting more positive. And we were finding that then things were going out faster as well. But our best measure was by talking to the teams that are doing it day in, day out. So how does it feel? So in terms of principles and not prescriptions, so our context was unique. Certainly the problems that I've found in robotics were very different to the problems I'd seen before in teams that were working on maybe back-end cloud services, where we're releasing multiple times a day. The sort of problems that we had with coupling were very, very different to the different problems I'd come across before. So some of the ways that we set up ourselves up helped us with our specific challenge, but they also helped us with our specific team size. To be honest, if our team had been twice as big as it was, then half the things that we were doing wouldn't have been appropriate. So it worked for us. I'm not saying it will work for you. But so I think the thing to look out for is look out for the warning signs as your teams evolve, and always be willing to change to get the balance right. So talk to the teams about how does it feel, and try and understand, and also be open to, do we need to change the responsibilities? Has the problem we're trying to solve changed, and therefore actually we haven't got the responsibility split quite right now. These were the wonderful books which helped us along the way. And to be honest, I mean, some of them we were doing it, and then we found the book. We're like, that's why it helps. We didn't really understand why we were doing, why it was helping. And then we're like, oh, that's why. Anyway, 3 wonderful books that really help in quite different aspects. And then lastly, what we've learned. So the way that, what the biggest impact I think that we've seen, and it's actually the thing that we're still working on now, is that how our teams realize value, which ultimately is how they release changes to our customers, how frequently they're able to release changes and how that works, has by far and away the largest impact on how effective a different a team topology can be. Because if you have 20 teams, and if the way that they release changes is because all of those changes have to come together, and you have to do performance testing in lots and lots of homes, it drives quite a different problem space to teams that are able to release changes multiple times a day, completely decoupled. And actually, because they can release changes multiple times a day, if there's a problem, they can make a change quickly. So that's certainly the thing that we've appreciated, is that, and it's the thing that we're starting to look at more now, is, okay, right, given the sort of problems that we're facing, should we have different release strategies for different parts of our system as well? Because, and again, how does that impact the team responsibilities? And that is me. Thank you very much. Please do feedback, by the way. I'd absolutely love to hear any feedback you've got, anything that didn't make sense, or any problems that you've had that are similar. I'd love to hear about them. Thank you.
We have got a couple of minutes for questions as well, though, right?
Yeah.
Did you cap the lifespan of those temporary teams, or how did you manage?
We didn't initially. So initially we had a temporary team, which I think what we realised after was very much an enabling team in the team topologies model. We're like, okay, well, this is working, so we'll keep doing it. And then only once we started to see it causing friction, because we're like, actually, that team is now going too far, and the teams that those people have come from are starting to get a bit confused about the changes that are being made. And then we're like, oh, hang on, we've gone too far now. So once we'd learnt that, the way that we tended to work then was look for those warning signs and then say, okay, right, now's probably the time. We've probably learnt about the problem enough now that we can continue that investigation back in with people in their home teams. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested in the idea of the teams of primary and secondary responsibilities. Can I just clarify? A team with secondary responsibility, presumably for a domain, was that a domain that had another team that had primary responsibility?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So the question is clarifying what did I mean about primary and secondary responsibilities, and so in terms of, it did mean that a team had a primary responsibility for a certain domain, and they would have a secondary responsibility that another team had a primary responsibility for. Yeah. Sure. Of course. Yeah. Yeah.
Did that then feed into the kind of interaction between teams? You talked about teams working in other teams doing with guidance.
Yes.
Did that kind of take different forms, like maybe as simple as kind of like approving a PR through to kind of perhaps paving, or kind of like guiding a developer through making a change in the primary domain?
Yes, so the question, I guess, is elaborating more on what did primary response, secondary responsibility mean. So certainly what we did try to do, if a team was making a change in another team's area, then we would always look first of all to see, is it possible for the team that has a secondary responsibility in that area to be the team that's making the change, because they probably know a bit more about it. In terms of then how that worked in practice, sometimes, I mean, what we did try was maybe having one or two people from a team that really needed that change made, moving into the team that had responsibility for that, and working as part of that team. I mean, so they were there every day, they were talking about what they were doing, and they were getting feedback on the changes they were making. Yeah, so I'm not saying that we've got it perfect, but that's some of the things that we were trying. Yeah. Yes, yeah.
Coming back to the team rotations,
Uh-huh.
who did you do them, in which intervals, and how many people were, or how many team members were involved in this rotation?
That's a good question. So in terms of how frequently we were doing the team rotation and how many people we rotate at any one time, we tried to not ever rotate more than one person into one team at any one time, because we felt that if we did more than that, it was very, very disruptive for the team. So we were always trying to rotate just one person into another team. In terms of how frequently we were doing that for they would stay in another team for a period of maybe 10 weeks, 20 weeks, something like that. It was that sort of a number of sprints. That's it. Yeah, so certainly not one. Long enough for them to truly appreciate the way that team was working and the problems that they were facing. Okay. Yeah.
I guess you're talking about software teams, but there is also hardware. How does this relate to the hardware teams?
Ooh. Okay, yes. So certainly I was talking about software teams. However, we have, in order certainly for a robot to work, there's an awful lot of interaction between teams that are responsible for the hardware electronics and the mechanical components as well. I guess what we found, I guess in some ways we did find similar things. So in terms of when we had a problem, we found it was most effective to get one or two people together that had experience of hardware electronics, mechanical and software together to try and figure out what that problem was. In terms of the sort of clear split of responsibilities, in some ways that was a bit easier because you were literally somebody who was primarily focused on building and designing electronic circuits. There was a clear separation in terms of that experience with somebody that was doing the mechanical components or the software. So it was more then how do we effectively bring those people together in order to solve the problem and find out where the problem is.
Brilliant. Thank you. That's all the questions we've got time for. Thanks so much, Andy.
Lovely. Thank you.